Chapter 251, 094 Dongwu Club _3 behind her. The yellow chrysanthemum quivered as it shed 4 petals. Yen Lu and Sister Xian hadn't reacted yet. She instinctively took the gun. "Is it like this?" she asked, rotating her left arm inward, then looked worriedly at Bai Lian, stand over by Sister Xian. "I'm afraid I might accidentally bump into you later." Bai Lian reached out to adjust her stance. Upon hearing her words, he looked up, his voice exceptionally light and breezy. "In your next life." "What?" "With the way you're doing it," Bai Lian lazily withdrew his hand and stepped back 5 paces, commenting, "By your next life, you might actually be able to touch me." Yen Lu. Afterward, Bai Lian demonstrated again for Yen Lu, letting her record it on her phone to practice slowly later on. Only then did Bai Lian leisurely leave with his school bag. After Bai Lian had left, Sister Xian finally retracted her jaw, grabbing Yen Lu's hand. "I think you are truly blessed." Sister Xian was somewhat envious of Yen Lu. She had searched for Teacher Huss videos. Wang Xian didn't understand guns, nor had she learned martial arts. But purely in terms of aesthetics, with a gun. That teacher who didn't seem to compare to Bai Lian at all, did he? This time it seemed she really had it. She was somewhat dazed. Across from the Zhang family, Ming Dongheng parked his car at the intersection waiting for Bai Lian. Tonight, Ji Xiaojun was treating Su-an to dinner, as Su-an had helped a lot while Shen-Qing was hospitalized, and Ji Xiaojun owed him this meal. As they weren't that close and the other was a big boss, Ji Xiaojun specifically chose a high-class, clean restaurant. Ji Heng was also going. Bai Lian would go over to eat at Qi Lu's house instead. When she and Jiang He arrived, Jiang Fulai hadn't come yet, and Chief Qin, originally wanting to help Qi Yundai wash vegetables, was because of a misplaced item chased out by Qi Yundai. With a gloomy face, Chief Qin thought Miss Bai's uncle was easier to get along with. "Mr. Ming," Chief Qin looked at Ming Dongheng, "remembering something important? Are you going to the grappling match this weekend?" Ming Dongheng stooped to pass Jiang He's puzzle piece and said, "I'll definitely be there to see Mr. Bai's NO. 1 duel." The man in the white vest was ferocious, and he had amassed numerous fans in the grappling arena. Clearly, Ming Dongheng was one of them. "You God will be there tomorrow as well," Chief Qin informed him. Ming Dongheng's eyes showed a touch of surprise as he turned. "She's coming." Bai Lian was sitting at the table doing her homework, biology questions from Jiangjing University-affiliated college. However, she was always multitasking, and upon hearing Ming Dongheng mention long spear, she looked up and glanced in his direction. Although the two were having a conversation, they were watching Bai Lian vigilantly. Seeing her look over, Chief Qin rushed to explain excitedly to Bai Lian, "Yes, it's the long spear. You God, oh, Miss Bai, you might not know her, it's Yu Hongyi. She's been practicing martial arts since she was a child, started learning the long spear at 9, and reached level 7 by 20. Of course, the most important thing is, last year, Dongwu Club personally invited her to join." Though Chief Qin didn't practice martial arts himself, he had heard of the famous Dongwu Club. Every member there was a top talent in the martial arts world. Ming Dongheng and Qin Jingyu both wanted to join Dongwu but hadn't met the entry requirements yet. Chief Qin finished speaking, beaming with excitement. Noticing Bai Lian's lukewarm reaction, she smiled and then went back to doing her homework. "Ah." Chief Qin scratched his head, thinking next time he'd have to restrain himself. Miss Bai, being from Xiangqing, would surely have never heard of Dongwu Club, showing off for what? Chief Qin slightly wanted to slap himself. Just as he quietly slapped his own head, he caught Ming Dongheng giving him a cold look. "Chief Qin, what did he do this time?" When Jiang Fulai returned, Qi Yundai's vegetables were not yet stir-fried. Bai Lian was sitting at a table in the hall, holding a black pen, leisurely working through questions. A cold light enveloped her face, tinging her inherently lazy expression with a hint of aloofness. Jiang Fulai first glanced at Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng seemed a bit bewildered. Director Chen, however, was eagerly obsequious. He lowered his voice. Miss Bai was like this when she arrived, but she went to the Zhang family first today. This classmate Zhang had quite a significant impact on Bai Lian's mood. Jiang Fulai gave Director Chen a glance, his expression softening slightly. He walked over to Bai Lian's side. Ming Dongheng glared at Director Chen fiercely once more, then felt a bit melancholy. People from the Chen family were so annoying. Chen Jingyu threatened his position by Jiang's side. Chen Yongquan threatened his position by Miss Bai's side. Get rid of them, all of them. Thinking this, Ming Dongheng stared at Director Chen's neck. As soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, Director Chen, who had slipped away into the kitchen, felt a chill on the back of his neck and couldn't help but reach up to touch it. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Lian, looking down at her as she worked on a problem. It was a genetics problem. Bai Lian rarely made drafts when solving problems. She obviously hadn't finished reading this one yet. Jiang Fulai, his hand nonchalantly in his pocket, eyed the problem lightly and said, 9:3:3:1. He spoke the answer unhurriedly. Bai Lian paused in her writing. She threw her pen down, looked up, her hand resting on the back of her chair, and turned to look at Jiang Fulai. No, when you were in school, didn't a lot of people want to beat you up? Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow, shamelessly proud. There were plenty who wanted to even when I wasn't in school. How many groups from your class went to the Zhang family? Jiang Fulai pulled out the chair beside her, closed her workbook casually, and asked. Bai Lian rubbed her wrist and pulled herself out of her emotions. All she wanted now was to cut Jiang Fulai, 10 groups. Ning Xiao divided them up. I have to go see Yan Lu every day. Hearing this, Jiang Fulai's fingertips tapped on the table. He didn't ask further about Yan Lu but seemed contemplative. Bai Lian also stopped working on her problems, sitting on the carpet leisurely helping Jiang He with his puzzle. Jiang He looked up at Bai Lian, his sense of smell keen, and now dared to speak with her, Sister Bai. 9 o'clock, Purish Street. Ming Dongheng stopped the car, and Bai Lian saw Mao Kun squatting at the corner of the street. As he was about to drive away, he took an extra glance at the hair beside Bai Lian. Did it look a bit familiar? Jiang Jing. Su family. Old Lady Su frowned as she flipped through a file. After a moment, she said, they all have the surname Yu, but this brother is way worse than his sister. She threw the profile onto the coffee table. She was not satisfied with the information on this person. The butler smiled beside her, but inwardly sighed. The Yu family, favored by the Qin family, held a pivotal status in Jiangjing. Many wanted to form a connection with them. The Su family was simply not in the same league. If that young Master Yu was as outstanding as his sister, would the Su family even have a chance? Old madam, the butler thought for a moment before speaking up, Miss Xiuyue is at a critical point in her final year of high school, and all the deals in Jiangjing this year are handled by Liang Wuyu. We shouldn't disturb Miss Xiuyue with these matters. But, old Lady Su really didn't want to miss out on such a great opportunity with the Yu family. That Yu Hongshu might be a good-for-nothing, but his sister was too exceptional. Favored by the Qin family, they might benefit from the connection later on. Su Xiuyue was raised by old Lady Su herself. Her expectations for her were no less than those for her own grandson. At the butler's words, he smiled softly, speaking softly into the old lattice ear. Old madam, even though Miss Xiuyue is not suitable, haven't you forgotten? There is still another young lady in the Su family. Without the butler saying more, old Lady Su understood what he meant. She raised her hand. Give me the phone. The butler hurriedly handed her the mobile phone. Old Lady Su reached out and dialed Su-en's number. It rang twice before Su-en answered. The sound of clinking glasses came from the other end. "Mom." Su-en was quite surprised to receive a call from the old lady. "Is that woman next to you?" Old Lady Su asked. Su-en frowned. "Mom, you..." "Enough," Old Lady Su interrupted him. She picked up the file again, her murky eyes fixed on the bold name, Yu Hongshu, and spoke in a somewhat charitable tone. "I can let that mother and son enter our doors, and even allow her daughter to take the Su surname." Chapter 252, 095 Mysterious G Family Members, Hacking White Tank Top, Part 2, _1 on the phone. Su-en was very surprised by this call from his mother. At the dinner table, Assistant Su-en was chatting with Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun, and when he heard the old lattice words, he frowned. "What?" It caught the attention of Ji Mulan sitting beside him. Su-en covered the phone and shook his head at her, then walked towards the corridor. Ji Mulan watched Su-en's retreating figure, deep in thought. "Mom, what are you talking about?" On the corridor, Su-en lowered his voice, his eyebrows knitted together. The old lady put down the documents and stood up. "You remember the Yu family, don't you?" "The Yu family? What about them?" Su-en wasn't very familiar with this surname. He only knew that there was someone from the Yu family who was the old lattice intimate friend. But he knew that the Yu family had ties with the Qin family, had moved out of Jiangjing's outer city areas, and now lived in the central area of Jiangjing. Many people from the outer city areas were envious. "I am planning to introduce that woman's daughter to my old friend. She has a grandson of marriageable age." As she said this, the old lattice mouth curled into a cold smile, somewhat impatient. "Find some time to bring them back." For the old lady, this was a golden opportunity for Ji Mulan to rise to the heavens. Once she changed her surname to that of the Su family, she would be a Su. Of course, it never crossed her mind that Ji Mulan and her mother would refuse. After all, such an opportunity was rare even for those from the outer city areas, and once the news was released by the old Madame Su, there would be plenty of people clamoring for it. But she was not willing to give this advantage to others. What a boon for them! Madame Su hung up the phone, placed it on the table with a plop, and sneered. On this side of the phone, Su-en looked at his phone, his brows slightly furrowed. The Yu family. He returned to the private room. Ji Mulan could tell he had something on his mind, and after the drinks were finished and the party had dispersed, the sober assistant Su-en drove Ji Xiaojun and Ji Heng home one by one. Only then did Ji Mulan find the chance to ask Su-en. Su-en told her about the matter. "Your mom said this." Ji Mulan glanced at Su-en. "Would your mother really be so kind-hearted?" She hadn't set foot in the Su family's door to this day. She simply didn't believe that old Madame Su would be so generous. "I know," Su-en was aware of this too, but the Yu family is indeed not bad. They moved to the city center a few years ago. This person might be problematic. It was only then that Ji Mulan seemed slightly taken aback, looking at Su-en. "The Yu family?" Although she didn't understand the forces in Jiangjing, she knew that in Jiangjing, the areas were divided. Every family in the center area had an illustrious background. About this matter, Su-en pressed his brow. "Let's not tell Alien about it." Changing surnames. He thought that Bai Lian wouldn't care at all. The two didn't speak any further, and the assistant came back to pick them up. Mr. Su, after returning, Ji Mulan went upstairs, and it was only then that the assistant whispered to Su-en, "This Mr. Ji is profound and knowledgeable, with a broad range of knowledge." Ji Xiaojun was a teacher. The assistant wasn't surprised by his eloquence. But after a deep conversation today, Ji Heng had surprised the assistant. He had never expected a common old man from Shangqing, from Purist Street, to have a wider knowledge than many people he knew. There was a moment when he felt that even old Madame Zu's breadth of knowledge might not compare to that of Mr. Ji. This whole family was too strange. Initially, he had wondered how someone like Ji Mulan could emerge from a place like Xiangqing, but now, compared to Ji Hing, compared to Bai Lian, Ji Mulan seemed much more normal. The assistant pondered in his mind. Saturday. Purish Street. Mao Kuan was helping the store manager move things. Bai Lian sat on a small stool on the side, memorizing vocabulary. Not far away, Chen Yongkuan passed by with a man in a windbreaker. Chen Yongkuan didn't drive today, so he had to pass by here to get to Bacter Street. Miss Bai, seeing Bai Lian from a distance, the station manager jogged over. Bai Lian was reciting words with earphones on, occasionally talking to Mao Kuan. Hearing the voice, she looked up toward the source and lazily greeted him, Station Manager Chin. I came for a bit of business. Station Manager Chin stopped in front of Bai Lian. You didn't go to the library today. No, Bai Lian swiped away the word on her phone and memorized the next one, had a bit of business to attend to. What business Bai Lian had, Station Manager Chin didn't dare to ask further, only glancing up at the store, 112, Star Store. Behind him, Qin Jingyu, wearing a black windbreaker, glanced at Bai Lian, then at the blonde young man beside her wiping sweat with a towel, his gaze lingering on the vocabulary page on Bai Lian's phone for a moment. Station Manager Qin, we're running out of time, he urged urgently. To the outside world, Mao Kuan always looked like a ruffian. He didn't need to ask to know what Director Qin meant. Director Qin fell back 2 steps behind Bai Lian, letting her walk ahead, his gaze constantly on the people in the wide street, afraid someone careless might run into Bai Lian. Director Qin Jingyu walked beside Director Qin with a somewhat poor complexion, his voice very low. Why would you bring her to a place like this? Miss Bai wanted to take a look, Director Qin said casually. On one hand, he sent a message to Jiang Fulai, and on the other, he sent one to Ming Dongheng. With just him escorting Bai Lian, Director Qin really didn't dare to relax. He still reported to Jiang Fulai, otherwise, he couldn't bear the consequences if something went wrong. Having said that, he also introduced the area to Bai Lian in a hushed voice. Miss Bai, this is Qinglong Bar, we should keep away from it. Saying that, Director Qin led Bai Lian across the street. Why? Bai Lian removed one earbud, looking at Director Qin with surprise. Chen Jingyu failed to snatch the autographed photo and was called here by Director Qin. Hearing Bai Lian's obvious question, he glanced at her and sneered, why? Because there are a lot of mercenaries inside, the border area is unmanaged, I wouldn't dare to enter casually. How do you speak? Director Qin warned Chen Jingyu. Ever since Chen Jingyu got in good with the Yu family, his strength had almost reached Ming Dongheng's, so even though he was Director Chen's junior, his attitude towards Director Qin was not very respectful. Only now that Director Qin had been praised by the elder Qin recently had his attitude slightly improved. Hearing Director Qin speak, Chen Jingyu averted his gaze. It was a bit unexpected how protective Director Qin was of Bai Lian. Miss Bai, Director Qin lowered his head again, enlightening Bai Lian, this is the safest auction house around, no one dares to cause trouble there. The other 2 places, the bar and the fight club, are very chaotic, especially the fight club. He was still speaking. Suddenly, the crowd in the middle of the road scattered to both sides, clearing a path, their gaze all turning toward the entrance of the street. Director Chen's gaze also involuntarily shifted in that direction. A silver-modified off-road vehicle slowly drove in from the entrance. That is, Director Qin squinted his eyes. Chen Jingyu also stared fixedly at the vehicle, the car of Qinglong Bar. It must be a high-ranking member. They both recognized the symbol of Qinglong Bar. Given the reaction of the other people on the street, they must regard the person riding in the car with deep apprehension. Typically, cars here would line up and inch forward slowly. This was the first time they had seen a car being cleared a way through here. Miss Bai, Director Qin nervously pulled on Bai Lian's sleeve. guiding her to retreat to a corner. He was extremely careful to avoid anyone bumping into Bai Lian. Let's back up and clear a path. Bai Lian lazily glanced at Director Chen's hand. Director Chen immediately withdrew his hand. With Jiang Fulai not present, he was truly scared of any mishap. Are they that afraid of this bar? Bai Lian casually crossed off a word, drawing back her gaze and memorizing another word. At this remark, Chen Jingyu glanced at Bai Lian once more, this time too lazy to even speak. Director Chen, however, explained excitedly, Miss Bai, it used to be fine, but you don't know, the man from the bar is too fierce, he crushed Poison Scorpion with one hand. Just the 3 words, Poison Scorpion, were enough to intimidate a crowd. Director Chen hadn't been tormented little by that case initially. Speaking of this, Director Chen cautiously lowered his voice, his expression serious as he informed Bai Lian, Miss Bai, Poison Scorpion used to be a mercenary. The silver off-road vehicle continued at a normal pace. As it reached them, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. The crowd abruptly fell silent. Director Chen's voice also faded as he squinted at the car, wondering why it had suddenly stopped when the passenger side door was pulled open, and a slender, bookish youth got out. Spotting someone in the crowd, his face brightened, Sis. Chapter 254, 096 Bacter Street, A New King is Born. _1 Qinglong Bar was renowned far and wide. Inside, a mix of all kinds of characters frequented the place, and no one dared to cause trouble because the bodyguards and security weren't ordinary people. The last individual who did stir up trouble has become untraceable now. The bar was crowded, yet few had seen its high-level personnel. Rumors had it that it was backed by the Dawson family. Today was the first time anyone had seen someone from the bar's internal staff. The gaze of those around instinctively fixed on this gentle young man, with his straight jet-black hair, simple white jacket, looking so pure and fine that he did not seem to belong in a bar. Sister. Who was he calling? Chief Chen and Chen Jingyu were also looking around, curious about who this sister could be. As they watched, the quiet and seemingly shy youth stopped in front of them. Sister, what are you doing here? He called out once again. It was with this call that Chief Chen and Chen Jingyu realized that women who dared to walk around Bacter Street were scarce, and the few who did were very capable, with knives clearly strapped to their knees. And on their side Chief Chen and Chen Jingyu instinctively looked towards Bai Lian. She was the only girl around. Bai Lian hadn't removed her earphones yet. She casually crossed out a word, then looked up at Xiaoqi, here to watch the match. With that, Xiaoqi understood. She was here to see Mao Kun's fight. Behind him, the silver off-road vehicle paused for a moment and then continued to move forward. Xiaoqi's appearance was deceiving. He had delicate features, especially those pitch-black eyes. On closer inspection, you could find the same serene demeanor he shared with Bai Lian from certain angles. Chief Chen came back to his senses and greeted Xiaoqi. I'm also from Purist Street Orphanage. Xiaoqi looked at Chief Chen politely, working at Qinglong Bar. A jack of all trades, and sometimes even a freelance designer. Chief Chen comprehended it now. No wonder he knew Bai Lian, and they seemed quite close. He straightforwardly called Bai Lian sister. Even Jiang he never called her sister directly. He took out his phone and immediately added Xiaoqi on WeChat. Xiaoqi didn't refuse. Xiaoqi, my name is Mao Xiaoqi. By Chief Chen's side, Chen Jingyu watched the car drive away and, after hearing works at Qinglong Bar Orphanage, gave Xiaoqi an odd look but paid him no further attention. As for adding as a friend, that was even less likely. Xiaoqi had gotten out of the car instinctively to greet Bai Lian, thinking she was here for something. Seeing she was headed to the fight club, he did not disturb her any further. The main street of Bacter Street was a mile long with various hotel services. The fight club wasn't located on the main street. In front of the giant lion statue, a 3-meter wide and dozens of meters long branch road did not allow vehicles to enter. Both sides were flanked by 5-meter-high stone walls, creating an oppressive feeling. Walking through the passage, a huge dome-shaped structure came into view. Outside the open doors, there were two 2-meter-high promotional figures. On the left was a bald black man with his upper body bare, muscles bulging, a tan and green leopard tattooed across his chest, and his name written next to him, Black Panther. To the right was a masked blonde man, only half his chin visible. He wore a white tank top, in an attacking stance, his eyes like a raptor closely watching its prey, chilling to behold. His name was also displayed white tank top. Malcon's demeanor changed after putting on the mask. She knew he was meant for martial arts. But Bai Lian raised her head to look at the 3 words, white tank top. Voices occasionally called out, "Mr. White," from nearby. Silence. Silence was what Bai Lian embodied at that moment. The inside of the fight club was spacious, octagonal in shape, with the arena in the middle surrounded by railings, and seating spreading out layer by layer from the center to the periphery. Cameras were set up around for a simultaneous live broadcast. A large screen in the middle prevented those seated further back from missing any detail. Bai Lian's seat was in the first row of Zone A, the same area as Chief Qin. Chen Jingyu, however, had managed to get a second-row seat in D Zone, very far from them. When Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng arrived, the fight was about to start, and most of the seats were already filled. With a seat left empty to Bai Lian's right, Ming Dongheng arrived to find Chief Qin sitting to her left. He gave Chief Qin a cool glance before quietly sitting next to him. As soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, the tension in Chief Qin visibly eased significantly. Today, Bai Lian wore black wide-leg pants, with light gray fabric stitched on both sides, embroidered with several white cats, and a slightly tight black long sleeve on top, also adorned with a white lazy cat sprawling across the chest. Chapter 255, 096 Bachter Street, A New King is Born. _2 She wore a loose black coat that only made her face seem paler in contrast. She didn't seem aggressive, her long lashes drooped, and the scattered lights gracefully struck her nose and side profile. Looks from the surrounding crowd kept coming incessantly. Only now did they begin to retract. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian, leaning lightly against the back of his seat, his light-colored eyes sweeping over the ring. The noise, the bloodshed, and the oppressive atmosphere of the ring didn't alter his expression in the slightest. 7 p.m. The laser lights came on. The fight began, and the commentator was passionately excited. "Ladies and gentlemen, hello, today we are broadcasting to you live from Bachter Street, an unprecedented No.1 battle. First, let's welcome the fighter currently ranked 8th in the UFC middleweight category, Black Panther, to the ring." Bachter Street's fighting arena imposed no weight restrictions and held no regard for life or death, offering high prize money. Many UFC fighters have been here, but because the fights were too brutal, they eventually dared not return. The top 10 ranked fighters here all had the strength to be ranked in the UFC. Next up, we have White Vest, who's climbed to an No.2 in our arena within just 2 months. Whoosh! A tidal wave of cheers swept through. Ming Dongheng, standing next to Director Qin, also stood up excitedly, clenching his fists and shouting. The match was divided into 5 rounds, each lasting 5 minutes, with a best-of-5 rounds format. Both fighters were highly skilled, and with the score tied at 2-2 after the first 2 rounds, the stakes in the betting pool had skyrocketed to 3 billion. The final 5 minutes. Let's watch with bated breath. Mr. Bai will surely win. Ming Dongheng wiped sweat from his brow, not taking his eyes off the ring. Director Qin had a hard time understanding the match. Bai Lian was somewhat silent, and beside her, Jiang Fulai watched very intently. Throughout the whole time, he spoke only once. Black Panther's ground control is too strong, he's the ceiling in the UFC. Xiao Bai winning against him is going to be a bit brutal. His voice was not loud, but Ming Dongheng and the others heard him. Ming Dongheng couldn't help but take a glance at Jiang Fulai. He didn't realize that young Jiang knew so much about fighting, even down to the professional terms. New Black Panther's signature move. Wow, the audience gasped. The commentator, flushed and breathless, provided play-by-play. We see that Black Panther has hit White Vest in the face, sweeping kick to White Vest's left fist. There's blood. White Vest is bleeding. On the ring. Blood dripped down from the cyan mask onto the floor, staining the White Vest red. Black Panther is showcasing his ground techniques, with White Vest locked on the ground. On the ring, Black Panther's legs, crotch, arms, and the weight of his body were completely bearing down on White Vest. White Vest locked the opponent's leg with his left leg and propped himself on the floor with his right elbow. His face was suddenly defenseless, getting hammered directly by Black Panther's fists. Crack, the mask caved inward. White Vest rolled over, sat up from the ground, and suddenly stood, lifting Black Panther and slamming him down. We can see that White Vest is trying hard, but this move didn't break through. Black Panther has many defensive options. In this dangerous moment, White Vest must seize the opportunity for consecutive strikes, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. It was at this moment, White Vest stepped forward with his left foot, dodging Black Panther's punch and elbow strike, and with a hook punch knocked the rising Black Panther back to the ground. Black Panther's mouth and nose were also bleeding. The two grappled and scuffled on the ground. Incredible, truly incredible. This is a clash between UFC and Bacter Street fighters. We know that only Sun Lang has ever been ranked in the UFC from Asia. If White Vest wins today, he will be the second Asian to enter the UFC rankings. If Black Panther can win, he will create a myth of 10 consecutive victories in Bacter Street's fighting arena. The most intense fighting arena where blood almost dyed half the floor. Black Panther's best ground fighting skills were now being suppressed by White Vest. However, White Vest also seemed to be running out of energy. His punches toward Black Panther had none of the force they had before. Bang! Black Panther gave up on defending his head and punched White Vest off to the side onto the ground. Both men lay on the ground. No one got up. The referee blew his whistle and entered the ring, standing between the two and bending over. 3, he was counting down. In the last 3 seconds, whoever got up would be the winner. If no one got up, it would be a draw. White Vest. Get up, and you've won. White Vest. Get up, come on, hurry up. Black Panther. Forever a warrior. The vast arena was filled with the excited shouts of fans. Almost everyone was standing, fists clenched, eyes glued to the ring. Chapter 256, 096 Bacter Street, A New King is Born. _3, 2, the referee counted the second count. The man in the white vest's fingers twitched, only one sentence, the people of Xiangqing, they could die standing, but would never fall. He propped himself up on the ground, slowly climbing up bit by bit. Blood flowed down his neck to the hem of his white garment. 1. The referee held the hand of the man in the white vest, excitedly declaring, "White Vest wins." At that moment, whether it was the audience at the scene or those watching the live broadcast on TV, everyone stood up, including Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian. Aw, 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 aw. Aw, aw, aw. We all hear the excited voices of the audience. White Vest did it. The willpower of a person exceeded all our imagination. White Vest. He created a new record in just 2 months. Becoming the second person after Sun Lang. There are no cowards in Bacter Street Arena. White Vest and Black Panther are warriors forever. Let's look forward to their next meeting. There are no losers on the stage, every person brave enough to stand there is a warrior. Today, blood stained the octagonal iron cage on Bacter Street, and a new uncrowned king of Bacter Street was born. In front of the camera, White Vest bent down and extended a bloody hand toward Black Panther. Black Panther managed a difficult smile, then raised his right hand toward him. The live broadcast image froze on this century's handshake. The exhilarating boxing match was over, but the excitement still surged through the veins of the audience on the scene. Jiang Fulai still stood in place, staring at the stage for a good while before he took his eyes off it, glanced indifferently at the excited Ming Dongheng, and lazily lifted his eyelid, commenting, "Good eye." "Yeah." Ming Dongheng clenched his fist, his bronze face flushed with excitement. He followed Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian as they left, turning back every few steps to look at the stage. "That was a ferocious fight," said Director Chin, standing next to Ming Dongheng, soaked in cold sweat. They were several paces behind Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Jiang Shao said his victory would be brutal, but I didn't expect it to be this brutal. In the end, it was all about who could get up again. That said, Director Chen peered through the gaps between the people in front to catch a glimpse of Jiang Fulai's silhouette. How did Jiang Shao figure out that he could win? Ming Dongheng shook his head. Outside. Jiang Fulai's car was parked at the intersection. It was his blue car, the one from the lab. As soon as Director Chen came out, he saw Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian get into the car. He turned to Ming Dongheng and asked, "Where's your car?" "At the intersection." "If Jiang Shao's car can get in here, why can't Mr. Ming's?" Director Chen grew bolder and began to tease Mr. Ming. Ming Dongheng calmed down, cold and righteous. "How would I know?" Director Chen, in Bai Lian's car. She slouched in the passenger seat, sending a string of prescriptions to Xiaoqi through her phone. "For internal injuries, it'll come over tonight. There's too much attention during the day." With the intensity of Mao Kun's match, his foundation was damaged. Without proper care, the after effects on his body could be severe. His talent in martial arts was indeed exceptionally high. In the driver's seat, Jiang Fulai put on a Bluetooth headset, one hand lazily turning the steering wheel, guiding the car away from Bacter Street. The voice in the headset was Jiang Ziju's. "It's the Great Eternal Prosperity." Jiang Shijue had found the TV series in question. "I checked it out, the return on investment is good." "Are you?" Jiang Shijue hesitated. He really couldn't imagine the aloof young Master Jiang showing any interest in a TV drama. Nor could he envisage him investing in a drama to promote someone. But he didn't dare to ask aloud. "No need," said Jiang Fulai indifferently, anticipating Jiang Ziju's question, "just a normal investment." As for predetermined choices, completely unnecessary. If Yan Lu still didn't get the lead role after Bai Lian's intervention, then she wasn't suited for this line of work, and Jiang Fulai would advise her to switch careers early. His investment was to add luster to her, to give the drama solid support, to offer them the utmost help, not to create shortcuts for her. Of course, he didn't think Bai Lian would misjudge a person. Jiang Shijue, okay. Purish Street. Jiang Fulai parked the car, and he and Bai Lian got out together. The alley was already fitted with streetlights, not too bright, a soft yellow glow stretching their silhouettes long. "I'm going to see Zhang Xi's tomorrow." Jiang Fulai was probably a step behind her, his gaze on their shadows, his voice also sounding somewhat lazy. "You take a day off." "Ha." Bai Lian glanced at him. They had agreed to tutor Zhang Xi's every Sunday. This was the prison's way of accommodating Zhang Xi's as a high school senior. "He'll check his homework." Jiang Fulai tilted slightly, looking over at Bai Lian, raising an eyebrow. "Don't worry, I won't scold him." Chapter 257, 096 Bacter Street, a new king is born. _4 Bai Lian was somewhat incredulous. She tilted her head and looked at him with a pair of big eyes. "Let's go inside." Jiang Fulai stopped at the corner, looked toward the front yard, and slightly raised his right hand, somewhat like he was taking an oath. I really won't scold you. Only then did Bai Lian look away. It meant she believed him. It was 11 o'clock at night. Bai Lian changed into a black outfit and left the house with her homework. Backter Street's Qinglong Bar, oh. Inside, the lights twinkled, and smoke filled the air at the peak of its liveliness. After checking on Mao Kuan, who was sobbing on the bed, Bai Lian calmly returned to the bar, seated herself on a high stool, lazily flipped open a practice book with one hand, and absent-mindedly tapped the bar top with the other. Xiaoqi brought out a desk lamp, plugged it in for her, turned on the light, and had someone prepare a drink with the lowest alcohol content for her. The chaotic bar now had a strange corner, a girl with her hair loosely tied up, doing homework under a desk lamp that was entirely out of place in a bar. The production of solid element paste is low, Xiaoqi explained to Bai Lian, not because it's pricey, we sell it at a standard rate. The problem now is that the raw materials can't keep up. There are few people planting medicinal herbs, but after the news gets out that we're buying up a lot of them, many farmers will start planting these herbs again. Now there were few people cultivating medicinal herbs. Xiaoqi took some of the recouped funds and paid a deposit to a group of veteran farmers in Shangqing. He was sharp-witted and handled this matter well. Besides having artistic talent and business acumen, even Mao Kun's godfather said Mao Kun was lucky and wanted to relocate Xiaoqi under his wing to do big things. Just today, Xiaoqi had been taken out to see the world. But Xiaoqi didn't want to work for the big boss. Nearby, Xiaowu rubbed his arm and shivered. Just looking at little Mao gives me the shivers, he's so fierce. Xiaowu was particularly sensitive to pain, having been dumped at the orphanage due to his poor health. The kids in the orphanage didn't like him. Only Mao Kun was willing to take him in. Now, he cried and trained every day. Bai Lian listened and slowly flipped to the next page, when suddenly something came to mind. She looked at Xiaowu and Xiaoqi. Are you guys really not going back to school? I've almost self-taught everything I need, Xiaoqi responded softly and politely. He once wanted to attend school, but now school seemed pointless to him. Bai Lian observed Xiaoqi. Mao Kun had told her that Xiaoqi was very talented and used to love painting. But, sis, whereas Xiaowu only scratched his head, with his red hair, he was somewhat lost. My dream is just to be a street thug. He wasn't smart, nor did he have any advantages. He had decided to follow Mao Kun because he saw him as a powerful street thug. After understanding what a street thug was, Bai Lian, forget it, as long as you're happy. By the way, Xiaoqi handed an invitation to Bai Lian. This is Dongwu's invitation, inviting little Mao over. They say little Mao also has a teacher, so they've prepared one for you too. Bai Lian looked up, nodded her chin at her black backpack, put it in there. She was doing her homework and didn't have time to look. So Xiaoqi casually folded the invitation and tucked it inside. The next day. Early in the morning. At Su An's residence, grandmother Zu's video call came through. She had originally thought that Su An and that woman would have been eager to agree, but instead, Su An hadn't called for a whole day. To feign retreat, you must choose the right time. As soon as the video connected, grandmother Zu's gaze passed over Ji Mulan and settled on Su An, speaking dispassionately, don't overdo it. This implied that Bai Lian and Ji Mulan were insatiable and overly greedy. I can't handle this. Su An picked up his phone and stood by the window. Grandmother Su looked deeply at Su An, don't use such tactics on me. She ended the video call. She had someone track down Bai Lian's contact through Su An's secretary. As the head of the household, even Su An's assistant didn't dare to disobey, nervously obtaining Bai Lian's mobile number. Bai Lian's phone number was sent to grandmother Su very quickly. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for the other side to speak, grandmother Su began, I am Su An's mother. He's already told you everything, right? Come to Jiangjing within 3 days and change your surname. Bai Lian had just woken up not long ago. She leaned by the window, her left hand propped on the sill, her right hand holding the phone to her ear. Half in doubt that she had misheard, she asked, "Can you say that again?" Chapter 258, 097 Brother Jiang, "I'll take the fall if he's killed." Second update, _1 name change. What surname would she adopt? Did Su-En teach you to say that? With that tone, Mrs. Su laughed, assuredly saying, "Come to Jiangjing within 3 days and change your surname." Mrs. Su had never really looked into Ji Mulan's connection to Bai Lian. To her, it was unnecessary. But how much exposure could a high school student possibly have? It had to be Su-En who tipped her off ahead of time, going to great lengths for the sake of this mother and daughter. Mrs. Su felt a bit of physical revulsion. But after all, she was unwilling to give up the mighty support of the Yu family. "Do you think changing a surname isn't enough?" Mrs. Su spoke indifferently. "I can let you into the Su family registry, give you a Jiangjing residence permit. Is that sufficient?" What was this? Is your Su family the royal household? Bai Lian finally caught what Mrs. Su was saying, raising an eyebrow. What? Through the window, Bai Lian saw Lance enter the yard. She stood up straight, and while walking outside, said, "It seems not." "Then where do you get the courage to offer me entry into your family's registry?" Saying, Bai Lian stepped out the door, her tone unhurried. "Can your ancestors rest in peace with that decision?" She hung up the phone and took the opportunity to block the number. What nonsense. Yesterday, Bai Lian had to reschedule her acupuncture session to this morning because of her plans to watch a fight. Lance came over especially early today. He also brought them steamed buns and fried dough sticks, biting into a sticky rice cake. Tastes great. Lance's Mandarin was getting pretty good, but there were still some pronunciations he couldn't quite master. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Ji Heng with a dejected face, he asked with his not quite standard concern. Ji Heng, who had just finished reviewing his books not long ago, silently glanced at him. Without speaking. Quietly nibbling on a bun. Methodically, Bai Lian inserted a silver needle into Lance's head, her eyes downcast. "Talk less." Okay. Lance held up his left index finger and mimed zipping his mouth shut. In Xiangqing prison, Jiang Fulai arrived early. He sat sideways on the chair, resting his arm on the table, tapping his pale fingers against the tabletop sporadically. Less than 2 minutes passed when Zhang Xiais, wearing prisoner number 1108, came in with his head down, escorted to the opposite side. Jiang Fulai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Look up." Zhang Xiai silently raised his head, revealing 2 panda eyes and a bruised corner of his mouth. "Is this how you avoid letting them visit you?" Jiang Fulai's eyebrows twitched, each one of them. "You can't always be a worry for her." Zhang Xiai lowered his head again. His handcuffed fingers twined together. After finishing his labor in prison, he had to do homework, and at night while writing, a bald cellmate hit him, complaining his desk lamp was too bright and disturbed his sleep. Jiang Fulai just watched him, his face devoid of smiles, his tone freezing cold. "You didn't fight back." The words, "Don't you have hands?" were swallowed back harshly. "I heard he's the boss in here, and fighting might increase the sentence." Zhang Xiai's had 2 concerns. "The knife must be in your own hands, no matter who the other party is." Jiang Fulai paused, restraining himself from scolding. "If someone hits you, you hit them back. If they end up dead," Jiang Fulai leaned back and sneered, "I'll cover for you." Zhang Xiais looked up, his eyes wide as he stared at Jiang Fulai. He began to understand why Qi Lu was so worried about this man. "Do you know what a rear naked choke is?" Jiang Fulai glanced at him again. Zhang Xiai shook his head, puzzled. 20 minutes later. Jiang Fulai nonchalantly stood aside, watching Zhang Xiai sparring with a prison guard. Ding, his phone chimed once. It was Bai Lian. How is his learning coming along? The previous night, Bai Lian had sent Ning Xiao's and Tang Ming's review points to Zhang Xiai's over to Jiang Fulai, requesting him to teach Zhang Xiai's today. Jiang Fulai paused. He hadn't taught the other man as Bai Lian had envisaged. No matter. If worse comes to worst, when Bai Lian meets with Zhang Xiai's next week, he could take the initiative to berate Zhang Xiai's for being too stupid to learn anything in a week. Young Master Jiang thought indifferently and replied, "Instruction given. Student Bai." 1. Young Master Jiang put away his phone, his expression detached. As for what exactly was taught, who knows? It was only after Zhang Xiai's mastered the chokehold that the guard followed Jiang Fulai out. Should we move him to a different cell? Jiang Fulai shook his head. Remember to give him the medicine I brought over every day. You need to be tougher and somewhat intimidating to avoid being bullied. Bai Lian couldn't be expected to look after him forever. Jiang Fulai thought sourly. The guard escorted Jiang Fulai out and then checked the medicine he had left behind, a small round container labeled Imperial Revitalizing Plaster. Of course, neither Zhang Shi's mother nor Bai Lian had expected, starting from today, Zhang Xiai's would begin his journey as a big brother in prison. Bai Lian went to Jiang Fulai's place to pick up Jiang He for the library. Ming Dongheng and Chen Jingyu were both present. Jiang He hadn't woken up yet today, so Bai Lian went upstairs to wake him. With bleary eyes, he made his way to the bathroom, found his tiny tube of toothpaste and toothbrush on the small wash basin, and started brushing his teeth. "Brush your teeth well," Bai Lian said with her arms crossed as she stood by and watched for a while before reaching out and flicking his forehead. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Jiang He continued to brush his teeth mechanically. About a minute later, he finally put down his toothbrush, touched his forehead with his left hand, and looked bemusedly towards the door. Only now did he realize that Bai Lian had flicked his forehead just before. Downstairs, Ming Dongheng was talking to Director Qin on the sofa. Chen Jingyu had come early to visit Jiang Fulai. Of course, he was unaware of Jiang Fulai's whereabouts and felt a bit regretful after learning he was not there. "By the way, do you know?" Chen Jingyu looked at Ming Dongheng, who had a cold expression, and Director Qin, who was smiling very officially, and said, "Yushin managed to get a signed photo of Mr. Bai." Director Qin was taken aback. Ming Dongheng's eyes widened as he sat up straight. "Mr. Bai has signed photos. How did you know about that?" "Others might not know, but Yushin certainly does." Chen Jingyu glanced at Ming Dongheng and said with a smile, "You all know Yushin is from the Dongwu Club, and one of Yushin's seniors from Dongwu is No. 5 from the Bachter Street fighting arena, who had exchanged blows with Mr. Bai before and knows him." "What?" Ming Dongheng stared at Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu wanted to say more. From behind, he saw a white figure slowly descending the spiral staircase made of ancient wood. Was that the girl? What was she doing here? Chen Jingyu watched Bai Lian closely as she walked down, wearing a white pleated skirt with the hems opening up like yellow flower buds with every step, creating a picturesque trail. Her steps were somewhat heavy. Not like someone trained in martial arts with lightness. Very weak. Just a pretty face. Chen Jingyu frowned. Seeing Bai Lian coming downstairs, Ming Dongheng quickly poured the tea he had prepared for her. Director Qin also stood up to greet her. "Miss Bai." Bai Lian sat down on an empty sofa and nodded to Ming Dongheng. "Thank you." Ming Dongheng naturally put Bai Lian first in everything. There wasn't anything between him and Director Qin that needed to be kept from Bai Lian. After taking care of Bai Lian, he continued to ask Chen Jingyu, "Does Yushin have any more signed photos of Mr. Bai? I'd like to buy one." That matter, Chen Jingyu took his eyes off Bai Lian. "We can discuss it later. I'll ask Yushin for you." Clearly, he did not want to discuss the matter in front of Bai Lian. He only looked down and sent a message to Yu Hongyi. Something came back in response. Chen Jingyu glanced at Bai Lian, lowered his voice, and whispered into Ming Dongheng's ear, Yushin happens to be free right now. I can take you to her. At the same time, Jiang He quickly finished changing and came downstairs with his small Bai Lian backpack. When Bai Lian saw him come down, she took his backpack, then Jiang He picked up a bun and a bottle of milk from the table and left with Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng picked up the car keys and stood up, following them. Where are you going? Chen Jingyu sat still and looked puzzledly at Ming Dongheng walking out the door. His thick brows and eyes showed some confusion. Ming Dongheng was cool, the library. In the midst of speaking, he walked out. He's taking Miss Bai to the library, Director Chen said leisurely, setting down his teacup and explaining blandly to Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu was quite astonished, he's taking her to the library. He took out his phone to call Ming Dongheng. What are you doing? Director Chen stood up, surprised. He might not have heard that Yushin is available, Chen Jingyu explained, I'll tell him again. He didn't think that Ming Dongheng, upon hearing this, would still go to drop her off. It could only mean he hadn't heard. Director Chen glanced at him, I heard it, how could he have not? Bring him to meet Yushin next time when he's free, today he is supposed to chauffeur Miss Bai. Finished speaking, he walked out with his hands behind his back. Today was Sunday. He had arranged to go fishing with Ji Heng and Dr. Lance, and they would cook fish head hot pot in Ji Heng's yard in the evening. In the car, Bai Lian leaned back lazily against the seat and opened up her reading comprehension material. Jiang He sat inside, slowly munching on his bun. Director Chen smiled and blocked Ming Dongheng's car, sitting in the passenger seat under Ming Dongheng's murderous gaze. Mr. Ming, I just happened to be going to the library area. There's a fishing store there, and Uncle Ji told me to pick out some fishing gear for Dr. Lance. Humph, Ming Dongheng snorted coldly. The car entered the main road. Director Chen then spoke seriously, Mr. Ming, Chen Jingyu has Yushin's recommendation this year, with her and that Tongpa, he's certain to get into Dongwu Club, what's your situation now? Once he's in, that will be a great threat to Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was likely to be moved away from Jiang Fulai. Both their moods visibly sunk. Not enough yet, at least not until next year, Ming Dongheng pursed his lips, his eyes revealing his worry. Behind them, Bai Lian, who had heard about Dongwu Club more than once and witnessed Ming Dongheng's defensive posture, didn't understand and decided to ask. Her question was a bit slow and puzzled, isn't that, Xianming? Is it really that hard to get into Dongwu? Chapter 259, 098 Hacks for Yen Lu, Business Trip Zhang Dad Returns. _1 this. Ming Dongheng instantly fell silent. Director Chen didn't practice serious martial arts, but he also knew about the Dongwu Club. Miss Bai, he pondered for a moment, then explained to Bai Lian, the Dongwu Club only recruits experts from each field. Initially, it was just a small-scale domestic circle, and it wasn't so strict. But now it has expanded worldwide, and joining means you're at the pinnacle of your field, although getting in is as hard as reaching the heavens. To put it this way, as far as I know, in the past 2 years within the country, only God you received an invitation last year. Her signature move is the spear. When a club expands globally, it means that the threshold is extraordinarily high. Due to joining the Dongwu Club and becoming an ordinary member, Yu Hongyi's status in Jiangjing rose along with the tide, and the Yu family transformed from an insignificant clan. Ming Dongheng merged onto the main road. While Director Chen spoke, he just nodded, indicating agreement. What style do you practice? Bai Lian asked, her ears filled with English, which didn't interfere with her conversation with Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng, boxing. What he learned was the genuine boxing art. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, her fingertips lightly tapping on the screen of her phone, and after a moment of thought she said, "Then you haven't mastered it yet. To master boxing, one must reach inner nourishment of the self, peacefulness, and emptiness." Bai Lian remembered the invitation Xiaoqi gave her last night. She hadn't looked at it after returning home and wondered if it was the one Ming Dongheng and the others were talking about. She would check it out after returning home in the evening. The car gradually approached the library. Bai Lian took Jiang He to the second floor, where Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were already doing their homework, sitting up straight. Seeing that Bai Lian came alone, the two simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lian, Tang Ming leaned back in his chair, relaxed, asking about the notes he and Ning Xiao had made. "How's the good student doing with his learning? Is this pace okay?" "Not too bad," Bai Lian said unhurriedly as she placed her books on the table, then instructed Jiang He to help her get 2 books from the shelf behind her. "Next week you'll go and check his progress." Tang Ming and Ning Xiao both had great faith in what they had put together. He should be able to learn well. He shouldn't be that dumb. Jiang He slowly brought the books Bai Lian asked for. Bai Lian opened the milk for him, inserted the straw for him to drink, then patted his head with a sigh. She said nothing, but Tang Ming across from her spoke meaningfully. "Little brother Xiaohan needs to drink more milk to grow taller." Jiang He finished the milk in one gulp and glanced at the book in Tang Ming's hands. Then he slowly took out his own book to read. Tang Ming subconsciously glanced at the book Jiang He was reading, Everything in Pairs, Tang Ming. Ning Xiao shot Tang Ming a look, not saying anything, but the look probably meant, "Why did you have to make that unnecessary remark?" Bai Lian didn't start on the problems right away but pulled out a blank sheet of paper. She wrote on it neatly and properly. After she finished writing, there were 2 unread messages on her phone. Bai Lian glanced at them. They were sent by Pu Xiaohan. "Is it here?" Bai Lian opened the attached image on the street outside the Calligraphy Association. After several bus routes were connected, there were already some entrepreneurs planning to open malls and supermarkets here. Originally, this place was part of the old city area, with 7 or 8 mile-long alleys full of old houses, similar to near the city gates. Pu Xiaohan immediately spotted an old man sitting on a carrying pole at the roadside, holding strings, performing the play, "The Great Sage Defeats the White Bone Demon," for a crowd of fascinated children. His fingers were as thin as kindling, and his skin was wrinkled, resembling tree bark. But the puppets came to life under his control. "Grandpa," Pu Xiaohan knelt with her phone in front of him, earnestly watching his performance of the great sage, then politely asked, "May I film a video of you?" "What video?" The elderly man looked up, revealing a withered face with very cloudy eyes. Pu Xiaohan thought for a bit. "My classmate said you're very skilled, and am a blogger. I want to shoot a video of you and share it online so more people can see you." The old man was taken aback. "Me?" Pu Xiaohan nodded at him. "But," the old man hesitated, "would people like to watch an old man like me? He couldn't even find anyone to take as an apprentice now. How could no one like it?" Pu Xiaohan patted the nearby kids. "Kids, do you think Grandpa's great sage is good to watch?" "It's good." The children chimed in unison. Pu Xiaohan smiled and took out her phone. "Grandpa, they'll start by recording your puppet show. If it's convenient, could I visit your home afterward to record a bit of your daily life?" Chapter 260, 098 Hacks for Yan Lu, Business Trip. Zhang Dad returns. _2 Pu Xiaohan promised to record his puppet show and to upload it online for more people to see. The old man promptly stood up from his shoulder pole. He took out his signature skill from behind and performed a puppet calligraphy for Pu Xiaohan, where the strings he lifted were soft, yet he managed to make the puppet write with the force that seemed to penetrate the wood. This was true skill. Pu Xiaohan had a real talent for video shooting. She chose various angles, filmed the puppet writing, the great sage, and eventually followed the old gentleman to his home. The old gentleman's house was not far from there. As they walked and chatted along the way, Pu Xiaohan learned that the old man's last name was Tao. It was just one room, neatly arranged with all kinds of puppets. "Do you live alone?" Pu Xiaohan looked around and didn't see any signs of other people's lives. The old man twisted a cigarette, nodded his head. "My grandson is afraid of these. My son told me to throw them away, but I couldn't bear to, so I moved here to live alone." Pu Xiaohan held up her phone, gave a brief shot of the scene. "Grandpa Tao, I will come to see you again next week to film some additional scenes." Grandpa Tao was all smiles. "Okay." He went back to the side of his bed and took out a box of milk that had been stored for a long time for Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan took the milk and left. She opened her video account. She hadn't updated in a few days, but thanks to the last edit, the number of followers kept growing, reaching 5.6 million. Her edited videos were of high quality, but lacked some sci-fi technology. She would habitually open Jian Zongyi's chat box. "Today. One bowl, one meal, no." Pu Xiaohan looked at their increasingly concise conversation and felt that one day she would inevitably become like Bai Lian. Evening. Bai Lian took Jiang He on the bus to the Zhang family. In the Zhang family's backyard, Yan Lu was still holding a long spear. This was what Bai Lian told her. Even if it was just for show, she had to learn to hold and steady the spear. "She practices until 12 o'clock every night," Zhang Mam said as she watched Yan Lu's figure, talking to Bai Lian, "gets up before 6 in the morning to make breakfast, then stands here with the spear." Yan Lu was practicing with the spear while her sister, Xan, was out looking for opportunities and auditions for her. Bai Lian observed Yan Lu's erect posture. The way she held the spear was no longer as gentle as before, and nodded in approval. In less than a week, Yan Lu already looked somewhat like someone who knew how to handle a spear. Yan Lu was preparing for a performance. She didn't need to learn to the extent of a grandmaster, but even as a stage prop, a certain level of proficiency was required. "Take a rest," Bai Lian handed a towel to Yan Lu. Yan Lu's lazy long hair was tied at the back of her head with a rubber band, and now she lived her life with earnest, "Thanks." Jiang He sat on the steps, holding washed grapes given to him by Zhang Ma. He ate while looking up at the two. "This," Bai Lian handed a piece of paper to Yan Lu, "take a look." Yan Lu wiped off the sweat, put away the towel, and looked down at the paper Bai Lian had given her. Upon receiving the paper, Yan Lu was stunned. It was information about the customs and etiquette of the Great Yong dynasty, all recorded in history books, but not much covered in commercially available books. During her breaks from spear practice, Yan Lu would read up on the subject. After all, to act, one must understand the life of the character, especially since she was auditioning for a historical drama. But none were as comprehensive as the material Bai Lian had given her. Densely written with details of daily life, social etiquette. Even character analysis and brief biographies of the Bai family people, she had written it all so thoroughly. How much reading and research had she done to write with such detail? Yan Lu pursed her lips. She didn't know how to thank Bai Lian. As she asked Bai Lian was sneakily stealing grapes from Jiang He. "How much research?" "It was just something done in passing." "Ah," said Bai Lian nonchalantly. After finishing a grape, she turned back calmly, her stature tall. "I used to study literature and took an interest in this historical period, so I did some extra research," she went on and on. Yan Lu was spun around until she was dizzy, and in the end, she could only focus on Bai Lian's face. "Emichim, right?" Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. The lazy and beautiful girl was quite enchanting. "Go and hold the gun." Yan Lu picked up the long gun, and as she held it again, more and more things seemed off. Someone knocked on the back door. While opening the Jiangjing University's app, Bai Lian went to answer the door. Outside stood a tall and imposing middle-aged man. His eyebrows were thick and neat, his eyes bright and piercing. Seeing Bai Lian, he grinned broadly, radiating friendliness. Bai Lian, are you here to play with our Xiaozi? This was Zhang Dad. Because Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Wing Qi, and Zhang Xi's often hung out together, Zhang Mom and Zhang Dad were very familiar with Zhang Shi's classmates. As he spoke, he walked inside. Hey, Xiaolu! Zhang Dad exclaimed with surprise when he saw Yan Lu. When did you get back to Xiangqing? Upon seeing Zhang Dad, Yan Lu put down the gun, her voice somewhat choked up. Uncle. Xiaolu, what's the matter, child? Both Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom couldn't bear to see children cry, especially this one whom they had watched grow up from a small age. Don't cry, don't cry. He walked over and patted Yan Lu's shoulder. Inside the house, Zhang Mom heard voices and came in with a dishcloth. After Zhang Shi's verdict had come out, Zhang Mom had been very proactive, and now that she saw Zhang Dad had returned, she couldn't help herself. Weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow? Every time Zhang Dad went out, he would give her a return date. He would usually come back on time, occasionally a few days late, but he would let Zhang Mom know in advance. Zhang Mom wouldn't disturb him while he was on business trips. I completed the task early. Seeing the condition of the two, Zhang Dad's heart sank, and his expression turned serious. What happened? Where's Xiaozi? He realized something was amiss. Seeing Zhang Dad return, Bai Lian didn't interrupt the family's conversation and motioned for Jiang He to come over. They said goodbye to the Zhang family. Jiang He got up from the ground, walked over to Bai Lian, and held on to the corner of her white dress. Zhang Mom wanted to keep Bai Lian over for dinner, but Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, politely declining. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom watched Bai Lian and Jiang He's retreating figures. Zhang Dad took another look at Jiang He, feeling a hint of familiarity, but it was his first time meeting Jiang He, though now was not the time to discuss this. He closed the back door and said gravely, "What on earth happened?" "Thank goodness for Attorney Qi Lu, Alien, and Mr. Jiang." Zhang Mom dried the corners of her eyes. "Now it's all been taken care of." Half an hour later, Zhang Dad had finally heard the whole story from Zhang Mom and Yan Lu. "Uncle, it's my fault." Zhang Dad pulled out a cigarette, his face grave. "I promised your father I would look after you, but I failed to do so. That scoundrel did it for me. Xiaolu, you must forgive your uncle." Yan Lu's eyes brimmed with tears, but she just shook her head without speaking. Zhang Dad smoked his cigarette and stood up. "You two stay home. I'm going to check on that kid." He left quickly. Yan Lu and Zhang Mom were too slow to react. "Xiaolu," Zhang Mom glanced at Yan Lu, "don't we need to make an appointment first? Uncle must be going to have a look outside." Yan Lu handed Zhang Mom a piece of paper, her gaze also drifting towards the door. Xiangqing Prison. In the west of the city. A concrete road leads straight to the prison entrance, desolate and uninhabited. Zhang Dad drove the car to the gate and parked before getting out. The towering iron gate opened from the inside, and two people came out, with the leading man hurrying towards Zhang Dad. "Mr. Zhang, we've arranged everything." "Emichim." Zhang Dad's face lacked his usual warm smile, stern as he entered. The two men ushered him into a small room. Once the door closed, a prison guard turned to the man beside him, wiping sweat from his brow. "Boss, what's going on? Who have we actually locked up?" Chapter 261, The 099 Ultimate Final Move. Bug Vine, Part 2. This morning, first came a person with top-secret clearance to see prisoner 1108. As soon as this person arrived, the young prison guard felt like the entire prison was under the aim of a sniper rifle. If something, even a small mistake, had happened to that Mr. Jiang, he didn't doubt that this place would be razed to the ground. Now, in the evening, another superior came for an investigation. I don't know, it's the superior's order. The warden retracted his gaze and walked out, but those who gave him the orders were from the security bureau. Inside the room, Zhang Shi's eyes widened as he looked at the man in front of him. Dad? How did you get here? Zhang's dad looked at his face. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and sneered. I just got back from a business trip and heard you were locked up. Zhang Shi's, 1 year. Zhang's dad sat across from Zhang Shi's, looked at him. You have indeed encountered a benefactor. Otherwise, you'd be looking at no less than 10 years. Hee hee. Zhang Shi's chuckled. The two of them didn't talk much, again falling silent for a few minutes before Zhang's dad asked, do you want to change rooms? He was referring to the injuries on Zhang Shi's face. Zhang Shi shook his head. No need, brother Jiang taught me a few moves. Even though he was still wearing handcuffs, he demonstrated to his dad. Dad, when you go back, don't tell Mom, Zhang Shi instructed his dad, asking him not to tell them about his injuries. Do you think you have to tell me? Also, Zhang Shi hadn't seen his dad for a long time, and had much to say. While I'm not home, argue less with Mom, don't make her angry. Zhang's dad, is it not you who makes her angry? Did you hear me? Zhang Shi pleaded earnestly. She always forgets to trim the flowering branches. Remember to do it for her, and for Sister Yen, make sure Mom prepares an iris for her every day. You can't do it yourself. Got it. The visiting time passed quickly, and Zhang's dad watched as Zhang Shi was taken away, waiting until he vanished from sight before his feigned relaxed expression disappeared. The whole person became very silent. Leaving the prison, he took out another phone, turned it on. It had none of the extraneous apps, not even the basic ones like calls or messages. It only had one communication app, and there was one unread message showing on it. On Ji Hing's end. When Bai Lian and Jiang he returned, Lance was shouting in the yard. Jade! Today, for fishing, he had specifically worn slightly tighter flowered trousers and topped it with a matching floral hat. Director Chen quickly caught the fish that jumped out of Lance's hands. Dr. Lance, leave it to me, it's okay, no worries. He casually grabbed the fish and dispatched it with one swift cut. Clean and efficient. Lance admired. Wow, slice it up. Ji Hing didn't pay attention to the commotion outside. He was in the kitchen, frying the base ingredients for the fish head hot pot. Miss Bai, Director Chen looked up to see Bai Lian, showing off his catch. Look, I caught this one. Bai Lian looked down. Director Chen had been back for quite a while now, and the fish he caught was still hanging at his waist, not yet taken down. Bai Lian, don't understand, but respect. She had reason to suspect that these three had circled Purist Street several times in the afternoon. Jiang he squatted very naturally next to Director Chen, watching him prepare the fish. Bai Lian went back to her room and flipped out the invitation Xiaoqi had given her the night before. The black and gold invitation read Dongwu Club, in embossed gold lettering on the cover. She looked at it twice and checked with Xiaoqi to confirm if this was the Dongwu Ming Dongheng and others had mentioned. Xiaoqi didn't understand these things and had to ask others before confirming with Bai Lian. Bai Lian, can it be given to someone else? She asked very sincerely. Meanwhile, an administrator at Dongwu Club received this message and was bewildered. What is Mr. Bai's teacher asking? Whether it can be transferred. Administrator, that's not possible. It was the first time he faced such a request. Xiaoqi forwarded Dongwu Club's response to Bai Lian. Alright then. Xiaoqi, sis, their manager asked if they can add you. Bai Lian, 1, getting ready to ascend for Ming Dongheng. Xiaoqi pushed Bai Lian's avatar over. The person from Dongwu Club received the recommended contact card and perked up. It was an avatar of an ancient, heavy-looking city tower. This avatar, at a glance, belonged to a highly respected teacher. At Su-An's residence, the assistant found an opportunity to report the old lattice issue to Su-An. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Upon hearing that the old lady had called Bai Lian, Su-An was startled. Chapter 262, The 099 Ultimate Final Move. Bug Vine, Part 2_2 He abruptly stood up and walked out. While leaving, he ordered, "Prepare the car, we're going to the Ji family." Ji Mulan was downstairs reading a financial magazine when she heard the noise. Standing up in surprise, she asked, "Going where?" "To see your dad." Su-An looked at Ji Mulan. "I need to talk to Alien in person." The Ji family lived on Purist Street. Despite being back for so long, Ji Mulan had never taken Su-An to visit, as that part of the road was too old, and both the alleyways and houses were extremely outdated. Su-An had mentioned a few times that he wanted to visit Jiheng, but she didn't really want to take Su-An there. "It's so late now." Ji Mulan closed the financial magazine, very slowly suggesting, "Why don't you call my dad about whatever it is, and we can arrange to meet him tomorrow and talk then." What she said made sense. Su-An calmed down, realizing it was his first visit and he hadn't prepared any gifts yet. A sudden visit wouldn't be very polite. He turned back and instructed his assistant to prepare gifts. Then he took out his phone and called Bai Lian. The second the call connected, Su-An seemed to come back to life. Thank goodness. Bai Lian hadn't blocked him. Su-An fairly understood that she had blocked Ji Mulan. "I've already declined on your behalf. I didn't expect the old lady to check your phone. I know this must have caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry." "I'll explain things to the old lady clearly." Su-An returned upstairs, full of apologies. Bai Lian was elegantly nibbling on a fish head. Sitting on a chair, her tone was very light and breezy. "It's fine." After ending the call, Su-An finally breathed a sigh of relief. His assistant was also very apologetic. "From now on, inform me about these matters first," Su-An said gravely. "I might be busy lately, but I still have time for this. If you can't handle such a small matter, I don't mind finding someone else." The assistant's heart sank. He gained a new understanding of Bai Lian's importance in Su-An's heart. "Mr. Su, there's another thing," the assistant remembered. "Old Master Ren has invited you." After being suspended for 15 days, Ren Qian was under investigation. Once a person is investigated, many trivial issues come to light. Although his position hadn't changed, his secretary had been dismissed. His personal credibility in Xiangqing had been greatly affected. Therefore, he was desperately trying to pull strings. Ren Qian had no way to contact Director Qin, not to mention meeting the legendary Master Qin, though Su-An had been in Xiangqing for quite a while. Unable to find Master Qin, Ren Qian turned to Su-An, who had come from Jiangjing. Su-An was now a major investor in Xiangqing, with tourism and hotel development in the area depending on him. "I don't have time recently," Su-An waved his hand. "Go and buy some tobacco. I remember Mr. Ji likes to smoke. I'll visit Alien at Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School tomorrow." The assistant understood. A week later. Saturday morning. Location, Xiangqing Prison. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian with his head slightly lowered. His cold and clear profile radiated a chill allure. Casually glancing at Zhang Xiai's opposite him, he said, "See, how is it you still haven't learned after a week?" He was dressed in a simple overcoat. Even without doing anything, the innate nobility ingrained in his bones was extraordinarily evident. Before Bai Lian could scold Zhang Xiai's, he had already started to aggravate the situation. Zhang Xiai's opened his mouth, his face pained as he looked at Jiang Fulai. But the problem was. Jiang Fulai decisively said, "See, he's even glowering at me." Zhang Xiai's, Bai Lian looked up, still holding a pen in her right hand. She seriously addressed him, "You don't actually want to wait for Qi Lu to appeal another day, do you? Qi Lu can really make it happen. If not during a cake explosion, then in the midst of cake abnormality." Zhang Xi's, he had a woeful expression on his face. Beside Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai stood tall and dignified, giving Zhang Xi's a slight smile, gracious and dignified. They had been explaining a topic to Zhang Xi's for an hour. Mainly it was Bai Lian who spoke. Outside, waiting to meet Zhang Xi's were his parents and Yan Lu. Bai Lian was dressed in a white shirt with a cyan cross-collared tie-shirt over it. The hem of the white shirt underneath protruded slightly, and the collar and neckline were embroidered with flowers transitioning from stone green to bright green. As the door opened, the hem and cuffs fluttered in the wind. The cool palette of clothing, devoid of some laziness, added a sense of crispness. If Sister Axian were here, she would again covet Bai Lian internally. "When is your screen test?" As Bai Lian passed by Yan Lu, she remembered the matter of Yan Lu's screen test. The crew of Great Yong had already arrived early in Xiangqing, with some scenes to be shot on location there. The Xiangqing building had recently become a filming site. Yan Lu stopped, next Wednesday. Bai Lian estimated the time. This week she had been focusing on Yan Lu's spear training, walking postures, various etiquettes. Yan Lu already had the ambience of the Great Yong era. Chapter 263, The 099 Ultimate Final Move. Bug Vine, Part 2, _3, alright, Bai Lian said nonchalantly, "I'll come to you tonight and teach you the last trick." "Thank you." Yan Lu looked at Bai Lian very earnestly. While they were talking, Jiang Fulai was standing at the entrance waiting for Bai Lian. He had one hand holding car keys and the other in his trench coat pocket, backlighting him and making his figure blurred and indifferent. "Why are you always looking at Mr. Jiang?" Zhang's mother nudged Zhang's father. Zhang's father came to his senses. "How much money do we have in the family? Let's hurry up and buy a couple more apartments in Xiangqing," he suddenly said. Zhang's mother, Wednesday. Yan Lu auditioned for the lead female role in Great Yong. The audition was held in a residential area by the city gate of Xiangqing. There were quite a few celebrities rushing to Xiangqing these days, and with various leaks online, Xiangqing had a minor surge of fame on the internet. Yan Lu was number 32. When Bai Lian arrived, it still wasn't her turn. There were still about a dozen artists waiting for the interview in the yard. Miss Bai, Sister Axian tried to relax Yan Lu and was very surprised to see Bai Lian coming over. Bai Lian leisurely took out a black face mask and put it on, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. She was still wearing a school uniform, and some people's presence is undeniable even with a mask. Being tall, she was quite noticeable among the group. Many couldn't help but size her up. In a school uniform and unrecognized, she must be a newcomer. The entertainment industry is realistic, people who are not famous often get ignored. They quickly averted their eyes. Bai Lian didn't care about the looks of others, listening to vocabulary on her headphones while opening her phone. "Teacher Jiang, how much longer for her?" Bai Lian had left him outside in the car, mainly because she wasn't sure if the auditions could proceed normally if he came in. She leisurely replied, 3 more ahead. Teacher Jiang, as the biggest investor, oh. Another nanny van stopped outside the courtyard. The car door opened automatically, and everyone looked that way. A tall girl in a purple and white cardigan appeared, wearing sunglasses and a black cap, exposing only her chin and slightly red lips. "Ah, Teacher Man Shi. Teacher Man Shi is here." The previously languid artists perked up, one by one greeting Man Shi as she came closer. Man Shi had a hit with a fantasy series at the beginning of the year. She had already become a top female star. Now as the leading lady of Time Entertainment, all the company's resources revolved around Man Shi, with her fans spread all over the country, and she was showing signs of becoming a top-tier celebrity. If she could secure the lead female role in Great Yong this time, as long as Man Zai's acting wasn't poor, becoming a top-tier celebrity was within reach. After all, the role of Miss Bai she would be playing is already top-tier in history circles. As long as she performs well, with the fans' filter for Miss Bai, it might secure Man Zai's career for life. Sorry, Man Shi is in a rush, Man Zai's agent and assistant, smiling, shielded her from others. We have to hurry back to Beijing after the audition to join the recording of Perfect Day. Perfect Day, the hottest variety show at the moment. Worthy of being Time Entertainment's leading lady. Man Shi and her agent didn't even glance at Yan Lu and the others, they didn't stop for a second. Hey, you've arrived, the assistant director personally came out to greet them, chuckling, we've been waiting for you. We were just praising to the director how well Man Shi has practiced with the spear, go show him, after the group went inside. No wonder it's Man Shi, even the assistant director personally came out to receive her. She even practiced the long spear, this time the female lead is definitely hers, the others discussed in low voices. Bai Lian finally looked up, puzzled as she looked toward Sister Xan, she doesn't cue. Sister Xan hadn't had the chance to speak when from the side, a young man glanced at Bai Lian, does a top actress like Man Shi need to cue? Yan Lu, Bai Lian clenched her phone, and spoke to her slowly and deliberately, if you can't even surpass her, I will have Qi Lu sue you. Yan Lu, after Man Shi went in, she didn't come out for 20 minutes. Sister Zin's expression wasn't great either. Normally actors would be out in less than 5 minutes. Staying this long, the directorial team must be very satisfied with Man Shi. Nearly half an hour. Only then did Man Shi come out, and the person escorting her was not only the assistant director but also the director. The group left amidst laughter and conversation. The expressions on the faces of the few female artists waiting outside were very unpleasant. Most of them had been waiting since the morning, and in the morning there were also 2 top female artists, even including a best actress, but the director had not personally escorted them out. The Great Yong directorial team was really very satisfied with Man Shi. As Man Shi passed Yan Lu, she glanced at her from the corner of her eye, and her gaze lingered on Bai Lian's face for less than half a second before withdrawing indifferently and getting back into her car. The directorial team escorted Man Shi to the car. The assistant director, looking at the few remaining female artists, suddenly asked, do we still need screen tests? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the artists awaiting their screen tests changed. Sister Xan couldn't help but tightly grasp Yan Lu's collar. The director didn't seem to want to continue, but after some thought, he casually waved, continue watching. But with Man Zai's especially stunning performance earlier, they didn't look forward to the following auditions. After the next 3 actresses went in for their screen tests, they all came out in less than 3 minutes. Until Yan Lu went in. The director didn't speak, and the assistant director casually waved, just sit at that table and brew a pot of tea. Yan Lu looked at the only table there, with a teapot and cups on it. All her movements had been guided by Bai Lian, and for the past 2 weeks her daily life had revolved around mimicking Great Yong. She picked up the tea grinder, her movements skillfully crushing the tea leaves. Clean and sharp. The assistant director, who had been casually watching, suddenly sat up straight upon seeing her movements. He and the director exchanged glances, surprise and admiration were both evident in their eyes. By the time Yan Lu finished performing, the director's expression had turned serious. He looked at Yan Lu curiously, have you studied Great Yong culture? Yan Lu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, I've been studying it recently. The director carefully watched her, and in Yan Lu's every gesture there was an ancient charm. He nodded to himself in approval, then felt a sense of regret. Yan Lu's manners were better than Man Zai's. Had it not been for Man Shi, he would certainly have chosen Yan Lu for the female lead. Unfortunately, Man Xi's spearplay had made a deeper impression. Their production team wanted to stick closely to history, and if the spear was not wielded well, the audience would certainly not be convinced. If only these two could combine their strengths. Thinking this, the director sighed. He casually asked, "Do you know how to use the spear?" He was not hopeful. Nowadays, the young generation of actors in the entertainment industry had no Dan actresses skilled in martial roles, and most didn't even know basic stage movements, unable to bear even the slightest hardship. During so many auditions, he had asked everyone the same question, and only Man Shi had handled the spear well. "I do." "What?" The director and the assistant director sharply looked up, exchanging glances before staring intently at Yan Lu. The assistant director asked, "What spear technique do you know? Do you know how to thrust straight ahead?" Yan Lu's thoughts went back to the evening after she had finished watching Zhang Xiai's. Bai Lian came to the Zhang family to find her. The other party was dressed in green clothes and a white skirt, her profile bathed in the glow of sunset, her eyes sharper than Yan Lu had ever seen. She held a long spear in her hand, her eyebrows like frost, languid yet casual. Everyone knows that the Bai family army was most famous for their returning horse spear because in the end, when the Bai family army had no reinforcements, the returning horse spear was a move to turn defeat into victory. Every one of them knew it. "So, Yan Lu, today I'll teach you the final technique." Yan Lu looked up, her gaze firm as she spoke word by word to the director and the assistant director. Returning horse spear. Chapter 264, 100 Versailles. Yan Lu, exclusively favors _1. Nowadays, few people truly study the heritage of our ancestors. Let alone spear techniques, they can't even lift the longer weapons. Being able to wield a long spear is considered a skill. And the Bai family's army is most famous for its charging spear technique, not to mention actors. Even the martial arts directors of Great Yong can't properly use the charging spear unless they go to traditional schools to find those old folk artists. If the casting isn't done well, not only will the audience not buy it, but it will also affect the overall quality of the show. They are not filming a web series, but a proper traditional drama. What they need is a Bai Shengjuan that fits more closely with history, not one that relies solely on stunt doubles. Man Shi, who can act decently and also handle a spear, thus became the director's first choice. But no one expected Yan Lu could wield a charging spear. "Where's the long spear?" After the director paused for a moment, he immediately instructed the crew, "Give her the long spear." There weren't many people left at the audition. Aside from Man Shi, nobody had specifically learned the long spear, and the crew had already put the spear away. Now, they hastily brought out the long spear. The spear used for the audition on set was brown and longer than the spear Yan Lu was accustomed to, yet a bit lighter. She reached out to grasp the shaft of the spear, closed her eyes slightly, and remembered the teachings of Bai Lian that day. And her practice over the past nearly 20 days. Just by holding it, the director and everyone on set felt something subtle. The modern circular hall seemed to recede at an accelerated pace. The wooden floor tiles beneath their feet gradually got covered by sand, and the surrounding walls turned into thousands of soldiers and horses, into towering lush mountains. Yan Lu lifted her head, her eyes suddenly snapping open. With her left hand supporting the spear and the right hand gripping it, she flipped her wrist upwards and pushed down with her left hand to thrust the spear. The flexibility of the spear transmitted the force from the base to the tip, and everyone on set could see the front half of the spear vibrantly shaking. The director and assistant director, who had the clearest view, stood up straight from their benches, eyes fixed on the quivering long spear, with only Yan Lu and her spear in their sights. But that wasn't all. Yan Lu stamped the ground and turned her stride, as Bai Lian once said that her martial arts weren't orthodox, so she could rely on technique without needing a very strong physical condition. Her right hand was still at 1/3 of the spear's length. With her left hand pressing down on the butt, she combined the force of her waist with her horse stance before the vibrations of the spear had ceased, and fiercely reversed the direction of the spear to thrust backwards. Her body hadn't turned, but a hint of cold light arrived first. The tip of the spear, adorned with a 10-centimeter-long red tassel, fluttered slightly with the tremble of the shaft. In the audition hall, there was no other sound, just a shadow cast on the wall, holding a long spear, the silhouette as if blended into the wall itself, harmonizing with Xiangqing into a picturesque scene. Yan Lu's eyes were fixed on the tassel. She breathed slightly hard, her cheeks flushed, and the intensity in her eyes slowly receded. Gradually withdrawing the spear, she calmed her state and looked up at the director with her lips pursed, expressionless. "I haven't mastered it yet. This is all I have for now." The director and the others finally came back to their senses. If they thought she was very good, her performance excellent, then for Yan Lu's charging spear, they could only describe it with 2 words: astonishing. Because everyone present would think of those lines, dressed in bright armor and riding spiritedly as a youth, a woman who never admitted defeat to men, iron armor and a charging spear with a flowing pennant. Ah! The director looked at Yan Lu's expressionless face, momentarily unsure if she was being modest or joking. "Not mastered yet? This is called not mastered." Far from it, Yan Lu was clear about her goal, to fully learn everything Bai Lian had taught her. "Director Wan, I will work hard and study diligently." She had held the spear for 20 days, each practice focusing on steady aim. Although not perfect, she had gained some insights. Every move Bai Lian made was a feint and changed constantly. Each spear thrust created a breeze, and when exerting force, she stood as firm as a stake, combining strength and skill. The more she learned, the more Yan Lu understood that she was merely scratching the surface of the art. Her moves, compared to Bai Lian's, were essentially for show. Faced with her, Bai Lian wouldn't even need to move. The vibrating long spear could directly knock her weapon away. Director Wan Chushan had directed many martial arts TV dramas, and he had only seen this level of performance in those action actors with real skills. The younger generation were mostly idols, and someone with real martial arts skills like Yan Lu was virtually unseen. Seeing Yan Lu like this, as if she still needed to study hard, wasn't she, aiming to become a grandmaster? That was what he thought, but Wan Chushan straightened his expression and carefully observed Yan Lu. From the moment she walked in, her movements had naturally carried a bit of a great Yong temperament. She wasn't short either. 169. Chapter 265, 100 Versailles. Yan Lu, uniquely favoring _2 her appearance deviated somewhat from historical records, but Yan Lu, upon closer inspection, noticed the black arched brows, red lips, and eyes that resembled willow leaves. Her features exuded a bold and beguiling charm. Most importantly, she had a resolute and unyielding temperament. Apart from slightly curly hair, everything else was very much to Wan Kaishan's liking. Wan Chushan picked up Yan Lu's profile, number 32. Yan Lu, 23 years old, entered the industry 4 years ago, with almost no acting experience. Yan Lu, Wan Chushan asked her a few detailed questions, including about enduring hardship and using stunt doubles, before finally saying, "Go back and wait for the news." He had Yan Lu step out without calling the next person in. Instead, he gazed at Yan Lu's profile while asking the assistant director and producer, "What do you say?" The assistant director looked at Yan Lu's profile without saying a word. "For the role, Yan Lu is closer." The producer hesitated, but Yan Lu has no fan base. Yan Lu was pretty much a newcomer, also carrying some scandals with her. She, a popular top-tier actress. The producer was pragmatic. Who would watch the film without star power? Star power. The director glanced at the producer, but it is great Yong. The producer was taken aback. It was great Yong, where each character, Chen Yi, Emperor Jiang Wu, Bai Xiangjuan, Liang Zuan, Each and every one of them brought their own fan base. Outside. Yan Lu had been inside for 20 minutes before she came out, and after she did, the director did not call the next person in. As soon as she emerged, the remaining people in the room cast vague glances her way. Aside from Man Shi, Yan Lu was the second person to have auditioned for such a long duration. How did it go? Xinjie hurriedly approached to ask. Yan Lu didn't speak, only looking towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian leaned against the wall, lazily working on her phone, and only when she heard Yan Lu had come out did she calmly turn her head, her face mask hugging her contour perfectly, leaving only her dark almond-shaped eyes visible. She didn't speak, merely tilting her eyebrows at Yan Lu in a casual and carefree manner. It was standard. Yan Lu removed the sunglasses hanging from her shirt collar, answering both of them. Results will be out in 2 days. Bai Lian stood up, put away her phone. Let's head out first. Too many eyes around. Once outside, Xinjie reflected, the director kept you so long, Yan Lu, we might not be completely out of luck. The audition site was somewhat secluded. Not far away, Xiangqing building was off-limits to tourists and was being rapidly transformed into a major film and television base. Beneath their feet was a newly renovated asphalt road. Walking on the pavement, Xinjie belatedly realized, from her first visit to Xiangqing to now, the dilapidated roads of Xiangqing seemed to have been all refurbished. Not far away, a lazy horn sounded. Xinjie and Yan Lu instinctively looked up to see a sapphire-blue car stop on the opposite side, with the passenger window slowly lowering to reveal the man inside. His left hand rested on the steering wheel, his right fingertip still on the horn, his slightly long tousled hair hanging down, the sunlight striking him at just the right angle, refracting a cool essence. An air of indifferent, casual languor engulfed him. Clearly, he was visibly in a bad mood. Indeed. Someone had mentioned that good things come in threes within half an hour. Nearing 2 hours had now passed. Despite the distance of a road, Xinjie's half-finished sentence was stifled before it could come out. She sharply withdrew her gaze. Are you coming back with me? Bai Lian, clenching her phone, turned her head to ask Yan Lu. She needed to return to school for classes, while Yan Lu would return to the Zhang family to continue practicing shooting and wait for the news. Yan Lu answered crisply, her radiant face betraying nothing. I'll go home with Xinjie's car, we need to discuss the upcoming schedule. Bai Lian didn't know even the outwardly cool and glamorous Yan Lu was capable of fear. Okay. She removed her mask while crossing the street. Her demeanor utterly casual. Only when the car had driven away did Yan Lu and Xinjie breathe a sigh of relief. In the car, Bai Lian seriously explained to Jiang Fulai, line cutting, she cut in line, otherwise I wouldn't possibly be so late. You could have taken her out. Jiang Fulai took a turn, frowning. That would be kind of impolite, Miss Bai quipped, raising an eyebrow. She leisurely opened her English vocabulary app, beginning to memorize words. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, recalling a certain surveillance feed, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. Well, that would indeed be quite impolite. However, regarding Bai Lian's mention of line cutting, he took note, planning to ask someone about it later. Bai Lian was serious about the issue with Yan Lu. Right now, her concern wasn't just because Zhang Xiai's was temporarily absent, but also because of the role Yan Lu was set to play. Therefore, skipping lunch, she had rushed here, and seeing Yan Lu's satisfactory performance, she was reassured. Chapter 266, 100 Versailles. Yan Lu, uniquely favoring _3. The two casually picked a restaurant near the school. It was well past mealtime, so the restaurant was almost empty. As they entered through the front door, the owner looked up with a smile, about to ask, "What would you like to eat?" but got interrupted by an indifferent glance from someone. The owner even took out a piece of paper and meticulously wiped down the table and chairs where the two settled. Then he handed them the menu. Jiang Fulai was different from Jiang He. He truly didn't care about where or what he ate, as sometimes they just lived on steamed buns while working non-stop in the lab. Browsing the menu, he casually picked out 3 dishes. He had no preferences or favorites, the choices were all tailored to Bai Lian's tastes. For Jiang Fulai, spending time on eating and entertainment was a waste, but this was also the first time he bothered to remember someone else's preferences. It was a peculiar experience. Bai Lian was looking at her phone, which displayed a message from the person in charge at Dongwu. Aren't you planning to join the club? Bai Jian, no time, smile, on the other side of the phone. The Dongwu person in charge, looking at this spiritual smile, it was certain, this had to be a respected elderly gentleman. After the meal, Bai Lian returned to school. The lunch break had long finished, and during the break between classes, a bunch of people were discussing something animatedly. For the first time since Zhang Xiai's left, class 15 was so lively. Lian sis, have you heard? When Bai Lian approached, others told her the exciting news, there's going to be a hotel opening in Shangqing, did you know? Bai Lian was somewhat confused. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Pu Xiaohan turned around, equally excited, they've already started demolition, it seems. Looks like they're really going to develop Shangqing. Everyone was thrilled about the decision to develop Shangqing from higher up. Everything was moving forward. That's great, remarked Bai Lian earnestly. She seemed to recall Su En mentioning there'd be a press conference this weekend. After school in the afternoon. Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Wing Qi, and Tang Ming, this out-of-class person who somehow got mixed up in class 15, walked towards the exit together, a spirited entourage. They drew the gazes of countless students. Many came up to greet them, some chummily asking for Bai Lian's number while slinging an arm around Wing Qi. Others approached Bai Lian to inquire about physics problems. Some asked Pu Xiaohan about video editing. Except for the aloof and unapproachable Ning Xiao and the silent Yang Lin. Behind them, the previously popular Class 8 students still walked as before, untouchable by anyone. However, now it was different. In the past, Class 8 exuded a gap of unreachable backgrounds and grades. Chen Zhu, once seen as unattainably high in pedigree and grades, had his mark steadily suppressed by Ning Xiao several times, and even Tang Ming was fast on his heels, ranking second in the recent joint exams. The radiance of Chen Zhu, Ren Wanxian, and the others from Class 8 had greatly dimmed. Some echelons are not insurmountable. They're about to exit. Chen Zhu shifted his gaze, looking at Ren Wanxian. Haven't you talked to Bai Lian yet? In Ren Wengxuan's hand was a red invitation card, her gaze deep as she watched the line of people ahead. Finally, she called out to Bai Lian, wait up, I have something for you. She finally maneuvered in front of Bai Lian just before the school gates, observing her for a long while, and then extended the red card. My grandfather asked me to give this to you. With just a short sentence, she attracted the attention of those around Bai Lian. The gazes of Pu Xiaohan, Wing Qi, and others fell upon the invitation in Ren Wengxuan's hand. Bai Lian didn't know how Ren Wanxian danced herself into her presence again. She didn't take it, merely arching her eyebrows. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips in impatience. With no response from the other side, she grew a bit irritated. What do you want exactly? I've been punished by my grandfather for so long now. There are only 20 of these invitations in all of Shangqing, and am offering an apology. Aren't you satisfied? By her side, Chen Zhu stepped in to explain for Ren Wanxian, Bai Lian, this is Zinda's evening event. Bai Lian lazily struck out a word with her hand, her expression unchanged, and Chen Zhu immediately got the hint. Indeed, how would the average person know what Xinda is? Chapter 267, 101 Alien comes out of retreat to compose music again. Second update, _1 Chenju again explained to her, Xinda is a Jiangjing-based company and is also the partner that is entering our Shangqing this time. The senior executives of Xinda will also be attending. The words spoken by Chenju made others in the room exchange glances. A banquet hosted by Xinda in Jiangjing. Jiangjing, oh. It seemed so far out of reach. Most people in Shangqing had never even dreamed of going there. Many people, including the former Ning Shao, had only considered as far as Beijing when it came to exams. The banquet was very important for Ren Qian. It was the best chance to expand his network, as the Xinda high-level executives would all be arriving in Shangqing that day. Everyone knew the importance of connections. Chenju and Ren Wanxian didn't believe that Bai Lian would refuse. After the incident at the Calligraphy Association, Ren Qian went almost 10 days without speaking to Ren Wanxian and just told her to reflect on her actions. Fortunately, the Secretary General often comforted her. With their relationship with the Ji family almost at breaking point, Ren Qian obviously couldn't bring himself to approach anyone from the Ji family. So he left this matter to Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian was very dissatisfied that Ren Qian wanted to take Bai Lian to the banquet, but at such times, she wouldn't displease Ren Qian and still went to find Bai Lian as he had instructed. Are you done talking? Bai Lian didn't look at the invitation, just gripped her phone tightly and lowered her eyes and brows. Then please make way. This is what you don't want. Ren Wanxian looked at Bai Lian strangely. Her mood suddenly relaxed, and she almost burst into laughter. Don't regret it later. Bai Lian lost her patience, smiled and said, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. Ren Wangshuan's face turned red. The others in the 8th class also realized and cleared the path blocked at the door. The news of Xinda Enterprises moving into Shangqing had exploded in the business community. The financial channels had been discussing this matter all morning, and many people were now acting on the information. After all, everyone knew Xinda was from Jiangjing. They must have some inside information about Shangqing to decide to move in. Isn't the economy all about trading on information disparities? Chenju watched Bai Lian's retreating back, wanting but hesitating to speak. In the end, he still left with Ren Wanxian. This matter was directly reported to Ren Qian by Ren Wanxian. Ren Qian, holding his phone, was silent for a long time. Forget it, her vision is limited to this, anyway. Then, the newly assigned administrative assistant beside Ren Qian inquired, should we still have a gown made for Miss Bai? Ren Qian waved his hand disinterestedly. Is there a collection of rare tobacco? Right now, his own power was being divvied up, and he was planning how to take it back. Also planning how he could arrange a meeting with Elder Qin. With the Ji family issue, he could only allocate 1/10 of his attention. He couldn't manage more at the moment. Bai Lian was unaware of all this. She usually went to the Zhang family to give pointers on Yan Lu's marksmanship and then returned home. And complained to Jiang Fulai, sometimes I find you quite useful, Teacher Jiang, ? Teacher Jiang, sometimes. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. The Ji family's courtyard was bustling today. Besides Lance, Ji Xiaorong had also finally returned. Dad, with something so serious, how could you all keep it from me? Ji Xiaorong was referring to Shenqing's incident. He frowned, having just returned to Shangqing to visit Ji Heng, only to hear about this. You were working, and besides, calling you back would have been pointless. Ji Heng, holding his tobacco pipe, was quite calm. She is fine now, isn't she? Ji Xiaorong did not know how perilous the situation had been. He thought Shenqing's injuries were not that serious. Next time, you still have to tell me, Ji Xiaorong sighed. Even if I'm working, I could take leave to come back. They wouldn't trouble me because of this. Bai Lian came out with her silver needles to perform acupuncture on Lance. Ji Xiaorong looked at Bai Lian and asked Ji Heng in a low voice, what is she doing? Performing a test. Cough. Ji Heng paused, changed what he was about to say, acupuncture. He kept it simple and to the point. Ji Xiaorong. He looked incredulously at Lance. This foreigner trusts Bai Lian so much. Both of them were truly bold, one dared to perform the acupuncture, the other to trust it. Ji Heng was this permissive of Bai Lian. This Saturday, Xiaojun is moving. Did he tell you? Ji Heng asked about the serious matter at hand. Shane's neighborhood was starting to be demolished. Shenqing had already picked out a new house closer to Purist Street, and they planned to move there this Saturday. Moving to a new home always needed a bit of liveliness to warm the place up. The more people, the better. Yes, Ji Xiaorong would certainly go to such an event, but he was slightly surprised. His place is also getting demolished. He focused on his research and was indifferent to other matters. Ji Heng didn't know much about it, responding vaguely. Beside the two. Chapter 268, 101 Alien comes out of retreat to compose music again. Second update, _2 Bai Lian finished giving Lance his acupuncture, then received a call from Su-in. Alien, the voice on the phone was full of joy, warm yet forceful. Are you coming over for dinner on Saturday? Bai Lian methodically put away the remaining silver needles. While heading back to her room, she replied, I can't, my uncle is moving on Saturday, I have to go to his place. Only a few close people knew about Ji Xiaojun moving. They had not informed Su-en or Ji Mulan. Su-en hung up the call and, pressing his brow, asked his assistant, can we change the time of the press conference? The assistant was startled by his question. But it seemed Su-en wasn't joking. President Su, the time has already been set, and invitations have been sent to all the partners, the assistant said cautiously, changing the time at this point wouldn't be good. The date of the press conference was also chosen as an auspicious day. Business people always believe in these things. If the time was changed suddenly, not only would it break the chosen date, but it would also lower credibility, providing no clear benefit to the Su family. Su-en had just asked out of curiosity, feeling it was a pity. How could it just so happen to coincide with the day Ji Xiaojun was moving? Any news from Qinyi? Su-en put down his phone and started again. The big event in Shangqing was Su-en's only chance to invite Qinyi. The assistants shook their head. The invitation was sent, but from what people in the department say, Qinyi is tied up on Saturday. It seemed Saturday really wasn't a good time. Why was it that one after another, everyone was busy? Su-en took off his glasses, his gaze settling calmly on the window outside. How many people from the main family will come? This. 4 people, the assistant looked up, the old lady and the rest don't have the time. Friday. Afternoon. Beijing, Time Media Headquarters. Man's Eye's agent passed through the main entrance, pressed the elevator button, and went straight to the general manager's office floor. Ding, the elevator door opened. The agent saw Man Shi and smiled. Man Shi, did Director Wang give you a call? Great Yong didn't have traditional male or female leads, it was a history drama where nearly everyone was a lead. The agent always had information a step ahead of others. That morning, the rest of the roles had been confirmed, leaving only the role of Bai Xiangjuan. It looks like I should congratulate you in advance, the cool, young man beside Man Shi revealed a smile. I need to hurry up with my song, too. This was In Chi, a popular singer. He was also the person constantly paired with Man Shi in online shipping rumors. Both of their popularity initially surged because of this shipping. This time, as Man Shi was set to appear in Great Yong, and Chi also signed with Daong and was crafting a song tailored for Man's Eye's role. Hearing this, Man Shi and her agent both laughed, neither refuting In Chi's words. On that day, Wan Kaishan's satisfaction with Man Shi was evident, so the role. Man Shi and her agent considered it a sure win. But as news of the other roles came out, still no call came to Man Shi from the production team. They always save the best for last. The agent wasn't worried. Let's wait a bit longer. An hour later. The super topics for the other actors were out, but there was still no news for Man Shi. Let's wait a bit more, the agent comforted Man Shi. 2 hours later, even the agent was getting restless. He pulled out his phone and called the Great Yong production team to ask why the casting for Bai Xiangjuan hadn't been finalized. The role of Bai Xiangjuan, the production team member was surprised. That's been decided a long time ago. The agent felt his heart sink, sensing something was wrong, but our Man Shi hasn't received any news. Man Shi. Oh, the production team member realized what was happening and vaguely replied, the director gave the role to someone else. Who? The agent almost shrieked. The next second, he realized his attitude was inappropriate and tried to repair it. Teacher, didn't the director praise Man Shi for her excellent spear skills last time? Why did he suddenly change the candidate? Who is it? He had thought of all the auditioning artists' names, unable to come up with anyone who could outshine Man Shi. Popularity, acting skills, looks. She was second to none. Not to mention she had specifically learned spearplay for the role. The production team member gave a precise reply to Man Zai's side, Yen Lu. Yen Lu. How could it be her? After hanging up the phone, the agent turned to the two people in the office. How could she possibly get the role of Bai Xiangjuan? With her acting skills, her scandals. Man Zai's smile gradually faded away as she clenched her teeth. She must have spread her legs wide. Everyone knew about Yen Lu's scandals. Chapter 269. 101 Alien comes out of the mountains, composing again. Second update, _3 When Man Shi was speaking, and Chi by her side also hardened his expression. I'm going to tell the agent I'm not taking this song for the role unless they change the person. Xiangqing First High. Evening after school. Jiang He was supposed to accompany Bai Lian to Ji Shane's house the next day, so he waited early at the entrance of Xiangqing First High for Bai Lian. By his side, Ming Dongheng stood with his arms crossed, a cool expression on his face. When he saw Bai Lian come out, Ming Dongheng lowered his hands. Miss Bai. Bai Lian, holding on to Jiang He's sleeve, lazily waved her hand at Ming Dongheng. You go back first, I will take him on the bus later, and I'll send you something later. She was going to see Yen Lu and had Ming Dongheng wait for her there. By now, Bai Lian's prestige in Ming Dongheng's eyes was no weaker than Zhang Fulai's. After escorting the two to the Zhang family's place, Ming Dongheng left immediately. The Zhang family's backyard. Zhang Dad handed Jiang He a small stool to sit on, then went back to the front to help Zhang Mom. Pu Xiaohan and Wing Qi were sent to the backyard before they could help in the front, and the two of them watched Yen Lu practice spearwork. Sister Axayan reported the news to Bai Lian with great excitement. Miss Bai, the role is confirmed. It's Yen Lu. It really is Yen Lu. To Sister Axayan, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Top-tier team, top-tier resources. Yen Lu was bound to become popular. Bai Lian also stood aside, watching Yen Lu practice with the spear. Her figure was tall and straight, one hand holding a phone, the other adjusting Yen Lu's posture. The setting sun cast upon her delicate profile, her eyes clear and shallow, her tone lazy, carrying a sense of aloofness as if everything was under her control. Sister Axayan was startled watching her. Until a ringtone from her phone snapped her out of it. It was a call from the production crew, which she had just saved in the afternoon. Hello Director Wan, you say. The call didn't last long. About 2 minutes. After hanging up, Sister Zin's face looked rather grim. She walked to a corner and dialed Time Entertainment's executive in a low voice. Behind her, Bai Lian glanced at Sister Axayan. In Time Entertainment, Man Shi and Chi and their agent were all in the executive's office. Upon receiving the call, the executive sighed inwardly. There's a conflict between Enqi and Yan Lu that I wasn't aware of before. I've already discussed it with Director Wan, and we will find another teacher to compose for Yan Lu. It's just, we might not find someone like Enqi again. Yan Lu lacked fame and talent. Even if she played by Shangjuan, no renowned composer would write songs for her. In the end, they could only resort to an unknown composer. In the office, Enqi's face showed no expression. Man, she was looking down, with a sarcastic smile. Sister Axian bit her lip and hung up the phone. This was the plight of not being famous. Bai Lian extended her hand and nudged Yan Lu's spear upward. Steady your squat. After adjusting the posture, her tone was as casually indifferent as ever. What's happened? Bai Lian looked at Sister Axian, her voice languid as she spoke, her eyes drooping lazily, the dark pupils reflecting Sister Xin's image, like a lazy big cat that always gave people a sense of comfort. Sister Axian gradually calmed down, and Qi, who debuted with Yan Lu, initially gained some popularity due to Yan Lu's attractiveness, and their CP became quite famous. However, Enqi had some talent and was arrogant. He never really respected Yan Lu, and after Man Shi joined Time Entertainment, he publicly supported his CP with Man Shi, causing his fans to mock Yan Lu, calling her a vampire. Of course, no one remembered that Yan Lu had been more famous than Enqi at the beginning. Ah. Wing Qi scratched his head, lowering his voice. Yan Lu debuted with CP hype with Enqi. Unaware that Wing Qi was Man's Eye's fan, Sister Axian nodded and continued, for Great Yong, Enqi was originally writing a song for Bai Xiangjin's character, but when he heard the actor was Yan Lu, he outright refused. Xiao Han, on the side, whispered, can't they find someone else? Let's not mention the difficulty of finding someone more capable than Enqi. Sister Axian glanced at Xiao Han. The character's song was agreed upon in advance, and Enqi should have been preparing for it a month ago. Next month we're going to record the character song for promotion. How are we supposed to find someone on such short notice? Character song. In the silence, Bai Lian suddenly spoke up, are there any specific requirements? Sister Axian looked at Bai Lian, no. Oh, Bai Lian nodded her head, her right hand tapping on the phone, then abruptly clenched it the next second, and she looked up against the backdrop of the setting sun, then I'll write it for her. Sister Axian and Xiao Han were startled, especially Sister Axian. She instinctively looked at Bai Lian, Miss Bai. Have you ever written lyrics before? Studied music theory? She recalled Bai Lian was a high school senior studying science. Bai Lian chuckled softly, no, but I think I should be able to write. She had never written modern songs nor learned modern music theory, but aside from poetry, she had left behind dozens of lyrics, and as for composing, she was the composer for The White Robe Journey. After 1,000 years, she finally was going to compose once again. Chapter 270, 102 Aliens Power. The aloof and hypocritical young master Jiang _1 Xinjie, Pu Xiaohan remembered the Dean Jian and pondered, alien plays the guzheng, let her give it a try. Wing Qi took a melon seed from Jiang He's hand, exactly. Xinjie stared at Bai Lian's face, which under the setting sun looked lazily elegant like the flowing moon, luminous but not demonic, her composure seemingly casual yet each movement was steady and composed, confident without lacking humility, skilled in spear fighting and the guzheng. She felt a sense of absurdity. This must be the Miss Bai recorded in the history books, right? Coming back to reality, Xinjie said, Miss Bai, Yan Lu is greatly indebted to you this time, thank you. Of course, even if Bai Lian said she could compose, Xinjie still wasn't entirely at ease. She was also trying to find someone in the circle. For a character song written in such a short time, Xinjie was afraid the quality wouldn't pass muster, and although Yan Lu's vocal condition was not bad, she was worried that after Yan Lu sang, the netizens would ridicule her. This was something Xinjie really didn't want to see. After Bai Lian and Yan Lu had contributed so much to this character, she didn't want there to be a single flaw. Xinjie didn't place all her hopes on Bai Lian, so she took out her phone and communicated with director Wan, trying to use various connections to buy an unreleased song that matched the character. Bai Lian knew that Xinjie couldn't completely trust her, and not just Xinjie, Bai Lian herself was also uncertain. While contemplating, she had Yan Lu hold the spear horizontally and practice walking back and forth. Yan Lu had a natural talent for performing, and with just a little guidance from Bai Lian, she could exhibit that kind of temperament. Xiaohan, Bai Lian felt she had learned well enough and then leaned over to ask Pu Xiaohan, "Can I take the school's Guzheng home for a couple of days?" Pu Xiaohan didn't know. Wait a moment, Pu Xiaohan took out her phone, pulled up Sun Qian's number. "I'll ask Sun Qian." Sun Qian was the head of the arts department and had the keys to the storage room. She said it's fine. Pu Xiaohan put the phone back in her pocket. "I'll go get it for you." Pu Xiaohan was a bit more familiar with Sun Qian, so Bai Lian continued to watch over Yan Lu here. Meanwhile, Jiang He, who sat on the steps, watched Bai Lian and then turned his gaze to the departing Pu Xiaohan, lost in thought. Bai Lian returned home with the Guzheng, accompanied by Jiang He. Lance was chatting with Ji Heng and was surprised when he saw the Guzheng Bai Lian was holding. "What's that?" "Guzheng." Bai Lian placed the Guzheng back in the room unhurriedly and then came out with acupuncture needles, carefully explaining to Lance, "It's a type of musical instrument from our country." Lance had never seen a Guzheng and curiously plucked a string. Zhang, the sound was like the clear cry of a lonely wild goose flying away. He reached out again, plucking the strings haphazardly, making it sound like a horde of demons dancing. Jiang He silently covered his ears, not saying a word, just sitting there watching Lance. Lance, getting more excited, only stopped when Bai Lian took the silver needle and demonstrated near his head, slowly saying, "If you continue, and I insert this wrongly, you might get paralysis." Lance, he understood, quietly returned to the lounge chair outside, and let Bai Lian perform the acupuncture. After finishing the acupuncture on Lance, Bai Lian returned to her room. She placed the Guzheng on the table, recalled the incident with Ming Dongheng, and took out her phone to send him a long message, and amp, UN at #at, meditation requires firm grip, focusing on breath control, breathing with the abdomen, and concentrating. After sending the message, she then reached out to pluck the strings of the Guzheng. Jiang He lay beside her table, watching her fingers as she plucked the strings with just her left hand, sometimes coordinating 3 or 4 strings at once. The sound was light and heavy, though not forming any distinct melody, it was more like casual plucking to listen to the sound. Sharp and prominent. Jiang He watched, utterly astonished. Bai Lian looked at him and laughed lightly. "You look like my cat, Man. After speaking, she jotted down a character in the notebook beside her. These experiences were her own, filled with emotion, but how to interpret the melody was something she was still attempting. At this time, Jiang He would go over and see what she had written. Bai Lian's handwriting was always neat and clear, but upon seeing it, Jiang He, who had just finished consulting a dictionary, started to question his life, staring blankly at the character Bai Lian had written. It contained a 4, a 7, and even a square frame. Is that still a character? He sat back down, stunned. He hadn't learned this at all. A little while later, Bai Lian wrote a few more characters. He, not willing to give up, took another look, and this time, in one character there were a 9, a 4, a 3, and even a big included. Jiang He stood up, quietly moved outside and watched Ji Hing teach Lance to play Go. Chapter 271, 102 Aliens Power. The aloof and hypocritical young master Jiang_2 Lance was no match for Ji Hing and lit up when he saw Jiang He, asking Ji Hing to step aside so he could play chess with Jiang He. Jiang He had never played Gomoku before, so Ji Hing, holding his pipe, explained the rules to him. 3 minutes later. Lance. Again. 2 minutes later. Lance. Again. 1 minute later. Lance, smile, Jiang He put away the white pieces, finally gaining some confidence. He sat on the stone bench, prodding his watch, and sent Jiang Fulai a message. Jiang He first tested the waters with, on the other side of the phone, Jiang Fulai was still in the lab, and he had to go see Zhang Erbi with Bai Lian tomorrow morning, so he needed to make the most of his time in the lab today. The labs in B zone were kept at a constant temperature all year round, and to avoid contaminating the lab, everyone was required to wear a lab coat. He stood in front of the detector, leaning slightly forward, looking at the dark matter particle mass and scattering cross-section chart on the instrument. Several people stood behind him. He was particularly excited. The anti-coincidence detection sensitivity is much higher. Many international labs have called to inquire about it. Jiang Fulai slightly tilted his head, and the cold light reflected off his glasses couldn't hide his captivating gaze, his long, pale fingers storing away the document he handed him. Without speaking, he just raised his hand slightly. The others instantly understood, they could go back now. The phone lit up. Jiang Fulai picked it up and saw the comma sent by Jiang He. Jiang Fulai. Confirming that Jiang Fulai was available, Jiang He snuck a picture at Bai Lian's place. Jiang He, photo, Jiang He. Jiang Fulai walked to the D-Zone's rest area while opening the picture. The picture showed a line of neatly arranged characters, but saying it was characters wasn't exactly accurate. Seeing this line, Jiang Fulai stopped in his tracks, and the assistant following behind was startled by the abrupt halt. They backed away several steps and then sneakily raised their head, covertly observing. Jiang Fulai tapped lightly on this line of characters. After a while, he replied to Jiang He unhurriedly, "Little Wenmang, this is a subtractive score." Behind him, the assistant peculiarly noted that young Master Jiang seemed to be in a much better mood, indescribably better, but with a bit more life and warmth than usual. The inspired assistant said, "Jiangjing University has an international speech, and the Research Institute is asking if you have time to go back and give a lecture." Jiang Fulai tilted his head, dressed in a white lab coat, appearing aloof and responding lightly, "No time." After all, he still had to teach an idiot in prison. If he can't teach him, Bai Lian might even doubt his teaching ability. The next day. Early in the morning, Bai Lian got up to find Zhang Xiai's. Jiang He was going to Ji Shan's new home with Ji Heng and wasn't in a rush to get up, he was still lying in bed. Jiang Fulai's car arrived on time at the junction of Purish Street. Bai Lian got in the car, lazily buckling her seatbelt. There was a faint, cool scent inside the car. Bai Lian had been writing music scores till 9 the previous night, not wanting to disturb the others, so she stopped. The decision to write music scores was spontaneous, taking up more than 3 hours of her time. She had her own routine every day, very disciplined, and she only started her daily plans after finishing the score. Which meant she finished her plans more than 3 hours later than usual. It was past 3 in the morning before she went to bed. She got up after 5. Because Zhang Xiai's had to start working at 7:30, they had to arrive early to begin tutoring. Jiang Fulai drove steadily, and Bai Lian fell asleep halfway there. She was usually very vigilant, but today, perhaps too exhausted, or maybe she just felt relaxed here. Jiang Fulai turned the streaming Guzheng music in the car down a bit. When the car slowly stopped in front of the prison gate, Bai Lian hadn't woken up. Jiang Fulai checked the time, which wasn't even 6:30 yet, so he didn't call her. He just turned off the engine, opened the window, and turned to look at her earnestly. It was early, and the morning sun hadn't even had the chance to show itself, but a breeze swept across her face. Bai Lian's hair was carelessly tied up today, and a few stray hairs were gently blown by the wind. A black strand was blown from the side of her face to the tip of her nose, where it stopped and didn't move, lazily swaying. Jiang Fulai stared at that strand of hair for a long time. How dare it challenge me? Coldly, young Master Jiang reached out and placed the strand of hair back where it belonged. When it was almost 6:30, he nonchalantly woke her up. Zhang Xiai's felt like Brother Jiang was very approachable today. He hadn't scolded him. He was baffled. At 7:20, Yen Lu was already waiting outside. She had news about Great Yong to tell Zhang Xiai's. They would start shooting next week and she wouldn't see Zhang Xiai's for a long time. Chapter 272, 102 Aliens Power. The aloof and hypocritical young Master Jiang_3 by Lian took the lead in going out. Jiang Fulai followed behind her. Zhang Xiai's, normally talkative, found himself at a loss for words in front of Yen Lu, who herself was of a cold and distant disposition. The last time Yen Lu and her parents visited, the two of them hardly exchanged a single word. As Jiang Fulai lagged behind by Lian and was about to close the door, he glanced at Zhang Xiai's, then at Yen Lu, and suddenly asked, "Zhang Xiai's, has your injury healed?" Zhang Xiai's was startled. Yen Lu looked at Zhang Xiai's, and then at Jiang Fulai. Last time, he fought with Lu Xinming and suffered severe internal injuries, which haven't healed to this day, Jiang Fulai said, pointing to the spot where Zhang Xiai's had been hit by a fellow prisoner, then elegantly walked out. Zhang Xiai's touched his stomach, then looked up at Yen Lu, who appeared anxious. It was an awakening. The new apartment Ji Xiaojun had bought was in Sinan Community. Located on Ring Avenue, it wasn't far from Purist Street, at Block 11 Unit 101. The community was newer than the previous one, built just a few years ago with 12 floors to a building, a low occupancy rate, and an affordable price of just over 3,000 per square meter. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing lived on the first floor. By the time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, Ji Shen's home was already filled with many guests. Chen Jingyu was discussing chess with one of Ji Shen's colleagues while Ji Hing lay on his side with a smoking pipe, offering advice. Ji Shen's place also had two students playing with Jiang He, who mainly watched in amazement as Jiang He assembled a cube puzzle. Ji Xiaorong was in the kitchen helping Ji Xiaojun, while Shen Qing, having recently recovered from a serious illness, wore a hat as she entertained the guests in the living room. The modest living room was packed full. As soon as the door opened, Shen Qing saw Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai and called them in, shutting the door behind them. "Alien, Xiao Jiang, you two are here." Standing beside Chen Jingyu, Ji Heng instinctively looked up. His gaze met Jiang Fulai's. An air of joviality pervaded the lively hall, as if brushed by a cold breeze. Chen Jingyu hadn't turned around yet, his hand pausing in midair. His past experience told him that someone must have arrived. He tilted his head slightly. As expected, he saw the aloof young Master Jiang one step behind Bai Lian. Ji Heng, with his smoking pipe in hand, paused as he looked Jiang Fulai up and down from head to toe, then watched Ji Xiaojun emerge from the kitchen to greet Jiang Fulai with practiced ease. Ji Heng. Who was this unexpected figure? "Dad, this is Xiao Jiang," Shen Qing said as she took 2 cups out, pouring water for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai with warmth, and introducing Jiang Fulai to Ji Heng. "Last time I was in the hospital, he was a great help." Shen Qing broke the tension by warmly introducing Jiang Fulai to Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai politely greeted Ji Heng, "Hello." Next to Ji Heng, Chen Jingyu with his chess piece hastily moved aside. So he was the only one who didn't know him. Ji Heng looked at Jiang Fulai, his voice muffled, and merely grunted in acknowledgement, not one for many words. Shen Qing asked Jiang Fulai to sit down and went back to busy herself with cutting fruit for them. Jiang Fulai sat on the sofa methodically, with Ji Heng occasionally glancing his way. Both were silent. Bai Lian sat lazily to one side, brushing up on questions. At times, she would reminisce about musical scores and jot down whatever came to mind. Shen Qing brought out a new plate of fruit from the kitchen for them to enjoy. Jiang Fulai was indifferent to fruit, but upon seeing cherries, he tried one. The cherries Shen Qing had bought weren't sour. Not bad. He took 2 more and casually handed them to Bai Lian. He then reached out and pulled the trash can that was by Jiang He's side toward himself. Jiang He looked at Jiang Fulai expressionlessly. Big brother, a high school student beside Jiang He gently tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the cube in his hand. Can you scramble this one too? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai looked down at the cube in Jiang He's hand and scoffed sardonically. Jiang he resentfully restored one side of the cube. The high school student was blown away. Opposite, Ji Hing caught a glimpse and slowly averted his gaze. After the meal, Chen and Ji Hing decided to stay here to play cards. Ji Xiaojun carried a painting to give to Bai Lian, asking her to deliver it to Suen. Suen hadn't arrived today, but his gift was already here early in the morning. This was Ji Shen's return gift to him. Bai Lian sent a WeChat message to Suen, who was still at a reporter press conference and didn't have time, saying he would come to pick it up at night. Then Ji Xiaojun would definitely criticize her, so Bai Lian asked Suen to send her his address. She would go find him later. Suen quickly sent an address to Bai Lian. There's a dinner party, and if you have time, you can eat a bit. There's a lot of nice food. It's a pity your uncle and the others can't make it. Shen Qing had a crowd. Bai Lian wanted to find a place to do some problem solving, and Jiang He also went back with them. Jiang Fulai directly drove the car back to his usual residence, the detached building. Bai Lian fell asleep again on the way, and felt more refreshed than before. Ming Dongheng was sitting cross-legged on the lawn in the garden, his 4 fingers gathered in the palm, as immovable as a mountain. Jiang He jumped down from the car and then squatted beside Ming Dongheng, looking up at him. Ming Dongheng opened his eyes, startled. He leaped up to find himself feeling lighter. Young master, when did you return? Looking up, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had also gotten out of the car. Ming Dongheng opened his mouth to speak to Bai Lian, but seeing Jiang Fulai, he quickly stood up straight, reverting to his usual cold and stern demeanor. Young master, Miss Bai. Jiang Fulai gave him a glance. Bai Lian smiled at Ming Dongheng. Jiang He pulled at the hem of Bai Lian's clothes, asking her to look at his painting. Jiang Fulai watched their retreating figures, his expression cold as he headed to the study for an online meeting with the Jiang family. Downstairs. Upon hearing that Jiang Fulai had finally returned, Chen Jingyu quickly came to find him. There was also a lady with him. She wore a plain-colored long dress underneath and a beige coat over it, and her chestnut hair was styled into lazy large waves, loosely draped behind her head. Miss Yu. When he saw her, Ming Dongheng stood up a bit to greet her, his tone especially respectful. Yu Hongyi's lips curved up slightly, her demeanor somewhat cold, as she nodded to Ming Dongheng. She was accustomed to such attitudes. She was the representative sent by old Master Chen, so Ming Dongheng went upstairs to find Jiang Fulai. It wasn't long before Jiang Fulai descended the stairs, his presence slightly oppressive. Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were startled, exchanging glances before quickly standing up. They hadn't expected Jiang Fulai to come down so soon. Miss Yu, it's always you, said Chen Jingyu excitedly, as he had come 3 times without catching a glimpse of Jiang Fulai. Yu Hongyi was quite surprised but managed to smile at his words. A tall figure slowly descended the wooden staircase. He had changed into a white, somewhat soft home outfit, but his drooping face was still as cold as a blade's edge, casting a chill glance that was sharper than any frost. He appeared like a vividly ink-painted scroll. Chen Jingyu lowered his head, not daring to look up, young Master Jiang. Yu Hongyi also came back to her senses. She withdrew her gaze and took out a letter. This is from the old master for you. Ming Dongheng reached out to take the letter from Yu Hongyi's hand and held it, not passing it to Jiang Fulai. Yu Hongyi glanced at the letter in Ming Dongheng's hand, her lips tightening slightly. However, they all knew Jiang Fulai seldom accepted things from others, unless it was from his friends or the researchers he worked with. Jiang Fulai nodded, indicating he was aware, displaying utmost indifference. Then he walked on hurriedly and with undiverted eyes to the cabinet at the entrance. As he walked past, the floor seemed to frost over. His pale fingers opened a drawer and hooked out a set of keys, then he leaned against the cabinet, his slender fingertips tapping lightly on the table surface, his gaze casually looking at the staircase. The silent hall was too quiet for anyone to dare speak. Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi exchanged a glance, unsure of what was happening. Until the sound of movement came from upstairs again. Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were both quite surprised, they instinctively looked up. Chapter 273, 103 Banquet, Ren family members dumbfounded, second update, _1 Both of them thought that the person descending the stairs would be Jiang He. They were both aware of Jiang He's existence, wherever Jiang Fulai went, he would take him along. Not until a section of a gradually blue-tinged snow-colored skirt hem appeared at the turn of the wooden staircase. The hem was embroidered with folding plum blossoms. It spread layer by layer with her steps. Instinctively, the two of them looked up to see a girl, her ink-black hair held up by a wooden hairpin, her face lazily stunning. Chen Jingyu recognized her as the girl from last time. Why is it her? And she's coming down from upstairs. Chen Jingyu was shocked. It was only then that Jiang Fulai turned to look at Bai Lian and saw that her usual follower wasn't there. He then said, I thought you had forgotten to come down because you were teaching him how to paint. Bai Lian slowly looked up. Ming Dongheng was also somewhat stunned. Bai Lian quickened her pace. Since Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng did not introduce the other two people, she remained silent as well. She just walked up to them and whispered in a low voice, I haven't. Jiang Fulai lazily looked down at her. He didn't believe her. The two continued to walk outside. After a while, he asked again, does he really paint better than me? Bai Lian kept a straight face, not better than you, you are a realist. Would you like to appreciate your cat again? She reached back into her pocket for her phone. Young Master Jiang had nothing to say and expressionlessly prevented her from flipping through the photos. For the first time, he felt the term realist carried a mocking undertone. The sound of a car engine starting could be heard from outside. 3 people were still standing in the hall as if being punished. By now, they had probably realized, so. Was young Master Jiang waiting for someone? The world began to take on a fantastical feel. Ming Dongheng had seen much turmoil, and he was quick to regain his composure. The other two, however, were quite disheveled, especially Chen Jingyu, who had seen Bai Lian before. Even old Master Chen wouldn't dare make him wait. Ming Dongheng didn't bother with Chen Jingyu but called out twice to Yu Hongyi, Ms. Yu, Ms. Yu. Yu Hongyi came back to her senses in a daze, and looked back at Ming Dongheng, Mr. Ming, just now that was Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng replied coldly, giving only a name. As for anything else, he said no more. Bai? Yu Hongyi's mind searched for the surname, but she couldn't come up with anything. Do you have any other business? Ming Dongheng inquired. No, Yu Hongyi responded, shaking her head as she looked outside. Without Jiang Fulai present, they did not linger. After stepping out the door, Yu Hongyi then asked Chen Jingyu, do you know who that Miss Bai is? Yes, Chen Jingyu replied complexly. The chief had told him, a student from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, reportedly very difficult to get into Jiangjing University. Yu Hongyi nodded, I see. Meanwhile, Zhang Fulai took Bai Lian to find Suen. They would also attend a dinner at Ji Shen's place in the evening, and Chief Chen would need to stay overnight at Ji Shen's place to rally more popularity. After Suen's press conference concluded, he held a banquet in the Wanha Building's banquet hall. The banquet had not yet started. The banquet hall was already filled with people. Leaders from various industries were crowding around Suen, greeting him. Ren Qian and Chen Gang could hardly get a word in. Naturally, they couldn't lose face by squeezing in with a crowd of people. Only when the people in front had left, were the two able to approach Suen and say some polite words. Mr. Su, congratulations. Their attitude towards Suen was more respectful than ever. Mr. Ren, President Qin, Suen nodded politely at the two, with a manner that was mere formality. Then he went to greet the next person, Chief Lu. I knew you would come. To Suen, the administrators of Xiangqing seemed insignificant at present. Ren Wanxian observed the official known as Chief Lu, recognizing him as a Beijing figure frequent in the news, and also as Xiang Cheng's direct superior. She opened her mouth, quite shocked. She knew Xiangqing was about to be developed, but she hadn't expected it to attract so much attention. Even that Director Lu from Beijing has come. This President Su is now not so easy to approach. Chen Gang narrowed his eyes, gazing at Suen talking with Director Lu, and just from that brief contact he knew Suen was a wily old fox. He had no intention of introducing anyone else to Ren Qian and Chen Gang. Ren Qian wasn't surprised by this. He shifted his gaze. He got the demolition order directly from the people of Bacter Street. Even without our involvement, we really underestimated him. Previously, when Suen wanted to meet Mr. Lu, Ren Qian and the others didn't get involved. Now that Suen had gotten the demolition order on his own, everyone in Xiangqing was shocked by his tactics. It seemed like the policies were particularly lenient towards Suen. Many high-ranking officials from Jiangjing and Beijing have come today. Ren Qian instructed the two juniors, both of you pay attention to moderation. From beginning to end today you must not act impulsively. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu looked at each other. Both saw the shock in the depths of each other's eyes. They were both used to seeing others grovel before Ren Qian and Chen Gang, but now the situation had nearly reversed. They were not accustomed to this. Across from Wanha Building, Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. While pondering the melody, she made a call to Suen. The assistant didn't care that Suen was talking with the director, and directly handed the phone to him. Suen saw it was Bai Lian and hurriedly answered, Alien. Across from him, Director Lu was very surprised. He watched Suen, pondering who was on the other end of the conversation. Suen stepped to the side and talked to Bai Lian for a few moments, still inviting her to the dinner. The other party didn't plan to stay for long. After all, Bai Lian would rather solve more problems. All right then, Suen said helplessly, I'll come down to find you, and have someone prepare some pastries for you. On the phone, Bai Lian thought for a while, don't come down, I will bring it to the elevator entrance, just have someone wait for me there. The call ended. Bai Lian spoke briefly with Zhang Fulai and went up to deliver the drawing to Suen. Wanha Building was a private restaurant, not very tall, and the top floor was a large banquet hall. Bai Lian stepped into the elevator and pressed for the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, she saw two greeters standing at the entrance to the grand banquet hall. People entering handed invitations to the greeters. Bai Lian stood at the edge of the elevator door, not blocking the way or going in. She was bowing her head, texting Suen. Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked. Ren Wanxian followed Chen Zhu with a glass in her hand. They didn't know what to say, just there to see the world, now speaking with a classmate from Class 8. Young Master Chen, who are all these people? The person from Class 8 whispered, looking at the strangers passing by, it's my first time seeing my dad with such a smile, and that person was simply dismissive of him. Chen Zhu looked at the people in the hall, mostly from Beijing and Zhongjing. They all came for President Su. The classmate from Class 8 was amazed. Out of the entire Class 8, only he, Ren Wanxian, and Chen Zhu were present, indicating the exclusiveness of today's banquet. He held a wine glass, his gaze shifting as if he saw a figure outside. Isn't that Bai Lian? He was astonished, hearing a name in this place that he shouldn't have heard. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were both very surprised. Where? Ren Wanxian looked up. The three of them didn't recognize anyone here other than their own elders, and the pressure and exclusivity kept them on the outskirts, so they had been talking off to the side all this time. The elevator area actually had a blind spot. But the classmate from Class 8, who didn't quite fit in with the banquet hall and stood in a secluded spot, could see Bai Lian, who was standing by the elevator, through the glass window from this corner. Bai Lian's face was half obscured by the huge potted plant by the elevator, but her visage was notably striking. He recognized her at a glance. There. He pointed down. Wasn't she not coming? Ren Wanxian tilted her head, finally seeing the person, and sneered. Chen Zhu thought more deeply. He frowned and stood up. Let's go have a look. There are many people here. Ren Qian was even concerned that the well-mannered Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu might accidentally offend someone, not to mention Bai Lian with her temper. Ren Wanxian also felt annoyed. I'll go talk to Grandpa. She stood up to find Ren Qian and spoke to him. Ren Qian smiled, apologizing to the person he was talking to, and followed Ren Wanxian outside. Didn't you say she wasn't coming? Who knows, Ren Wanxian said sarcastically. She didn't feel inclined to mention the Ji family's people. Chen Zhu didn't speak. Honestly, he didn't know why Bai Lian would be here either. Ren Wanxian stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, not wanting to be seen by others, and subtly pointed to Bai Lian, dressed in clothes designed by Ji Hing. There, you speak to her. I don't want to. The greeters at the door kept glancing towards Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian didn't want to approach Bai Lian under such scrutiny. Chen Zhu glanced at Ren Qian, then over to where Bai Lian was, and then stepped forward. Maybe he hadn't finished speaking. A figure beside him, seemingly in a rush, passed by and peered out at the entrance of the banquet hall, spotting the person by the elevator and heading directly towards her. Alien, have you been waiting long? Su An, carrying an elegant wooden box, spoke to Bai Lian from afar. He was smiling, his voice detectably gentle. I'm late. Your mother said your grandfather likes pine nut cakes, so I waited for a fresh pot of pine nut cakes to finish baking. Chapter 274, Questions about Jianggu. Becoming Jianggu_1 Ren Qian and the others turned their gaze onto Su En, who was being called alien. Ren Wanxian suddenly had a ridiculous idea in her heart, but felt it was impossible, as she had always seen the Ji family as nothing more than inconspicuous residents of Purist Street. She never introduced her classmates and friends to her father and grandfather, fearing that Bai Lian would use the Ren family's name to act in school. Until now, Xiang Cheng's elite, who were keen to make his acquaintance, stopped in front of Bai Lian. Bai Lian, who was looking down at her phone, looked up and saw Su En holding a huge wooden box. Su En noticed her gaze. I'll help you carry it downstairs. There's no need. Bai Lian handed over the exquisitely packaged painting to Su En. The other hand took the wooden box from Su En. Seeing that she was about to carry the wooden box, Su En chuckled, always managing to maintain a clever distance when talking to others, warm as if he were a friendly uncle next door. This is quite. Before he could finish speaking, someone with 2 fingers easily hooked the wooden box. Su En fell silent. Bai Lian turned around, nonchalantly pressed the elevator button with her phone. Aren't you coming in to take a look? Next to her, Su En didn't give up, having his assistant solicit guests for him in the banquet hall. No, thanks. Bai Lian shook her head, counting the elevator numbers. There's someone waiting for me downstairs. I'll be late in a moment. Maybe she'll have to deal with Sister Lin's sarcastic remarks again. Alright then. Suan had come to understand the Ji family's personalities over time. The elevator door opened, and he followed Bai Lian, wanting to accompany her downstairs. Bai Lian used the wooden box to block him, raising an eyebrow. The guests are many. I'm just here to deliver a painting for my uncle, no need to see me off. Suan had no choice but to stand by the elevator, watching as the number dropped to the first floor, before he looked down at the painting, then turned around to head back. The three, including Ren Qian, were still standing at the entrance to the banquet hall. When Suan came, he only paid attention to Bai Lian, and now he noticed Ren Qian, Mr. Ren Sr. He stopped to greet him. Ren Qian came to his senses, looking up abruptly. Mr. Su, you know alien. Suan was about to go inside, as Director Liu was waiting for him, but stopped when he heard Ren Qian's mention of alien and turned his head. You are? Alien is my son-in-law's niece, Ren Qian said with a smile, talking at length. I didn't expect you to know her too, niece. Suan looked at Ren Qian. He clearly remembered that Bai Lian had not greeted them just now. In front of Suan, Bai Lian had always been polite, except towards those she disliked, like Ji Mulan. Therefore, this time Suan didn't bring Ji Mulan along. Suan glanced at Ren Wengshuan's somewhat stiff smile before laughing himself. Yeah, this child, I persuaded her for a long time, and she wouldn't come to this banquet. Oh, I haven't told you yet, Alien is actually Mulan's daughter. You see, apart from a son, she is also my only daughter, and I can't do much with her refusal to come. I had to let her bring some pastries for her grandfather, after thinking for a bit. Suan also showed the painting in his hands to Ren Qian. This is a painting personally made by Comrade Xiao Jun for me. If it weren't for this painting, she wouldn't have agreed to come. I need to have it sent back to Jiangjing to hang it up. The latter part was indeed the truth. Ji Xiaojun is Ji Mulan's brother, and his gift to Suan was naturally to be treasured. And with Bai Lian's connection, that was something to be even more careful about. After speaking, he smiled at Ren Qian and continued his way into the banquet hall, and as he passed by a few partners, he even raised the painting to show off to them generously. At the entrance to the banquet hall, Ren Qian slowly turned around. Ren Wanxian was as if struck by lightning. She had never been interested in Bai Lian's background, nor had she had any interest in Ji Sheirong's other sister, and now she was being told that Bai Lian had connections with the Su family. She didn't know much about the Su family, only that they were the founders of Xinda, but considering the people who came from Beijing tonight, one could tell how wide the Su family's network was. Especially since she had witnessed the marginalization of Ren Qian and Qin Gang at the banquet. What's wrong? Chen Zhu re-entered the banquet hall, his beverage untouched. Qin Gang looked up to ask him. Coming to his senses, Chen Zhu remembered the day Ren Wanxian gave Bai Lian the invitation. We just saw Bai Lian outside. As he said this, Chen Zhu looked again at Ji Mulan, who was mingling in the banquet like a fish in water. Upon a closer look, Ji Mulan's eyes and eyebrows really resembled Bai Lian's. Could it be that she was actually Bai Lian's mother? Chapter 275, Questions about Jianggu, Becoming Jianggu_2, no wonder Bai Lian always seemed indifferent towards the Ren family. If Bai Lian was from the Su family, that wouldn't be so strange after all. But she doesn't have the surname Su either, Ren Wanxian said, her voice low as she looked at the people present, unsure of what expression or emotion to show. After listening, Qin Gang finally understood. Her luck is really good. It's enough that President Su acknowledges her. As for the surname, the Su family also has a foundation in Jiangjing. It's not easy for her to change her surname. This Ji Mulan. She's not simple. Ren Qian nodded at his side. Xiangqing prison. Zhang Xiais finished his labor and returned to his room, where he took out a pen and practiced problems and started doing his homework. The prison cell was small, 4 people lived in one room. His neighbor was a fearsome, bald-headed man. Just as Zhang Xiais turned a page, the bald man who came out of the restroom threw away his towel, grabbed Zhang Xi's hair, and pounded his little stomach. "Didn't you hear me ask you to rub my back?" The bald man was the boss here, and no one else dared to touch him. He always washed up first in the evening and in the morning. The other 2 people in the room curled up on their beds and pretended not to see anything. Zhang Xiais coughed, then put down his pen and flipped over, locking his hands around the bald man's neck. Bang! Both of them fell to the ground, and despite the bald man's strength, once the naked choke was properly applied, he couldn't shake free, and his face gradually turned red. Smack! The 2 of them crashed into the iron door together. The noise finally alerted the prison guards. Clang! The door was opened. Zhang Xiais let go and squatted to one side. The guard surveyed the scene with an electric baton. "Prisoner 0147, prisoner 1108, what are you 2 doing?" The bald man, holding his neck, was about to speak. Zhang Xiais looked up first. He glanced at the bald man and then, as if too frightened to look, quickly averted his gaze. I don't know, I've been doing my homework the entire time." The guards had come to know Zhang Xiais well over these many days. He was always seen studying hard with a word book in hand, diligently learning. Being beaten by prisoner 0147 wasn't something new. Others beaten by prisoner 0147 didn't dare speak up, for fear of a worse beating when he got out. Zhang Xiais was the first to speak up. "Prisoner 0147, it's you causing trouble again. Take him away." The guard, wielding the electric baton, took prisoner 0147 to solitary confinement for 3 days. The bald man couldn't believe what he was seeing as he looked towards Zhang Xiais, about to say something but was hit with an electric shock instead. After the door was shut, Zhang Xiais expressionlessly spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and returned to his bed, picking up his pen. The other 2 were even more terrified and didn't dare to speak. Zhang Xiais turned another page, and this time, no one disturbed him. Question Jiang, understand Jiang, become Jiang. Sunday. Bai Lian arrived at the Calligraphy Association early, much busier compared to her first visit. Pu Xiaohan was recording a video for an elderly Mr. Tao. From afar, Bai Lian could hear Pu Xiaohan's voice. "Grandpa, just do what you normally do, well just add a recorded introduction." Bai Lian didn't interrupt, silently watching from the side. There were also quite a few onlookers nearby. Pu Xiaohan then asked Bai Lian to help with lighting. Bai Lian was not very experienced with this, but luckily she was quick to learn. With Pu Xiaohan's precise instructions, the 2 cooperated fairly well. It took an hour for Pu Xiaohan to finish recording a single shot, and then she sat down with Mr. Tao to watch the footage she had captured. Seeing that she was not needed, Bai Lian then went to the Calligraphy Association. Since it was Sunday, there were more students than usual at the association. "By the way, sister," Jian Zhi, who saw Qiu Shuijing teaching children, suddenly remembered something. "We need to sign up for the Calligraphy Association assessment in December ahead of time. Are we signing up?" The higher the level, the more funding granted from the headquarters. This year, most of the funds were still personally provided by Jiang Fulai. Without much thought, Bai Lian immediately replied, "Sign up." "Okay," Jian noted. "Recently, there have been a lot of people going next door. It looks like they all want to buy the martial arts school's property, but they've all been chased out." Ordinary residents hadn't received any news yet. But some businesses had long known about Ziyang Cheng's plan to develop tourism extensively. With the martial arts school occupying such a large area, it was a prime piece of real estate that many people had their eyes on. Since Bai Lian was interested in the martial arts school next door, Jian Zhe would ask about it when he had nothing else to do. Bai Lian nodded, and then, as if remembering something, she turned her head to look at him, raised an eyebrow. So how's your calligraphy practice going? Jianzhe, he silently returned to his desk and wrote the character for eternity. The strokes were strong, and after finishing, Jianzhe couldn't help but admire it for a long time. Put down your stuff, Bai Lian said slowly as she walked over and looked down for a while before speaking. Jianzhe put down the iridium and wrote again. This time it flowed even better. In this month, Jianzhe could clearly feel his progress. The advice from Qiu Shuijing didn't mean much to him, but every time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai would pinpoint his problems exactly. Especially Jiang Fulai, each remark made Jianzhe start to question his life. The results were significant. Not bad, Bai Lian evaluated, affirming his level. Jianzhe dried the ink and saw a message on his phone. Jian Rong, aren't you coming back for your apprentice banquet? Jianzhe, no time. All right. For the Jian family, notifying Jianzhe was just a formality. It didn't matter to them whether he came back or not. That they even remembered he existed was decent of them. Jianzhe wasn't surprised by this. Sister Lian. Pu Xiaohan, who had finally finished all the supplemental video recording, came in, stood at the entrance of the calligraphy room, and seeing the room full of children, spoke softly. President Jian sent another message. President Jian. Not far away, Jianzhe, who was stacking up his own written characters, was a little sensitive to the name Jian. He instinctively looked up. Chapter 276, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update, _1. It was mainly because she had just finished talking to a person with the surname Jian. Pu Xiaohan wasn't familiar with Jianzhe, the two had only met a few times, so she simply smiled, someone I met on a short video app. She was highly cautious. Aside from the people in her 15th class, no one else knew about her online account. Someone she met on a short video app? Oh, an internet friend. Jianzhe nodded. Bai Lian was sitting lazily at the edge of a child's stool, one leg bent, her posture casual and relaxed. She held a calligraphy brush in her hand and, under the astonished gaze of the child, wrote a character. After she finished writing, she calmly put down the brush, walked to the door, and said to Pu Xiaohan, "Are you two still chatting?" Bai Lian was quite surprised. The Guzheng wasn't her forte, her technique wasn't considered high-level. She played the White Robe Journey well only because she was the original composer. Pu Xiaohan shrugged and showed her phone to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked down, Jian Zhongyou, ? Pu Xiaohan hadn't yet replied to him. Bai Lian scrolled up, noticing the change in their styles from bottom to top. From today. No. To 1. And now to the present. The two of them messaged almost every day, but later on, Pu Xiaohan didn't ask Bai Lian every day, especially during the time when Zhang Xiai's had an incident. However, this Dean Jian was truly persistent about someone. Bai Lian thought for a moment and handed the phone back to Pu Xiaohan. "Give him my contact information." Pu Xiaohan was stunned. Then overjoyed, she took her phone and sent it over to Dean Jian, Jiangjing Music Academy. Jian Zhongyou was in the meeting room, listening to a group of people at a meeting. He had an austere countenance, with deeper than usual furrows on his face. Although he played the Guzheng often, it didn't make him appear effeminate. As usual, after sending a message to "one meal one big bowl," he put his phone aside. So many days had gone by, and he had almost lost hope. He had thought that today would yield the same result. In the meeting, the principal was talking about the upcoming student plan. We're planning to recommend them in 3 batches to enter the Royal Music Academy. As Jian Zhongyou listened, he picked up the thermos cup next to him, unscrewed it, and took a sip. His phone lit up. He had set a special notification for one meal one big bowl. After finishing his water, he casually opened the app, thinking he would see but to his surprise, upon opening it, one meal one big bowl. A series of exclamation marks over several lines. Jian Zhongyo! Exclamation point. Jian Zhongyo! Jian Zhongyo put down his cup with a snap, extremely excited. With such a long-standing tacit understanding, he knew what one meal one big bowl meant, she agreed. His outburst alarmed the teachers next to him. Dean Jian, are you all right? The teachers caught a glimpse of the many exclamation marks. Confused, they thought, does Dean Jian like exclamation marks? He pondered for a moment. I'm fine, Jian Zhongyo shook his head and indicated for the principal to continue. He picked up his phone and saw that one meal one big bowl had sent him a WeChat ID. Jian Zhongyo squinted as he copied it down and returned to WeChat to search. It was a city wall profile picture. He directly requested to add as a friend. Bai Lian saw the friend request and approved it. There were several unread messages on her phone. Dongwu, there's an assessment at the end of the year, do you want to recommend someone? Bai Lian replied, is that possible? Dongwu, yes, but he also needs to pass the assessment. Bai Lian was naturally aware of this. Ming Dongheng was a bit lacking. Bai Jian, thank you. After replying, she greeted Dean Jian, telling him she had no intention of continuing to learn the Guzheng, and then went straight to the library. Jiang Fulai went to the neighboring city today. He wasn't at home and didn't come to the library. Ming Dongheng, with Jiang He, stood outside the library waiting for Bai Lian to arrive. When Bai Lian got off the bus, Ming Dongheng was on a phone call. Miss Bai. Seeing Bai Lian, Ming Dongheng put down his phone and respectfully started speaking, then handed Jiang He's backpack to him. It wasn't until Bai Lian took Jiang He into the library that Ming Dongheng turned back to the car and resumed the conversation with the person on the other end of the phone. God, you? Were you just speaking with that Miss Bai? Yu Hongyi asked. Yes, Ming Dongheng responded briefly and didn't say much more. Yu Hongyi didn't inquire further but then added, oh, by the way, Chen Jingyu mentioned you're also a fan of Mr. Bai. I have insider information, there will be 10 more autographed photos at the auction today. What? Ming Dongheng exclaimed. Bai Lian took Jiang He to the library to do homework. Master Jiang was still away today, and after 2 consecutive weeks, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming felt somewhat unaccustomed. Chapter 277, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update, _2, evening. Jiang Fulai had just rushed back from Lin City. He lazily parked his car in front of the library, and only after people began to emerge did he leisurely honk his horn to let Bai Lian know he was across the street. Of course, he didn't really need to remind her. His car was the only one of its kind in the whole Xiangqing, and its presence had already attracted quite a crowd. Many had even taken out their cell phones to take pictures. When Jiang Fulai rolled down his window, those people hurriedly ran off with their phones. Mr. Jiang, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming came over to greet him. Jiang Fulai rested his left elbow casually on the rolled-down window, slightly tilted his head, his jet-black hair hanging down, his expression unchanged, and he asked in a methodical manner, "What's the ranking now?" He was referring to the Jiangjing University app ranking. Tang Ming instinctively looked towards Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was very calm, 561. But Tang Ming was on the verge of tears, 728. Jiang Fulai, heh. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, every time the two of them felt they were doing well, young Master Jiang would accurately deliver a blow. Study, they must study hard, they must study as if their lives depended on it. Bai Lian opened the passenger door, you should ask me too. Jiang Fulai calmly raised the car window, pretending he hadn't heard what she said. In the back seat, Jiang He was sulkily squeezed into a small corner by an item. The car soon arrived at Purist Street, where fewer vehicles passed by, and Jiang Fulai parked the car at a very open spot. Just as Bai Lian got out and was about to say goodbye to Jiang Fulai, "Wait," Jiang Fulai said, opening the driver's door and stepping out. Bai Lian still had earphones in her ears. She casually dismissed a word and waited for him. Jiang Fulai walked around to Bai Lian's side, pulled open the passenger door, glanced at Jiang He who silently drew his feet back, then nonchalantly picked up a nondescript gray rectangular bag from the back seat. Over a meter in length, it nearly took up the entire space of the back seat. "Hold this," Jiang Fulai handed the item over to Bai Lian. "That length, that width." At a glance, Bai Lian could tell it was a guqin. She didn't immediately take it. Jiang Fulai, holding the strap in his right hand and rubbing his left wrist with his left hand, sighed, "It's so heavy, Bai Lian." She slowly hooked the strap with 2 fingers, then bounced it lightly a couple of times, easily managing the 30-some pounds. "Oh," Jiang Fulai observed her slender fingers without a change in expression, "just something I found randomly, much cheaper than what Jiang Xianyao got. You can try it out first. If you're not comfortable we can look for another next time." Jiangjing Art Exhibit. A bunch of people looking at the exhibit saw one display, completely empty. "Wasn't it said that the Huanpei guqin would be exhibited here?" "Right, where's the guqin?" Many students from the music academy wanted to see the Huanpei guqin. They wanted to see what a guqin worth too. 88 million looked like. "Oh, that," a staff member came over, glanced at the spot, and smiled. It was bought by a customer before it could be displayed. "Bought already?" A crowd stood bewildered in the wind, having not even caught a glimpse. Who comes to an exhibit and buys something without even looking at it first? Ji Hing's courtyard. Today Ji Hing's place was somewhat bustling, with the lights turned up bright. Upon entering, Bai Lian immediately saw Lance sitting despondently at the stone table, Ji Xiaorong occasionally speaking to Lance, and not far away were Ren Qian and Ren Wanqian, who were conversing with Ji Hing. The clothes that Ji Hing had made for Lance were washed today and hadn't dried yet. Lance was currently wearing a retro green floral long shirt with matching pants, making him look somewhat like a long cucumber. Ren Qian and Ren Wanqian spoke with Ji Hing and ignored Lance. Seeing Bai Lian return, Lance's eyes lit up. "Waiting for you." He paused, then switched to English. Upon seeing Bai Lian return, Ren Qian also stood up and greeted her with a smile. "Alien is back. Let's go to my room." Bai Lian saw a new cup placed in front of Ren Qian and Ren Wanqian, filled with tea, yet untouched, and she addressed only Lance. At a glance, she could tell what was going on with the two from the Ren family. "Grandpa, you'll go in first." Bai Lian followed Lance into the room. Her room used to belong to Ji Mulan. There was a desk, a small square table, and an 8-panel screen separating the outer area from the bed, providing a personal space. Lance sat by the small square table. Bai Lian, as usual, gave Lance his acupuncture treatment. Then she unzipped the bag and took out the guqin. The dark brown body of the guqin, its 21 strings neatly arranged, the strings gleaming with silver light under the light. Bai Lian adjusted the bridges to the right positions, tuned the instrument, and then Chapter 278, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update, _3 She gently pressed on the strings of the zither. The sound was crisp and piercing. Bai Lian opened her smartphone and sent a message. "How much is this guzheng?" She could certainly tell that the timbre was of exceptional quality. "Teacher Jiang, 2,888. Bai Lian did a quick calculation of the price, compared to Dayang's cost of living. "Impossible." "Teacher Jiang, 8 billion, transfer the money." by the student. The school's guzheng indeed felt a bit rough. This guzheng was a timely rein for Bai Lian, who, as she pressed on the strings, had a continuous stream of inspiration and quickly wrote down line after line on paper. What's that? Lance looked over with silver needles pricked in his head. These characters were completely different from the Chinese characters he had learned. He recognized each character when taken apart, but combining them together was very confusing. Lance was baffled, wondering if the teacher who was teaching him Chinese had withheld something. Bai Lian did not bother to explain things that fundamentally could not be explained to foreigners. Partial paralysis. Lance immediately sat up straight. Outside. Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian had arrived in the afternoon, and Bai Lian had not mentioned Ren Wanxian to Ji Heng. Ji Heng was quite nice to Ren Wanxian, and now even conveniently invited the two of them to stay for dinner. I haven't finished my homework. Mentioning dinner, Ren Wanxian subconsciously spoke up. She found it hard to understand why Ji Heng was still living here. Wasn't Bai Lian no longer part of the Su family? Why not move Ji Heng out and change to a better house? Ji Xiaorong said nothing. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian, then turned to Ji Heng with a smile. She still has tutoring classes today. Speaking of this, Ren Qian inquired further. I've hired famous tutors from Beijing who have taught students admitted to Jiangjing University. How about letting Alien join Wanxian for the lessons? Next to him, Ren Wanxian bit her lip and glanced at Ren Qian. But she said no more. Ji Heng was startled. This could indeed be a good opportunity for Bai Lian, but I will ask her. He put down the embroidery needle and picked up the tobacco pipe next to him. Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian left, and Lance emerged from Bai Lian's place, pulling out the needles and looking excited. Eat what? Outside. Ren Qian turned to glance back, asking Ren Wanxian, do you know that foreigner? Lance's appearance was quite disreputable. Ren Wanxian was very averse to the idea of taking classes with Bai Lian. I don't know him. All sorts of people are around here. Purist Street was a place where all sorts of people could be found. If it had not been for the Su family, she would not have wanted to be here at all this year. It was just a casual question from Ren Qian. No one would associate Lance, such a small old man, with a master surgeon. What he needed to be concerned about was how to mend the relationship with the Ji family. Fortunately, Ji Heng was quite forgiving towards Ren Wanxian, his grandniece. But as for Bai Lian, Ren Qian had a headache. He somewhat felt that Ji Heng could not sway Bai Lian, so what about the Su family? The theme of Bai Xiangjin's character song was clear. Lyric and composition were not difficult for Bai Lian. She had many experiences, most of which happened to her personally. The arrival of Jiang Fulai's guzheng was opportune, and in less than 3 days, she had written the entire piece. However, there was one thing: she used a simplified score, as she had never learned modern music theory, and the original owner's mind also lacked knowledge of modern music theory. She could learn modern music theory, but there was no time. Thursday. Gym class. Class 15 and Class 8 were still together, and Bai Lian sat under the shade of a tree, lazily looking at a full page of simplified scores. Her phone lit up. It was a message from Jian Zhongyo. How do you think she plays? After listening to it, Bai Lian gave him an evaluation. Suddenly she remembered something. Do you know simplified scores? Jian Zhongyo took guzheng lessons seriously. He started playing the guzheng at the age of 8, and now, 60 years later, he was more familiar with the guzheng than with himself. He had written many papers on the guzheng and had researched no less than 100 historical books. Director Jian, ? This was a question directed at Bai Lian. Bai Jian, image, Bai Jian, can you translate this? Jiangjing Music Academy. In the office, President Jian put on his glasses and opened the image Bai Lian sent him. It was a version of the Jianzipu traditional music notation. He glanced at it, then taking his own guzheng, slowly started to play the notes following Bai Lian's tune, one by one. After replicating the entire tune, Jian couldn't hide his shock. President. A student knocked on the door from outside. Jian Zhongyo came back to his senses. Come in. Once the student left, Jian Zhongyo hurriedly studied the entire piece, taking a pen and turning the jianzipu into staff notation. The jianzipu was just part of his research. By converting it into staff notation, he could string the entire piece together from beginning to end. After he finished, he played it more smoothly. The whole piece was majestic, grandiose, and yet tragic. Jian Zhongyo heard such an emotionally complex tune for the first time. For a musician, receiving such a good piece was simply incredible. President Jian. President Jian, where did you get this? He sent the converted staff notation back to Bai Lian. After physical education class, Bai Lian opened the image and saw the staff notation President Jian had sent her. She didn't understand it very well, but she could follow it together with the jianzipu. She didn't quite understand why President Jian was so excited. By Jian, a song I wrote for a friend, President Jian, ? President Jian, did you write this? By Jian, 1. Jian Zhongyo couldn't comprehend Bai Lian's calm demeanor. It took him a long while to calm down, during which he didn't even think to ask why Bai Lian didn't use staff notation to record the music. After all, these days, few people knew about jianzipu. He asked methodically, such a good piece can't be treated lightly. Who arranged it? Bai Jian, don't know, President Jian, Friday. In the Zhang family's backyard. Yan Lu was practicing with a spear, and Sister Xan stood in the corner on the phone. Right, another week, huh? After hanging up, Sister Xan couldn't help but sigh. Yan Lu pivoted on the spot, and the spear obediently circled around in her hand, smoothly and adeptly. Sister Xan, just use the one you bought last time. Yan Lu put away her spear, her demeanor cool and detached. She had to join the cast the day after tomorrow, and there wasn't enough time. Sister Xan frowned, but she had listened to the demo, and from her non-professional perspective, both the lyrics and the composition seemed somewhat lacking. It was a minor issue if in Qi and Man she made fun of it, but if Yan Lu's debut song for her role was that bad, it would inevitably lead to an online backlash. Yan Lu comforted Sister Xan, I'm not a professional singer anyway, can I still get famous from singing? As long as I perform my part well in the drama, the viewers will change their minds later. Creak, the back door was pushed open. Wing Qi noisily carried a flower pot inside, greeting the two of them familiarly, Sister Yan, Sister Xan. Following him, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao each carried a flower pot. Sister Xan quickly stepped aside to let the students set down the flower pots. Seeing a truck parked outside, she and Yan Lu also helped move a few loads, and the group finished moving the flower pots in just a few minutes. Zhang Ma came in from the front with a bunch of colas. Bai Lian opened the pull tab of the soda can with one hand, while taking out two casually folded pieces of paper and a USB drive from her school uniform's pocket and handed them to Sister Xan. Hey, race the song, and the demo is on this USB drive. Aww. Sister Xan stared at her hand for a good while before taking them absent-mindedly. You finished everything? You also did the arrangement. Bai Lian took a casual sip of her cola, raised an eyebrow. I only took part in the lyric and music composition. Then who did the arrangement? Sister Xan reflexively asked. As for the arrangement, it was Jian Zhongyo. In an ordinary day, created by Bai Shengjuan herself, with the composition by the modern music leading figure, president of the Jiangjing Music Academy, Jian Zhongyo, a top-level cross-century collaboration, had been born. Chapter 279, the first pianist at the time, went to find President Jian_1 by Lian had only used the Jianzipu notation to jot down the main melody of the song, which encompassed its framework and soul. But as someone from the ancient past, she was not very familiar with modern instruments. The arrangement of a song is really too important. An arranger needs to understand various music theories and learn to match different instruments to compose accompaniment, enriching the music. This was not a difficult task for Jian Zhongyo, who had been involved with music since childhood. He had participated in many arrangements, and he didn't even need a music library. In fact, he could grab anyone from the music academy, where talented men and women were a dime a dozen, and they could play the parts needed for his arrangement on the spot. Sister Axayan gathered up the USB drive and the 2 pieces of paper. "I'll listen to it as soon as I get back." In reality, Sister Axayan didn't hold much hope for the lyrics and composition Bai Lian had created in such a short time, seeing as Bai Lian was not a professional. It wasn't just Sister Axayan. Bai Lian also felt that she might have a generation gap with Sister Axayan and the others, unsure whether her aesthetic would be embraced in this era. She thought for a moment, then said to Sister Axayan, "You all go back and listen, and if it really doesn't suit you, just forget it." Bai Lian had learned a diverse array of skills. She studied the guzheng with the top zheng player in Beijing, who had only taught 2 people at that time. She and Princess Huaiyan were the only students, and the princess learned to play better than her. Back then, there were too many people who knew how to play the guzheng. Talents bloomed everywhere, and they made friends through their playing. Women were subject to much stricter standards than today, yet Princess Huaiyan managed to stand out even at the young age of 16. It was a pity that Princess Huaiyan did not finish her studies, as she left the guzheng to Bai Lian when she went to marry into a foreign land alone at 18 years old. Later on, Bai Lian also did not complete her studies, as she departed for the battlefield. Nowadays, many short videos, including those edited by Pu Xiaohan, have covered the historical segment of Great Yong, claiming its history cannot be replicated, as flipping through its pages only reveals regrets. Xiaolu has to go back tonight to record the song, and shall join the crew the day after tomorrow. Mother Zhang looked at the group of kids in the backyard. "Well, all have dinner here tonight, everything has been purchased, and Dad Zhang has cleaned everything already." Zhang Xi's had already left this time, and it was uncertain when everyone would be able to gather like this again. Bai Lian came back to her senses. Okay. She could now calmly reminisce about these things. Bai Lian slightly bowed her head, her long lashes partly lowered. As the gentle golden light of the setting sun bathed her, she held her phone, sending a message to both Lance and Jiheng that she would eat outside and return home late. Mother Zhang went to the milk tea shop in front to look for Yang Lin and Qi Lu. Everyone was quite familiar with Qi Yundai. Especially Wing Qi, who felt like he was about to go find Zhang Xi's the moment Qi Lu glanced at him. Qi Yundai sat on the sofa, tidy and serious, not given to idle chatter. The others didn't dare to joke with him, but when they saw Mother Zhang bring out cut fruit, even Qi Yundai, a stickler for order, couldn't resist any longer. He stood up to go to the kitchen, shooing Father Zhang and Mother Zhang out. Chop, chop, a session of slicing. Father Zhang stood at the kitchen doorway with a knife, watching Qi Yundai meticulously shred cucumber, then hesitantly looked at Mother Zhang. Did you secretly hire a chef without telling me?" Mother Zhang smacked Father Zhang on the head. "How many times have I told you, this is Master Qi Lu?" Father Zhang, although Mother Zhang had told him countless times about the impressive deeds of Qi Yundai, but Father Zhang looked into the kitchen. Was this really a proper lawyer? After dinner, Sister Xian left with Yan Lu. They had to drive back to Beijing overnight to record the song. It wasn't until they were in the car that Sister Xian had the driver turn on the light in the back seat to look at the 2 pieces of paper Bai Lian had given her. The first piece of paper contained the music score, which she didn't understand very well since she hadn't learned music, so she flipped to the second sheet. The second was the complete lyrics of the song. Sister Axayan read slowly from top to bottom, her expression turning from casual to astonished. To raise a cup again, a toast to the imperial family, and to the vast world beyond. Born rebellious by nature, what fear have I of legions and horses vast? If heaven and earth do not side with me, I'll tread them underfoot. It's nothing but chess, calligraphy, paintings, poetry, wine, and flowers in the next life, as I mount my steed and take up my lance, clad in armor once again. Once Yan Lu's role was confirmed for Great Yong, they gave her the script. Sister Axian wasn't too familiar with this part of the history in Great Yong, but she had read the script. Bai Lian's lyrics truly encapsulated the character's life in all its details. The lyrics truly amazed Sister Axian. Yan Lu, take a look, Sister Axian directly showed her the lyrics, it's written by Miss Bai. Yan Lu took the lyrics, sat up straight and read from top to bottom. The music. After a long moment, Yan Lu let out a breath and immediately asked Sister Axian for the tune. She had learned music theory and could hum it roughly. Sister Axian passed her the other sheet. Bai Jian must be Miss Bai. It was the Jian that Sister Axian had not heard before. I've thought about it. If the composition and arrangement aren't too bad, you could use this song directly. Chapter 280. The first pianist at the time, went to find President Jian_2 Yan Lu didn't respond to her, only looking at the score. Sister Axian didn't have a computer on hand, unable to listen to the songs on the flash drive. She urged the driver, drive a little faster. The sooner they reached Beijing, the sooner they could hear the overall style of the song. Yan Lu by her side, having roughly hummed the entire melody, was lost in thought for a long time. Sister Axian was thinking that as long as the composition and arrangement weren't too bad, it would be fine. After all, Bai Lian had warned her that it could be replaced if unsuitable. But how would she know that the person who wrote this piece was Miss Bai herself? Bai Lian may have felt inferior to the third princess, but she forgot who her teacher was, who could take her and the third princess as students at the same time. Does her talent even need to be mentioned? The next day. Early Saturday morning. Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai went to give a lesson to Zhang Xiais. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Xiais was very moved, a snot-nosed tearful mess. Brother Jiang, after an hour-long lesson, Zhang Xiais asked in a low voice, what do you think are my chances of getting into Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law now? He felt that in just under a month, his performance had improved dramatically. Zhang Fulai told Bai Lian to go first and upon hearing the question, glanced at Zhang Xiais, I suggest you don't mention the University of Political Science and Law right now. Ah. Why? Zhang Xiais was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Zhang Fulai raised his hand, I'm afraid they might see you for libel. Zhang Xiais, a prison guard beside them, with his head lowered, recuffed Zhang Xi's hands. It couldn't be helped, Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law was famously known throughout Asia. After all, since Qi Lu had a high international profile, finding out he graduated from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law only enhanced its reputation. There wasn't a single mediocrity among them. Zhang Xiai sensed Zhang Fulai's implications. Small matters aside, he was now worried about whether he could get into the University of Political Science and Law. Looking at Zhang Fulai's manner, he knew, if he couldn't get in, Qi Lu would indeed be ruthless. Why were they all so abnormal? Outside, in the car. Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. She leaned back in her seat, head tilted slightly, lazily resting against the window, her phone pressed to her ear, having a call with Ji Heng. Today's Saturday. From the other side of the phone, Ji Heng was stuffing tobacco into his pipe. His voice was unclear. The Ren family mentioned that a master teacher from Beijing was coming to give a lesson. Do you want to go? Ji Heng knew Bai Lian was diligent in her studies. So after Rin Qian's call, he especially asked Bai Lian. Ji Heng was also well aware that academic pursuits were smoother with a teacher's assistance, despite not wanting to have many connections with the Rin family. But when it came to Bai Lian, Ji Heng was always able to maneuver with ease. Bai Lian didn't use speaker mode, but she didn't cover the microphone either. With the car's limited space, Jiang Fulai, sitting in the driver's seat, paused while fastening his seatbelt. In a casual sideways posture, he lifted his head and looked towards Bai Lian with a nonchalant demeanor. His eyes were shallow and pale, cold and clear. Bai Lian, Grandpa, I'm not going, she lowered her voice to Ji Heng. Ji Heng was still loud, I think, Bai Lian, Grandpa, I don't like the Rin family. With that, Ji Heng had no other words, all right, he'll let them know. After they hung up, Bai Lian glanced at the person beside her. Jiang Fulai methodically buckled up, rolled down both car windows, and the wind blew, lifting their white clothes. He didn't speak. Bai Lian thought this should be the end of it. Library. Ning Xiao asked Jiang Fulai a question from the Jiangjing University's attached college question bank. Jiang Fulai put down the printed document in his hand and glanced over. Do you know any famous teachers from Beijing? Ning Xiao looked at the English document Jiang Fulai had set down, which he didn't quite understand, and averted his gaze. At Jiang Fulai's words, he blinked in slight surprise. A teacher from Beijing. Very famous. Jiang Fulai slightly withdrew his gaze, his hand resting on the table, his pose somewhat casual. As if he was utterly nonchalant. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming took him seriously. Did a master teacher come to Shangqing? Bai Lian beside them, it was preposterous. She reached out, grabbed Jiang Fulai's wrist, took the question bank from Ning Xiao, and handed it to him calmly. Teacher Jiang, listen to me, you're the most famous. Jiang Fulai picked up the book, half convinced. Lunchtime. Having finished a bite, Jiang Fulai suddenly looked at Bai Lian. So who is that teacher? All right. Bai Lian knew, the matter wasn't over just yet. She'd remember the Rin family. After lunch, when Bai Lian took out her phone to memorize words, she stumbled upon Sister Zin's WeChat and asked her, how is it, does it work? Chapter 281. The first pianist at the time, went to find President Jian_3. She didn't know if modern people could appreciate her old-fashioned aesthetic. The Rin family. Rin Qian had already received a response from Ji Heng. She doesn't want to come. Rin Qian wasn't particularly surprised by this response, but still didn't understand what Bai Lian was thinking. Prepare another gift and send it to the Ji family. He instructed. Ren Wanqian was already in class, having recently become extremely studious due to some unknown motivation. Okay, the person beside him responded respectfully, then reported the information he had gathered. There indeed arrived another person in Jiangjing, last name Yu. We are not clear on the other details. Hearing this, Rin Qian was even more surprised. This is more secretive than Qin Ye's information. Is there any way to get in contact? The subordinate looked down slightly. Chen Gang is already pulling strings. Their first meeting with Qin Yi had been arranged by Qin Gang, and it was no secret in Shangqing that Qin Gang was connected to the Qin family of Jiangjing. If they could arrange a meeting with Qin Yi, arranging one with another person shouldn't be difficult. It's good to have connections in high places. Rin Qian had envied the Qin family's network of contacts more than once. Contact Qin Gang for me. Rin Qian made a decisive decision, pondered for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, do you think Su-en knows about this? The subordinate was uncertain. He should know, right? If they had received the information, Su-en, who was more in the know, would definitely be aware. Beijing Recording Studio. Wang Axayan and Yan Lu had been waiting since the morning, and it had already been 3 hours. A staff member came out, and Wang Axayan couldn't help but approach. Are the people inside finished recording? Why hasn't it been our turn yet? The staff member glanced at Wang Xian, not recognizing her, and waved his hand impatiently. "Teacher man, she is still recording. If you can't wait, go to another studio." "But we had an appointment at 9:30. Could you let us record first?" "We are on a tight schedule," Wang Xian said with a smile, pleading with the staff member. She had booked this morning's recording session for 9:30 several days ago. But since she hadn't finished, Wang Xian and Yan Lu had been waiting until noon. Having no other choice, since Yan Lu was not yet famous and considered a nobody in the industry, no one would care. This was the harsh reality for those who weren't famous. "You're funny," the staff member scoffed. "You're on a tight schedule, but doesn't that apply to everyone else, too? Don't disturb me while I'm working." He carried 2 cups of coffee toward the direction of the recording studio. Having heard that it was she inside, Wang Xian knew that there must be some deliberate delay on their part. "Let's wait a bit longer." Yan Lu adjusted the sunglasses on her chest and spoke up with a cool tone. "She can't possibly stay in here all night." Wang Xian thought to herself that staying all night was unlikely. This was the best recording studio in Beijing, always fully booked, and Wang Xian had also made a reservation long in advance. They would probably not be able to find another available studio at this short notice. Her phone pinged with a message. It was from Bai Lian. Wang Xian stood up promptly, and even though Bai Lian wasn't there, she replied to the message with respectful haste. She described the situation briefly. When Bai Lian received the message from Wang Xian, she was on her way back to the library. Her fingertips tapping on the phone screen, she directly called Wang Xian. "Miss Bai." Wang Xian walked into a corner. Bai Lian paused at the bottom of the library stairs, leaning against a pillar. "Then do you want to switch to a different studio?" "We would like to change," Wang Xian sighed, "but you have to book recording studios in advance. We certainly can't find another one on short notice. Hopefully, they will be finished in the afternoon." The afternoon, Bai Lian considered the time, and then suddenly proposed, "The timing should work out. Go to Jiangjing." Just yesterday, Jian Zhongyo had told Yan Lu to go to Jiangjing for recording. Bai Lian, seeing Yan Lu and company anxious, hadn't told them. Now, since they had to wait either way, it might be better to go to Jiangjing to record, especially since President Jian himself was personally handling the arrangement, and nobody knew it better than him. Jiangjing. Wang Xian was once again surprised by Bai Lian's suggestion. Yes, Bai Lian was decisive, "Buy plane tickets now." After speaking with Wang Xian, Bai Lian brought up President Jian's WeChat. Their conversation was still on the topic of reduced musical scores. President Jian discovered that Bai Lian's research on reduced musical scores was even more extensive than his, and they had been discussing the restoration of a score that was missing half a page. President Jian! President Jian, send me the flight details, I'll arrange for someone to pick them up. At 4:45 p.m. Jiangjing Airport. Upon disembarking the plane, Yan Lu and Wang Xian saw a young man at the meeting point holding a sign for them. "Miss Yan Lu, I presume," the young man was very polite to the 2 women, "please follow us." He led the way, taking out his phone to report to President Jian, "President, we've picked up the guests." This exclamatory style was known by a few at the music academy. President Jian was fond of using exclamation marks. The young man led them to a business vehicle. A very ordinary business vehicle. "Wang Xian, where are we going?" Inside the business vehicle, Yan Lu sat with Wang Xian at the back and couldn't help but lower her voice to ask. Wang Xian did not know either, but they both trusted Bai Lian. Her heart suddenly beat faster, her imagination running wild. Could it be the Crown Recording Studio? The Crown Recording Studio, highly sought after in the entertainment industry, equipped with top-notch gear, was the go-to recording facility for many top singers and kings of music. With Yan Lu's current status, it was impossible to book a session there. But Wang Xian thought, considering Bai Lian knew Mr. Su himself, it was quite possible she could secure a booking. It was the best studio Wang Xian could imagine Bai Lian being able to book, something she wouldn't have even dared to dream of in the past. Until the car stopped in front of a school gate. Chapter 282, 107 Su En meets Director Qin, Part 2, _1, Xinjie. Yan Lu looked through the car window at the large characters on the school gate. The gate was very quaint, its archway having been renovated several times, yet the weight of history was still visible, topped by 6 gilded characters, Jiangjing Music Academy, the best music academy in the country and even Asia. But it was very strict in admitting students, and every year it would select students to go to the Royal Music Hall, with many nationally renowned teachers performing there. In the entertainment industry, 2 celebrities who graduated from Jiangjing Music Academy had already attracted onlookers even before their debut. The bright lights at the gate reflected a cold shine in Yan Lu's eyes. The lights were too glaring, making Yan Lu feel somewhat unreal in her daze. The driver's side window rolled down, and the boy picking them up greeted the gatekeeper with familiarity. "Yes, I'm from Dean Jian's office, by uncle." The gate opened. The boy drove the car in. Finally, it stopped in front of an office building, and the rear door opened automatically. Yan Lu and Xinjie stepped onto the ground, feeling light as if stepping on a cloud of cotton, the experience quite surreal. This was Jiangjing Music Academy, a place they could not enter even in their next lifetime. "Miss Yan Lu, I'll take you to the recording studio," the boy said with a smile to Yan Lu and the other, pressing the elevator button to take them to the 3rd floor. It was almost 6 o'clock. The recording studio on the 3rd floor had the lights on, with several people inside communicating. From a distance, the boys saw Jian Zhongyo, who had his back to them, Dean Jian. "They have arrived." Jian Zhongyo was instructing the recording of drum beats and a section of pipa and flute music. As for the sound of the guzheng, he recorded it himself. Hearing the voice, he turned his head to look at Yan Lu and the other. "Hello, I'm Jian Zhongyo." After briefly introducing himself, he directly said to Yan Lu, "You listen first, we'll start recording in half an hour." He handed a recorder and a pair of headphones to Yan Lu. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Bai Lian. "They have arrived." Coming back to her senses, Yan Lu put on the headphones and started to listen intently. Xinjie stepped to the side, as Jiangjing Music Academy was too different from her circle, and she didn't know Jian Zhongyo. She let out a breath and said to the boy who had picked them up, "I thought you were going to take us to Crown Recording Studio." Yes, once she knew the boy was a student at the Music Academy, she addressed him with respect. "Crown Recording Studio." The boy was stunned and then remembered, "Oh, Dean Jian has high requirements, that place's equipment can't keep up." "Who is Dean Jian?" Xinjie asked humbly. "It's Dean Jian." The boy glanced at Xinjie, surprised that the person Dean Jian asked him to pick up didn't know him. "Dean Jian Zhongyo, if you go to our school's official website, you'll know." Xinjie wouldn't dare to search Jiangjing Music Academy on normal days. The school was the Jiangjing University of the Art Students. Pulling out her phone and searching for the school's name, she clicked into the official website and saw the caption floating on top, "Dean Jian Zongyi's disciple acceptance ceremony comes to a close." She scrolled downwards. Then she looked up blankly, her gaze falling on Yan Lu, who was interacting with a group of staff. A suspicion quietly formed in her heart, this time. Yan Lu might really become famous with just one song. When Bai Lian received a message from Dean Jian, she was in the yard giving acupuncture to Lance. "Oh, it's truly miraculous," Lance exclaimed with a head full of silver needles while talking to Bai Lian. "I didn't wear glasses today, but I can see so much clearer than before. Bai Lian put away the extra silver needles. Looking up at him, she spoke unhurriedly, "You would recover even faster if you didn't talk." "What?" Lance's eyes widened. He had tremendous respect for Chinese medicine and didn't doubt Bai Lian's words. He even looked at her accusingly, as she had not told him these things earlier. Ji Hing's embroidery frame was still placed in the yard. He himself was in the kitchen. Bai Lian went in to help him wash some vegetables. "Grandpa, have you considered setting up a stall on the east side of the city?" Ji Heng would often set up a small stall, patronized by residents of Purist Street. "East side of the city?" Ji Heng asked in surprise. They opened up a bus line there. Bai Lian had a tentative idea. "In the future, there will be heavy foot traffic, and more people will see your embroidery work." Upon hearing this, Ji Hing fell silent. "I'll think about it." Since the east side of the city was still under construction and large-scale malls along with the foundations for hotels in Yongfu residential area were just beginning, Bai Lian was not in a hurry. She glanced at Ji Hing, feeling that he had deeper concerns. But she couldn't figure out what Ji Hing was worried about. Bai Lian looked toward the warehouse in the yard, which stored a collection of exquisite fabrics. Unable to understand, she returned to her room. She hadn't practiced her test papers today. Instead, she turned on the light and carefully looked at the image Dean Jian had sent her again. Jian Zhongyo had sent her an old, yellowed score with missing parts, some only half recorded. She plucked the strings of the guzheng, trying to fill in what was missing. After completing the task, she wrote a new copy and sent it to Jian Zhongyo. She also replied to Xinji's message. Xinjia said that Yan Lu's recording went very smoothly. After dealing with all that, Bai Lian went out unhurriedly to remove the needles from Lance. After taking them out, she sterilized the silver needles again. Lance waited for Bai Lian to remove the silver needles from his head before complaining to Ji Hing. "She didn't even tell me." "Oops, wrong, I was supposed to drink this tea." The next day, early in the morning, Su An's car arrived at the entrance of Purist Street. "Is this the place?" The assistant looked at the intersection and then at the address on the file. "Mr. Su, we've arrived." Su An got out of the car holding a gift box. Purist Street was rather old, and although it had been renovated in several places recently, the environment still wasn't great. The assistant, visiting such a place for the first time, thought to himself that it was no wonder Ji Mulan had always made excuses not to come here. "Mr. Su, let me carry it." The assistant parked the car and hurried forward to take the gift box from Su An's hand. It contained tonics and tobacco that Su An had brought over from Zhongjing. "No need." Su An avoided his hand and looked up at an alley. "Is it here?" The assistant wasn't sure either. "Should we call the missus?" Ji Mulan had a maintenance appointment today and would arrive later. Su An knew that Bai Lian wouldn't be at home in the morning, as she was going to the library to read and do homework, so he deliberately came over early in the morning. For his first visit, how could Su An not see Bai Lian? Su An, worried about not being able to see Bai Lian later, called Ji Mulan to ask. After confirming it was this alley, he walked inside. After some twists and turns, he finally reached Ji Hing's house. Checking the house number shown on his phone against the yard, and hearing the sound of a guzheng from inside, the assistant nodded and confirmed to Su An, "Mr. Su, this is the place." Knocking on the door, of course, was not something the assistant could take upon himself. Su An reached out to knock on the door. The door was opened by Ji Hing, who looked groggy and was holding a towel. Seeing Su An, he was very surprised. "I came especially to see you today." Su An handed over the gift box. "With the wedding date approaching, I wanted to talk about the details of the wedding ceremony," Su An said with a smile. He and Ji Mulan were planning to get married at the end of the year, and that date was drawing close. The wedding would be held in Zhongjing, and he wondered if Bai Lian would attend. Ji Hing stepped aside to let him in. we can discuss it slowly, no rush. After escorting Su-en inside, Assistant Su-en left, as he didn't dare to involve himself in the boss family matters. Alien. As Su-en entered with Ji Heng, he greeted Bai Lian. Bai Lian was cleaning her guzheng with gauze. Hearing the voice, she turned her head slightly and lazily greeted back, "Morning." She showed no curiosity as to why he had come so early. Ji Heng went to the bathroom to wash his face and gestured for Bai Lian to make tea for Su-en. Bai Lian put down the gauze and brewed a cup of tea for Su-en. Su-en hadn't expected that Bai Lian would make tea for him. He quickly took it and remembered the matter at hand. "Will you come to Jiangjing at the end of the year? When I marry your mother." The end of the year. Bai Lian picked up the gauze again, remembering Jiang Fulai had mentioned a special training camp at the end of the year, and she said unhurriedly, "I might not have the time." Hearing her say that, Su-en was somewhat disappointed. "Okay." Bai Lian finished wiping down the guzheng and took it back to her room. Su-en watched Bai Lian's retreating figure and sighed, when his phone rang. It was a call from Ren Qian. Su-en picked up, quite surprised. "Mr. Ren." "Mr. Su," on the other end, Ren Qian chuckled. "Do you have time today?" "No." Su-en sat down on a stone bench under the banyan tree, lowered his head to gently blow on the tea in his cup and took a light sip. Ren Qian wasn't surprised and laughed like a sly fox. "That's unfortunate, we've just welcomed Miss Yu." "Are you sure you can't make some time?" "Miss Yu?" Su-en was startled. "Someone from the Yu family." He knew Yu Hongyi had come to Xiangqing, but Yu Hongyi and Mr. Qin were not the same. She wasn't in charge of Xiangcheng's affairs but was supposed to be responsible for Baxter Street. How had Ren Qian and his people managed to invite her? If it were any other time, Su-en would certainly attend, but today he was there to see Ji Heng. Not in the morning, Su-en pondered for a moment. "I might have time in the afternoon." Ren Qian had thought that by saying so, Su-en would surely come, but the latter still said he had no time. Su-en hung up the phone, surprised and also quite taken aback. Then, he felt regretful. Why did it have to be today? As he was thinking, the door that had been closed was knocked on again. "Uncle Ji, Uncle Ji. Who would visit so early?" Su-en just had a sip of tea and now put down his cup again to go and open the door. Su-en opened the door casually. Since the person outside had called for Uncle Ji, he thought it might be a neighbor of Ji Heng's. Until he opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a black casual jacket, holding a fishing rod and a fish basket, with a beaming smile on his face. Su-en was somewhat stunned. "Chen, Mr. Chen." Chapter 283, 108 What exactly does Ji family do? Video_1 Chen Yongkuan didn't recognize Su-en, but Su-en had seen him before. The major part of the reason he came to Xiangqing to develop his career was because he knew Chen Yongkuan had been transferred here. Unfortunately, as a businessman, Su-en had sent his business card many times through others but never got to see Mr. Chen face to face. Su-en wasn't surprised by this. After all, it was Mr. Chen, especially since he recently heard that Mr. Chen's status had risen, gradually gaining some say within the Chen family. Su-en was always calm and composed, a sly old fox in the workplace, but now he found it somewhat hard to maintain his expression. He was about to give up on the connection with Mr. Chen. Why did he have to see him in the Ji family's place right now? Director Chen had a smile on his face, and when he heard the words, "Mr. Chen," he raised his eyebrows slightly and greeted Su-en cheerfully. "Hello, hello, I am Chen Yongkuan." He humbly and modestly introduced himself. Then he shifted the fishing rod to his hand holding the fish basket and shook hands with Su-en. "Xiao Chen," Ji Heng called out from inside the courtyard, having finished washing his face. "You're too early. Have you eaten yet?" Director Chen smiled at Suen and turned to slip through a gap to get inside. Uncle, not yet. We hurried to get here early for a good spot, there's a lot of people on Sundays. Ji Hing took out some egg pancakes and fried dough sticks and casually said, Alien just bought these, have some, and wait for me for a while. Hearing this, Director Chen quickly put down the fishing rod. He sat at the stone table, didn't start eating, but took out his phone from his pocket, snapped a photo, and posted it to his circle of friends. Photo, breakfast bought by Miss Bai. Xiaoqi liked the post. Ming Dongheng liked the post. Shi Lu liked the post. Jiang He, ? Ji Heng was clearly very familiar with Director Chen. When Suen arrived, Ji Heng only exchanged some polite words, but he was very natural with Director Chen, and Suen saw this clearly. Uncle, that is, Director Chen took a bite of the egg pancake and turned to look at Suen, who was closing the gate. After finishing a cup of tea, Ji Heng introduced Suen. It was brief. Director Chen came back to his senses. He smiled at Suen, so it's Mr. Su. Hello. Suen was somewhat reserved, but he had seen many big events, and didn't bring his business mannerisms here. He hid his inner shock and started to chat with Director Chen. Both of them had broad knowledge and were articulate. If they wanted to be familiar with someone, it would take just a few words. When Bai Lian came out after changing clothes, Director Chen was still eating breakfast. Seeing Bai Lian, Director Chen quickly put down his egg pancake. He stood up, his tone not as casual as when he was talking to Ji Hing. Miss Bai, are you leaving already? Bai Lian was a bit late today because of violin maintenance. Casually glancing with 2 fingers hooked on the canvas bag embroidered by Ji Hing, she looked toward Director Chen. Yes. Shall I drive you? Director Chen took keys out of his pocket. Bai Lian pulled open the courtyard gate. No need. All right then. Director Chen sounded a bit disappointed. He stood up, escorted Bai Lian to the gate, and after she turned a corner and disappeared from his sight, Director Chen closed the gate. Behind him, Suen noted the way Director Chen acted towards Bai Lian. His expression was calm, but inwardly he felt a storm brewing. Is it not? What is the situation exactly? What does the Ji family actually do? Are you coming fishing with us? Director Chen turned around and warmly invited Suen. The fishing crew was about to get bigger. At the intersection of Purish Street, Ming Dongheng had been waiting for Bai Lian with Jiang He for a while. In the passenger seat was Chen Jingyu, who knew who Ming Dongheng was waiting for as soon as he saw the slender figure at the crossroad. He opened his mouth but didn't feel the same incomprehension as the last time. Just wrinkled his brow looking at the slim Bai Lian, her posture casual and soft, her achievements also mediocre, so why? Chen Jingyu couldn't figure it out. While Bai Lian was getting into the car, Ming Dongheng was speaking to Chen Jingyu in a cool tone. It starts at 10, we have time, but why does Mr. Bai only give out 10 signed photos every time? Who can actually get one of those? Bai Lian, just seated, slowly lifted her head. Raising her hand, she hesitatingly asked, Mr. Bai's signed photos. It's Mr. Bai Baixin's, Ming Dongheng explained respectfully as he drove onto the main road, referring to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, amulet. Ming Dongheng earnestly said, Miss Bai, Mr. Bai has high achievements in martial arts. Dongwu appraised him as a rare talent that appears once in a century, and Dongwu directly invited him to become a senior club member. You can tell from how he rose to an O1 in just 2 months. After that battle, Mr. Bai Beixin became a sensation in the national martial arts scene. Chapter 284, 108 What exactly does Ji family do? Video_2 Bai Lian, respect. In the eastern part of the city, the old district. Bai Lian led Jiang He out of the car. In the car, Chen Jingyu didn't dare to speak in front of Bai Lian. It wasn't until she got out of the car that he turned his head to look at Ming Dongheng and lowered his voice. What's the use of explaining so much to her? Could this Miss Bai understand? He had recently been recommended by a surplus god and was making a name for himself in the Qin family, also eyeing Ming Dongheng's bodyguard position, feeling extremely inflated inside. Almost forgetting himself. Ming Dongheng's expression was cold. Chen Jingyu, be mindful of what you say and do. Bai Lian arrived early today. The Calligraphy Association hadn't opened yet. Only a few street vendors had opened their stalls by the roadside. Bai Lian bought a sugar figure in the shape of a crane for Jiang He and waited for him to eat the sugar while waiting for the martial arts gym to open. Finally, when Hall Master Jean came out, she intercepted him and got straight to the point. Hall Master Jean, do you have any plans to reopen the martial arts gym? Bai Lian had been formulating and planning this idea ever since she found the martial arts gym. She had researched many gyms over the past 2 months and asked people like Jian Zhe for information about Xingyi Martial Arts School, having a preliminary plan for the gym's closure and subsequent development. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Jean Kai's expression didn't fluctuate at all. He just looked up at her. He was only around 40 years old, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and brows. Sorry, but I have to get to work. This is my initial idea. Bai Lian handed a piece of paper to Jean Kai, and she just smiled lightly. You can take a look when you have time. She had a pair of lazy almond eyes, black pupils, and gentle lines. When she smiled, it seemed casual and carefree yet carried an inexplicable tension, making people involuntarily believe in her. Jean Kai accepted that piece of paper. He then silently continued on to work at the construction site nearby. Not far away, next to the bus stop sign, a sedan was parked. In the back seat, a man's eyes, looking through the window and landing on the girl, were gloomy. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette. I was wondering why Jean Kai had always refused to sell the martial arts gym. Turns out he found a new backer. The person in the driver's seat was surprised. Secretary Zhou, do you know her? I'm no longer the secretary of the Ren family. Zhou Jian lit the cigarette, his lips slowly curling. She's Su En's stepdaughter. And who is Su En? Su En. The new big boss in Xiangqing. No wonder she's so arrogant, Zhou Jian sneered. Let's head back. He lowered his head, took out his phone, and sent a message to a number. Rest assured, miss, no one can shake your position. He looked up. If Bai Lian were here, she would have recognized this person as the former Secretary General of Renqian. Afternoon. After fishing in the evening, Su En finally went to the Ren family's dinner party. President Su, Ren Qian and Chen Gang raised their glasses towards Su En, and after drinking one, Ren Qian spoke up. You were really unlucky today, otherwise you could have met Miss Yu. The person on the side filled the trio's cups with wine again. Su En pressed his brow, finding today's alcohol a bit strong. He glanced at the person pouring the wine, whom he seemed to have met before. It was Ren Qian's secretary. Regarding Ren Qian's comment, Su En remained composed. I had some urgent matters. If there's another opportunity, I will inform you in advance, said Chen Gang with a smile. From Saturday night to Monday morning. Jian Zhongyo, who hadn't replied to Bai Lian, finally responded to her message. President Jian, the song recording is complete. President Jian, let me have a look at the abbreviated musical score you restored. Bai Jian, 1. Jian Zhongyo sat in his office. He hadn't rested much these past days. The people at Jiangjing Music Academy were striving for perfection, not tolerating a single flaw, and finally finished the song before Yan Lu's release. After all this, he listened to the music for a long time before he opened the chat window with Bai Lian. It was a picture of an abbreviated musical score. Jian Zhongyo clicked to open it. Bai Lian had added several fingerings to the score. Jian Zhongyo was a bit stunned. he couldn't care about resting anymore and went to the music room to play the fingering sequence Bai Lian had supplied, according to order. "Oh. Sister Lian," the official account commented on my video. In the front seat, Pu Xiaohan opened the video for Bai Lian to see. "Look quickly." The others in the class crowded around too. It was a video Pu Xiaohan had just posted this week. The video featured Grandpa Tao and his puppets. Bai Lian watched attentively. Pu Xiaohan had a flair for editing. She spent more than half a month creating this video of less than 2 minutes. It started with the classic music of the Great Sage's entrance, matched with Grandpa Tao's manipulation of the Great Sage. Chapter 285, 108 What exactly does Ji family do? Video_3 In this vast world, who has ever frightened me, old son? Chills ran down Wing Chi's spine as he stood beside. From the enthusiastic son Wukong to the scholarly top scholar, to Grandpa Tao's humble little cabin, and ultimately ending with a black screen, as well as Grandpa Tao's words, "Will anyone really like this?" Hot comment, "Grandpa, I really love it," teary-eyed, "with such great craftsmanship. Why does Grandpa seem to live so poorly?" "Because he can't make a living," sigh, "I'm in Xiangqing. I'll come to see you during the holiday, Grandpa." The top hot comment was that official one mentioned by Pu Xiaohan, a high-quality, meaningful video. 2,587,441 likes soon, the trending topic, official comment and a big bowl of eat was slowly climbing up. The followers of Eat and a Big Bowl skyrocketed from 5-6 million to over 9 million. Wing Chi clapped Pu Xiaohan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't forget each other in wealth. Share the spoils if you witness it, share the spoils if you witness it." Pu Xiaohan escaped from the crowd and then bit her finger as she looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian nonchalantly took out a book. On hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Speak." Pu Xiaohan made an "oh" sound and then said seriously, "I want to film you doing that, dancing with the long sword. And also your grandfather, I want to shoot an episode about his needlework." She had seen Bai Lian demonstrate the long sword to Yan Lu. She hadn't seen much, only twice. Only after seeing it with her own eyes did she understand why Bai Lian said she was average with the long sword, for compared to her long sword, it really could be called average. Pu Xiaohan couldn't stop thinking about it. Bai Lian crossed her legs and wrote a neat chemical formula in her notebook, her tone as unhurried as ever. "Next time, get Yan Lu to shoot it for you. As for my grandpa, I'll go ask him." She wasn't sure if Ji Heng would be willing to be filmed. "You won't do it." Pu Xiaohan was a little disappointed, but upon hearing that Bai Lian was willing to ask Ji Heng, she perked up again. "Hey, it would be great if there were special effects, like a bang and an explosion upon collision." Grandpa Tao's video lacked special effects, otherwise it would have been perfect. Her video's transitions, cuts, and music were all perfect. It was just missing some live-action special effects. Collision effects. Bai Lian paused, her head lifting thoughtfully. She then took out her phone. The reply from the young master Jiang was always swift, ? "By student, can I borrow your lab?" Jiang teacher, oh. Jiang teacher, is that all? By student, 1. The reply was cold and emotionless, and just in time for class, she put her phone away. Early in the morning, just after a group meeting at the CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute, Jiang Fulai put away his documents. His pale fingers tapped the screen irritably at that one and pressed several times. I patted my student on the shoulder and spoke of building socialism. Jiang young master, back to Yan Lu. She didn't wait for the full song to come out. The shooting ceremony was on Monday morning. She flew back to Beijing, then took a long car ride to rejoin the crew in Xiangqing. It was already Monday morning. The main cast of Great Yong had all arrived on set. After getting her makeup and costume done, Yen Lu held a stick of incense and bowed to the altar with a group of people. Although she had secured a leading role this time, her popularity was lower than the other actors, so she stood at the edge. Once director Wuxia finished his worship, he found her, expressing some concern. The microblog for joining the production should be posted at 9 o'clock along with the public, and have you not used the character song we previously found for you? Yen Lu took out her phone. Jia had just sent a message, video, Jia, the song wasn't released in time, just post the video on Weibo first. Thank you, director. A friend of mine wrote one for me, I'll post the video directly later. Yen Lu saved the video to her phone. Wuxia was shocked by Yen Lu, you haven't released this song yet. The character songs of the other actors had been released a week ago. Yen Lu had been so calm for the whole week that he had thought she found a well-known composer. But it was just a friend of hers. He held his forehead, took out his phone, and walked to the side to call the publicity team for the program. When Yen Lu posts her Weibo later, pay attention to controlling the comments, Wuxia said. He genuinely appreciated Yen Lu's interpretation of the role. If he had known earlier that Chi would back out at the last minute, he would never have sought him out. He didn't want the leading actress to get bashed before they even started recording the TV series. Being criticized in the entertainment industry is commonplace, and Wuxia had been through it as well, but he didn't want Yen Lu to be affected by the negative comments while filming. In Beijing. Before the recording of the variety show, Perfect. And Chi, have you heard? A singer who had finished recording the variety show chuckled as he slung his arm over Chi, lowering his voice. And Chi's former rumored flame is looking all over for someone to write a song for her. Has she not come to you? Man's Eye's variety show had specially invited the popular singer and Chi. Their CP fans would surge after this episode. The circle was more informed than the outside world. Previously, Yen Lu was banned by the Lu family, but she struck lucky as the Lu family was later found to have tax and financial issues, and now most of their shareholders were detained for investigation. And Chi, with a cool demeanor, said, no. Then she's going to be ripped apart by netizens today, the man shrugged. Maybe she found a good team, man, she smiled. Someone else joined the conversation, haha, maybe she found someone even better than Chi. Of course, everyone knew that was impossible. Standing to the side, Man's eyes held a touch of mockery when she looked down. Whether Yen Lu had even finished recording a song was unknown. The group headed to the makeup room. And Chi's manager also gave him a look and pulled him aside to caution in a low voice, even if Yen Lu approaches you, don't give her that song. You're going to Jiangjing Music Academy for further studies, you can't be associated with any scandals. And Chi had been tied to Yen Lu in the past, but compared to her, who had a pretty face with no acting skills, no prospects for development, and a myriad of scandals, and Chi's team naturally favored Man Chi. This opportunity was given to Chi by Time Entertainment. And Chi was only going to attend a couple of classes at Jiangjing Music Academy, but the outside world would be informed that he was there for further studies. How could the fans tell the difference? I understand, and Chi nodded. 9 o'clock. The official The Great Yong account mentioned all the actors, announcing the start of production. V. Yen Lu, thank you everyone, thank you to the production team, I will give my all in portraying this character and will not let anyone down. Attached is the character song, video. The Weibo world was a stormy place. The character songs of the other main actors had already been released, but there was no news from Yen Lu. Now that production had started, like scattered stars in a dark sky, there were fans who followed Yen Lu. They saw that she hadn't even released her character song, just a video. Forget it, let's just bite the bullet. A few despairing fans thought to themselves. Until they looked at the comments section. Jiangjing Music Academy retweeted and commented, "Congratulations to Miss Yen Lu." Chapter 286, 109 composed the divine peace, reviewing the long spear, second update, _1 under this comment, it wasn't long before the haters arrived, man's eyes diehard fan, Miss Yen Lu. Which miss? Please return man's eyes resources to Yen Lu, Yen Lu still has fans. Which company's water army are you from? Come on, how much did Yen Lu pay you? Passerby 1, man's eyes fans have gone crazy. They see a water army in everyone, look clearly at who you're spraying. Passerby 2, I thought it was a high-quality imitation account, but after checking the homepage, I'm kneeling in awe, kneeling. Passerby 3, just asking timidly, did nobody listen to the song? Great Yong crew. The first scene started, and since it was the first scene, Wan Chushan didn't want any mistakes. He hoped to get it right in one take, so he directly filmed the scene for Liang Zuan with 2 seasoned actors. After the shoot, he remembered the issue with Yen Lu and inquired about the control of comments in the publicity department. You haven't checked Weibo yet. The publicity department staff was taken aback before suggesting Wan Chushan check Weibo in a tactful manner. Wan Chushan hurriedly opened Weibo. The usually smooth Weibo was a bit laggy today. He clicked on Yen Lu's account, and in just half an hour, Yen Lu's Weibo post had already garnered 230,000 comments. Wan Kaishan's eyes immediately landed on the top liked comment from Jiangjing Music Academy. His fingers trembling slightly, he clicked on Jiangjing Music Academy, Jiangjing Music Academy following 6 fans, 9.87 million. Through the microphone, the publicity department staff continued to speak, but he suppressed his excitement. It's Jiangjing Music Academy's official account. How did you find Miss Yen? Director Wan, do you know gambling with liquor? Every music platform is asking our crew if they can buy the copyright outright. Did you introduce this song for Yen Lu? Even Jiangjing Music Academy has entered the fray. Jiangjing Music Academy, the musical palace not just in the country but across Asia. Anyone in the entertainment industry who can be associated with this institution is considered a scholarly elite worth hyping, but who could have expected the official account to directly promote Yen Lu? Director Wan ended the call and clicked on Yen Lu's video. The clear sound of the guzheng started from afar and came closer, as 4 lines of text slowly emerged, gambling with liquor, lyrics, by Jian composition, by Jian arrangement, Jian, by Jian. Jian. Nobody had any impression of these 2 names. But immediately after, the sound of the pipa captured everyone's attention, and with a drumbeat, Yen Lu's slightly deep and distinctive voice rang out, a cup to the past. The video was composed of simple scenes, but along with Yen Lu's voice mixed with the beats of drums, the guzheng, and the pipa. The song perfectly blended the national style, and it seemed as if everyone could see a life of epic grandeur. Good music doesn't need promotion. One person passed it on to another, and by 9:30, the Weibo trending search had climbed to a terrifying number. Trending number 1, gambling with liquor, exploding. Trending number 2, Yen Lu, exploding. Trending number 3, Who is by Jian, exploding. Trending number 4, Great Yong, starts filming. Trending number 5, Jiangjing Music Academy. Before even filming the drama, Yen Lu was slaying all over Weibo with just one unpublished song. Haters wanted to find something to criticize, but after repeatedly listening to the song, from lyrics and composition to arrangement, they found there was absolutely nothing to pick on. Of course, no one knew that the arrangement had been done by Jian Zhongyo, standing at the peak of the musical temple, and that every instrument was accompanied by well-known teachers from Jiangjing Music Academy. Especially the composition, which was by the original author of the 1,000-year-old The White Robe Journey. With such a combination, how could it not explode on Weibo? This wave drove the entire Weibo crazy. Because of one song, Yen Lu became famous. Countless people on Weibo were searching for Bai Jian and his compositions, yet this Bai Jian seemed to have appeared out of thin air, having written just this one song. Another topic's popularity was rising. I seemed to be witnessing the birth of a legendary composer. Bai Lian didn't go online. She was oblivious to the fervor of the song on the internet. When her manager called her, she spoke with utmost respect. "Miss Bai, every major platform wants to buy the rights to gambling with liquor. I've discussed it with Yan Lu. The royalties will be given to you and Principal Jian. No need." Bai Lian walked with the crowd heading out, and seeing Jiang He squatting on the roadside waiting for her, she walked over to him. "Give the normal amount." Her manager was surprised by Bai Lian's response for the first time. "Miss Bai, this is the copyright fee, not a cabbage." Of course, her manager wouldn't really give just the standard price, and she went on to ask about another matter, and Principal Jian. Since Principal Jian had done the arrangement and helped Yan Lu record the song, her manager naturally wouldn't forget about these two benefactors to Yan Lu. Chapter 287, 109 composed the divine piece, reviewing the long spear. Second update, _2 she didn't have the dean's contact information. "I'll ask for you," Bai Lian said, standing in front of Jiang He, lazily reaching out to grab the collar at the back of his neck. With Bai Lian by her side and Jiang Fulai not around, Pu Xiaohan dared to greet Jiang He with a smile. "Xiaoniao." Jiang He's little face was very cold. He attempted to resist the name Jiang Xiaoniao with all his might. Jiang Fulai was busy on Monday, the driver was Ming Dongheng, and Bai Lian didn't send a message to inquire with Jian Zhongyou until after she got in the car. "Dean Jian, no need Dean Jian, just come to our school." "Bai Jian, I want to apply to Jiangjing University." "Dean Jian, what's so good about it?" He was even more carefree than Bai Lian, as at his level as the dean, he was no longer trapped by money, but pursued the true temple of art. Bai Lian threw this screenshot to Sister Axayan. "Sister Axayan, this screenshot was explosive to the entire entertainment industry. Every sentence could make netizens collapse." The car soon stopped at the entrance to an ancient-looking courtyard. It was Pu Xiaohan's first time here. She saw the iron fence covered in colorful vines and a winding cobblestone path leading to an ancient Chinese three-story building. She was greatly amazed. The three people sitting in the garden chairs in front of the building turned their heads quickly upon hearing the noise. When Chen Jingyu saw Bai Lian, he put down the document in his hand and exclaimed with joy, "Miss Bai, you've come." Bai Lian's visits here were even fewer than to the library. "I'll go make some tea," Ming Dongheng said, heading for the hall as soon as the car stopped. Chen Jingyu remembered Bai Lian liked the pastries here and hurried after him. "Miss Bai, I'll check the kitchen." The other two also stood up upon seeing this. The man was Chen Jingyu and the woman, Yu Hongyi. This time Yu Hongyi finally got a clear look at Bai Lian. She sized up the school uniform Bai Lian wore, which bore the logo of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, and said, "Hello, I am Yu Hongyi." She introduced herself. She used "I am" instead of "my name is." Normally, those without some level of fame would not dare introduce themselves that way. Yu Hongyi wore casual clothes, and as she was always ranked at the top in Zhongwu, there was an inevitable arrogance in her movements that she couldn't completely conceal, and her presence was strong. Pu Xiaohan didn't dare to speak to her and just stood by Bai Lian. Bai Lian nodded to her briefly, to the point. After speaking, she led Pu Xiaohan towards the small lab. Jiang He followed closely behind her. "What is this?" Pu Xiaohan asked in surprise, looking at the air raid shelter door to the left of the small wooden building. By Yu Hongyi's side, upon seeing that Bai Lian was heading in that direction, Chen Jingyu quickly tried to stop her, glanced at Bai Lian, and frowned. "This is a critical research area. You can't go there." Everyone knew what position Jiang Fulai held. The research and labs were top-secret documents. In his critical research area, aside from his team members, not even Ming Dongheng or old Mr. Chen could enter and exit at will. Yu Hongyi also looked over, her gaze flitting indifferently over Bai Lian's school uniform before settling on Jiang He behind her. You might not be aware, but everything here cannot be tampered with. Xiaohe surely knows this, right? Both were martial artists. Pu Xiaohan didn't dare meet their gaze. Involuntarily, she clutched at the hem of Bai Lian's clothes. A chill tinted Bai Lian's brows and eyes, as she reached out calmly with her phone and moved Qin Jingyu's arm that was blocking the way. Her right index finger pressed on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep, the door opened. She went straight in. Jiang He followed behind her with practiced ease. Pu Xiaohan was taken aback and quickly followed. The door closed slowly behind them, and Pu Xiaohan entered such an upscale private laboratory for the first time. She hurried forward, wanting to say something to Bai Lian but heard her softly reciting the heart-clearing mantra. No, Lian, you. Bai Lian and Jiang He were very familiar with the laboratory, and they demonstrated many experiments to Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan, with her camera, could hardly keep up with their pace. 2 hours later, the three of them came out still not having had their fill. Outside, the garden lights shone as bright as day. Yu Hongyi, holding a long spear, was demonstrating spear technique to Ming Dongheng. Director Qin, not understanding, just watched the excitement. Seeing Bai Lian come out, he quickly went to get the pastries and approached her. Miss Bai, are you done with your work? Oh, Master Yu is teaching Mr. Ming the long spear techniques. Master Yu is exceptional with the long spear. Bai Lian took the pastries, expressed thanks, and casually glanced toward the open space in the garden. Hearing Director Qin say so, Pu Xiaohan also looked towards Yu Hongyi. Pu Xiaohan had seen Bai Lian's long spear technique, as well as Yan Lu's. She intended to film long spear techniques, so she watched very carefully. Yu Hongyi's spear technique was not bad, with strong force and speed. But Pu Xiaohan had seen spears wielded with terrible force in the return horse spear. Yan Lu, an actor, could perform the spear technique very well. She had great expectations for what Director Qin had called exceptional. But the result? Pu Xiaohan even had the thought, that's it. Upon hearing Director Qin speak so highly of Yu Hongyi, she couldn't help scratching her head and asked him in a low voice, this is considered exceptional? That's not to mention Lian, Yan Lu is also an expert. This, Director Qin didn't really understand either, but Yu Hongyi was indeed great with the long spear. As someone who did not practice spear skills, he could not elaborate on the specifics. Master Yu is really impressive, you see her. Look at how she connects one thrust to the next, right? Pu Xiaohan, one thrust after another. Shouldn't you go back to Chinese language classes? Their voices were low, but those who practice martial arts have keen senses, and halfway through her demonstration, Yu Hongyi couldn't help but stop and look at Pu Xiaohan. What dan are you in long spear? 8 dan. Pu Xiaohan was startled, what dan? Yu Hongyi narrowed her eyes. You don't even know the ranking system. I'm sorry, Pu Xiaohan realized Yu Hongyi had heard her comments. Your soaring dragon tail technique is too high at the spear tip. Bai Lian patted Pu Xiaohan on the shoulder and looked at Yu Hongyi. The wrist force is too weak, you need to practice your wrist strength. Soaring dragon tail has 2 types of attacks, retreat and counterattack both. Bai Lian had a good impression of those who practiced with the long spear. Yu Hongyi politely turned to Ming Dongheng. Mr. Ming, don't you have anything to say? Ming Dongheng looked at Yu Hongyi and was caught off guard by Bai Lian's sudden critique, as Yu Hongyi was indeed considered a top-tier spear user in his book. Miss Bai is very skilled, I think. If that is the case, Mr. Ming, you might as well have Miss Bai give you instruction. Yu Hongyi's mood had entirely vanished, and she discarded her long spear. Bai Lian watched the spear thrown on the ground, walked over, bent down to pick it up, and frowned. You Yu Hongyi thought Bai Lian was about to preach and raised her hand to interrupt directly. When you reach 8 or 9 dan with the long spear, maybe then you can talk to me. Chapter 288, 110 really took it big this time. _1 Yu Hongyi spoke calmly, merely stating the truth. She became famous at a young age, and had an aloof status within the Yu family, overshadowing all the younger generation, and with the glory of Dongwu, she always stood at the pinnacle of the Yu family. Having spent years in Jiangjing, she hadn't taken Bai Lian and Pu Shaohan's words to heart at all. Neither of them was significant in her social circle, they were simply from two different worlds. What bothered her, though, was that the others present seemed indifferent to Bai Lian and Pu Shaohan's words. And there was Chen Yongquan, what was with his description of her marksmanship? However, now that Chen Yongquan's status had risen, Yu Hongyi also harbored some apprehensions. Having said her piece, she turned around, ready to leave the estate. She had thought that at the very least, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chen would try to keep her from leaving. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out the door, neither of them reacted at all. She left, suppressing her anger. Chen Jingyu looked at Ming Dongheng in surprise. Since they were rivals to begin with, his indifference puzzled Chen Jingyu. Mr. Ming, do you know what you're doing? Ming Dongheng glanced at him but said nothing. Chen Jingyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of unexpected joy. If Yu Hongyi didn't advise Ming Dongheng, his own chances could be much greater. Suppressing his joy, he hurried out. Ms. Yu, wait for me. Behind him. Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng looked at Bai Lian and quickly explained, I was just asking her what level is required to enter Dongwu, and she demonstrated spear techniques for me. I think you're very strong. Ming Dongheng had a strong will to survive. Exactly. Chief Chen couldn't tell the difference, but it didn't prevent him from speaking up. Outside the door. The not-so-far Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi's faces darkened even more. I don't see what's so great about her. Chen Jingyu studied Yu Hongyi's expression. She's frail, and speaking of intelligence, she can't even compare to that Liang Wuyu from the Liang family. Whether she can get into Jiangjing University is still in question. This year's situation with Jiangjing University was drawing attention due to Liang Wui's presence. He had been invited by many laboratories even before entering university. You're comparing her to Liang Wuyu. Yu Hongyi shook her head. Apart from her face, indeed, she saw no other strengths in Bai Lian. Her standards were always high. Hearing her say that, Chen Jingyu also felt he had lost his sense, as Liang Wuyu was aiming to be top. My bad. Pu Shaohan also felt a bit awkward back in the garden. I won't speak out of turn again. Bai Lian lazily twirled the long spear, stuffing the pastries given by Chief Chen into Pu Shaohan's hand and shaking her head in response. If you can't accept criticism, how can you improve? Bai Lian had been learning martial arts behind Bai Zhongyu since she was young. Being the youngest, Bai Zhongyu and Qin Yi who trained with her would always accommodate her. After Bai Zhongyu passed away, she and Qin Yi went to the battlefield together, only managing to leave a cenotaph for him. Afterwards, she spent 3 years on the battlefield, killing enemies with that spear. By then, no one would let her off the hook. The veterans in the military couldn't persuade her to return, so they taught her moves for killing enemies. On the battlefield, every contest decided life and death. All her experience was fought for on the battlefield, where every warrior was resolute, because every move was meant to kill, not for performance. For the Bai family, the spear was ingrained in their bones and blood. She looked down at the long spear carelessly thrown aside in her hand. The martial arts practiced by people nowadays lack lethality and were too flashy, with Yu Hongyi being a prime example. This was why Pu Shaohan felt something was off about Yu Hongyi's move, the soaring dragon tail, because she had seen Yan Lu's lethal moves performed. It's getting windy, let's go back to the hall first, Chief Chen hastily spoke up. wanting to steer away from this subject. Jiang Fulai hurried back close to 9 o'clock. Upon arrival, she first glanced at Chief Chin. There wasn't any particular expression, but just that indifferent glance made Chief Chin involuntarily straighten his back. Bai Lian sat at a table on the side doing her homework. She sat up straight, the workbook from her school open in front of her, casually resting one hand on it. The hall was brightly lit. Jiang He sat next to her with a tablet, drawing. Ming Dongheng stood emotionlessly behind Chief Chin, occasionally miming the moves of the spear, seemingly trying to learn Bai Lian's style of twirling the spear. Pu Xiaohan sat on the sofa opposite Chief Chin, holding a camera, reviewing footage taken that day and planning how to edit it and incorporate special effects into her video. Jiang Fulai glanced at Ming Dongheng's spear before her eyes settled on Bai Lian. At the sound, Bai Lian finished a problem before looking up. "You're finally back." Chapter 289, 110 really took it big this time _2 She closed the book and capped the pen with one hand. "There's someone who got the data wrong," Jiang Fulai complained with a cold expression, as if venting to her. "Otherwise, he could have come back earlier." Bai Lian put the book back into her bag, looked up, and pondered, "Then will you forgive them?" "Oh." Jiang Fulai agreed reluctantly. When Jiang Fulai came back, the aunt served another meal. Jiang He, Ming Dongheng, Director Chen, and a few others had already finished eating, leaving Jiang Fulai to dine alone. Director Chen glanced at Jiang Fulai and had a sudden inspiration. "Miss Bai, are you hungry?" "Not really, I had 2 pieces of cake earlier." Bai Lian got up, "But I have to go now, my grandfather is waiting for me for dinner." Pu Xiaohan also stood up nervously, thanking Jiang Fulai. Ming Dongheng was about to grab his car keys and stand up when Director Chen quickly pressed him down, thinking expressionlessly in his heart, "Mr. Ming has lost his mind." Jiang Fulai, enveloped in a layer of cold frost, grabbed his keys and left first. When he came back, Ming Dongheng then reported the day's events to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked down, casually picking up a piece of green vegetable, and slowly began, "Has this place become somewhere anyone can enter?" He didn't look at Ming Dongheng or Director Chen. But both of them dared not lift their heads. Only after Jiang Fulai finished eating and went upstairs did Director Chen turn to Ming Dongheng. "How will you enter Dongwu later on?" Ming Dongheng had originally planned to ask Yu Hongyi to recommend him for a registration spot. "There's another recruitment next year," Ming Dongheng frowned. Bai Lian got back a bit late, and the 2 little old men, Lance and Ji Heng, hadn't yet rested. Ji Heng was tidying up Lance's room, which used to be Ji Shane's. "Grandfather, my desk mate wants to record a video for you," Bai Lian said while administering acupuncture to Lance. After finishing, she spoke with Ji Heng, "A video about embroidery, it shouldn't take long. Do you want to do it?" Lance was sitting in a chair, very eager to speak but didn't dare. Ji Heng put away his needlework. "A video. It'll be posted online, a short video," Bai Lian described simply, then pulled over a chair and sat down. "It will let more people see the embroidery, see your craftsmanship." Hearing this, Ji Heng fell silent. "I'll think about it." This was what Bai Lian had anticipated. She could tell that Ji Heng seemed to have his worries, so at the time, she didn't agree on Ji Heng's behalf to Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian didn't try to persuade Ji Heng further, just waiting on the side for Lance's acupuncture time, when she decided to check her phone and saw a WeChat message. "Dog friend, sharing a new song with you." Dog friend, I won't allow anyone to not have heard this. Dog friend, http:// link. Bai Lian clicked on it. The new song, Gambling with Liquor, had just been released by Cool Bear. Bai Jian, 6th scrolling down, she saw a message from Sister Xian. "Do you have a Weibo?" Fans are asking for it. With that, Sister Axian sent a screenshot. Bai Lian clicked on it, and it was all asking for Bai Jian's Weibo. Bai Jian, I don't go online. On the other end of the phone, Sister Axian wasn't in Shangqing. She had already rushed back to Time Media to handle the contract matter concerning Yan Lu. After receiving Bai Lian's message, she opened Weibo and reported back to the eager online community. Yan Lu didn't have an assistant, only her as the agent, so most questions from netizens were addressed to her. When Sister Axian entered Weibo, it took her a minute to load. The hottest trending topic was still the full cast news of Gambling with Liquor. The songwriting and composition were explosive. In recent years, with traffic-driven music dominating, fewer were seriously pursuing music. This song, created by an obscure star and a low-profile composer/arranger, cut through the traffic-dominated music scene and carved out a bloody path. With such lyrics and composition. How did Bai Lian write it? Sister Axian immediately saw a top-rated comment, honestly, this song reminds me of Bai Shangjuan. I think so too, so when can the great god Bai Jian release a new song? Speaking of Bai Shangjuan, it seems she hasn't released any new songs or poems for a long time, crying. Forgive the comment above, signals in the underworld are weak. Bai Shangjuan had many fan-made songs, but this was the first to be accepted by the majority of fans. Sister Axian wanted to laugh seeing the comments below, replying to the inquiries about Bai Jian's Weibo. I asked for you, God Bai Jian said he doesn't go online, sigh. This comment was quickly highlighted by the fans. Woo, are there still people nowadays who don't go online? He must be a highly respected elder. The masses were enlightened. Will he still write songs later? 2587 likes, please help contact the master, I beg the god to please release more songs. Nowadays, pop songs lack quality. I've been listening to songs from more than a decade ago. Gambling with Liquor is the best I've heard in recent years, 12,474 likes. Chapter 290, 110 really took it big this time _3 all in agreement. Bai Lian might or might not continue composing, Xinjie doesn't know, she plans to find time to ask. She knows Bai Lian loves to learn, but for the gift of songwriting, Xinjie doesn't want her to waste it. She opens Yan Lu's Weibo, and the followers had grown to 4 million, from morning till night. All major video platforms and media had been looping Yan Lu's songs. Time Media urgently called Xinjie back to amend the contract, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. After so many years in the circle, Yan Lu had finally made it. Xiangqing Hospital. There's nothing else showing up on the film and the CBC. The doctor prescribed some medicine to Suen. No other problems. Ji Mulan stood to one side, frowning, but he's been having frequent headaches recently. The doctor looked at the examination report and finally raised his head. Mr. Su needs to rest more. Xiangqing medical resources are limited. If you are not reassured, you may go to a higher-level hospital for examination. Oh, right, the doctor suddenly remembered something. I have a patient similar to Mr. Su. It doesn't affect daily life much, but there may be some impact on memory. Does Mr. Su have a lot of forgetfulness now? Suen sat in his chair. It's okay. Besides the headaches, he had no other symptoms. They left the consultation room. Ji Mulan went to get the medicine, and after getting the medicine, she came back with a worried look. Let's find a time to go back to Jiangjing Hospital for another check. Xiangqing just can't keep up with everything. It's time to go back. Things in Xiangqing were on the right track, and Suen and Ji Mulan's wedding was imminent. He smiled. We still need to plan the wedding. I wonder if Alien will come. He wasn't very concerned about his health condition. After all, it was just occasional headaches, a minor issue. Compared to this, he was more curious about whether Bai Lian would attend his and Ji Mulan's wedding in Jiangjing. Ji Mulan was momentarily lost in thought. She hardly exchanged a word with Bai Lian now. She wanted to ease the tension between them, but every time she tried to talk, Bai Lian would ignore her. Ji Mulan thought of what Mrs. Su had said about the Yu family. What about the Yu family matter? Su An's car was parked at the hospital entrance. Upon hearing Ji Mulan bring up the Yu family, he shook his head. Don't mention that to Alien, I've already refused my mother on that. Indeed, Ji Mulan actually thought the Yu family sounded quite good, but Bai Lian's current temperament was too prickly, not suitable for a larger family. Her kind of personality isn't suited for a big family. Su An got into the back seat. As he listened to Ji Mulan's words, he glanced at her. In recent days, he had learned some things. Bai Lian's behavior towards Ji Mulan and the rest of the Ji family members was not the same. The Bai Lian in front of Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun was different from the Bai Lian in front of Ji Mulan. When confronting Ji Mulan, Bai Lian was always sharp and prickly, not speaking properly. But the Bai Lian that Su An knew was an extremely cultured and big-picture person, even though sometimes. Su An smiled to himself. Sometimes Bai Lian really had a bad temper. There were a few times Su An felt like he was going to be gobbled up by Bai Lian. As he chuckled to himself, Su An couldn't help but press his temples, feeling a headache, and he leaned back in his seat. You should rest, said Ji Mulan anxiously as she helped him massage his temples. Friday. After school in the afternoon. The chemistry teacher rolled up his book and didn't leave, instead watching Bai Lian as she slowly packed her bag without moving. Only when Bai Lian leisurely finished packing did he cough and say with a stern face, Student Bai. Wang Qi, together with Pu Xiaohan and the entertainment committee members, wanted to laugh, but facing the aloof chemistry teacher, they dared not. Teacher, Bai Lian said, obediently standing in front of the chemistry teacher with her bag in hand. The chemistry teacher nodded coldly. You know there's a monthly exam tomorrow, right? He said no more. I know, Bai Lian nodded. She had been studying chemistry and biology together recently. The chemistry teacher placed his hands behind his back, observing Bai Lian subtly before leaving her with two detached words, good luck. After he left, Pu Xiaohan dared to speak, Alien, honestly, don't you think the chemistry teacher's back looks so lonely? I was just about to say that, but didn't dare. Wing Qi raised his hand. So, how's your chemistry? Pu Xiaohan whispered to Bai Lian, having made a bet, do you have a chance to surpass Ning the genius in the total score? Bai Lian glanced at Pu Xiaohan and raised an eyebrow, what do you think? Pu Xiaohan, how could she possibly guess something about the genius? The group chattered their way to the school gate. Wang Qi immediately noticed Sister Axian standing at the school entrance, Sister Axian. He was somewhat turning into a fan of Yan Lu. Zhang Xiais, who was in prison, had heard this news and last time even had Bai Lian bring a simple note to Wang Qi, praising his good taste. Sister Axian was also very touched by this lively group of young boys and girls. She greeted them with a smile. These are the CDs for the bet. Sister Axian handed two carefully wrapped CDs to Bai Lian after greeting everyone, and one of these is for Dean Jian. To Sister Axian, Dean Jian was a respected, venerable artist. Sister Axian didn't dare ask for his contact information, nor did she expect Yan Lu to cozy up to Dean Jian, considering the difference in their social circles. She let Bai Lian relay everything related to Dean Jian. Okay, Bai Lian took the CDs. She took out her phone to ask for Dean Jian's address. Miss Bai, Sister Axian walked with the group toward the exit. Have you ever thought about continuing to write lyrics and compose music? Like writing songs for professional singers. There are many singers in the circle with good voices but average composing talent. Noticing Wang Qi's gaze, Sister Axian paused. She remembered Wang Qi once said the principal would hang himself on her doorstep. Then she explained, I just regret Miss Bai's talent. The music circle really lacks composers like Miss Bai, and I just hope Miss Bai will note down any inspiration she gets, without affecting her studies. Sister Axayan had no doubt that if Bai Lian entered the composing scene, the music industry would be shaken. Bai Lian's house still had a guzheng, and her fingers idly spun the CD in her hand. Suddenly turning her head, she looked at Sister Axayan and said leisurely, "That in Chi from before, is he a singer?" "Yes, he's currently collaborating with Man Shi." Sister Axayan nodded, not very keen on mentioning in Chi right now. Then, Bai Lian squinted her eyes, looking mischievous in the light of the setting sun, and said with a careless smile, "Does Yan Lu have an interest in developing a sideline as a singer?" Sister Axayan stared at Bai Lian, stunned. This was really playing big. Chapter 291, Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _1 Miss Bai, your meaning is, after successive encounters with Qi and Man Shi, Sister Axayan felt the entertainment circle was just like that. And Qi, having met the more popular Man Shi, backhandedly trampled on Yan Lu while soaring high in her career, and for Yan Lu to encounter the likes of Bai Lian and Zhang Xiai's was good fortune, but now Miss Bai is about to deify Yan Lu. Bai Lian had already spotted Zhang He at the intersection, her sharpness subdued, once again appearing indolent. "If she wants to grow, I can give it a try." Then she casually waved at Sister Axayan and picked up Zhang He, who was squatting on the ground. Ming Dongheng was on a call. Seeing Bai Lian, he ended the call abruptly. "Miss Bai, where to?" "Calligraphy Association." She lifted Zhang He into the car. Ming Dongheng drove towards the Calligraphy Association. "Sister Axin." Wing Chi boldly called out to her. Sister Axin was still standing there. She snapped back to reality. "I'll treat you guys to a meal another day. I have to find Yan Lu." Yan Lu was still shooting in Xiangqing, and Sister Axin decided to go tell her about this in person. Calligraphy Association. Jianzhe was soothing Qiu Shuozhing. "Teacher Qiu, please be gentler with her, don't be so hot-tempered, take a break, I've got this." Bai Lian sat down at a corner of the 8 Immortal table, pouring a cup of tea for Qiu Shuozhing, her legs propped up as she flipped through the accounts. Not far off, Jianzhe was gently explaining a question to Qiu Zhuzhang's granddaughter. Zhang He ran over to watch and then sat back down next to Bai Lian, shocked, taking a sip of the water Bai Lian had poured for him. "What's wrong?" Bai Lian rubbed his head. Zhang He shook his head silently, quite dumbfounded. A minute later, Jianzhe's gentle voice gradually became frenetic. "Let me explain it to you one more time. 110 and 14, add them together and it's 14. So 110 and 16 added together, how much is that?" 14. "How much?" Jianzhe, who was usually composed and poised, began to lose his cool. 10 plus 6, Jianzhe, right, 110 and 16, how much should that be? Think again, think hard, baby. 10. Bai Lian quietly listened, a vein starting to throb on her forehead. Sometimes, she felt Zhang Fulai was too harsh on Tang Ming and the others. Putting herself in their shoes, when Zhang Fulai was teaching Tang Ming and the others, the difficulty must have been similar to Jianzhe teaching this baby, she thought. Zhang Fulai, 10 plus 5 is equal to 15, both of them failed to understand. Zhang Fulai repeated coldly. Ning Xiao got it. Tang Ming, but why isn't it 14? Zhang Fulai, Tang Academician, Tang Ming, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Fulai, I wouldn't dare. I'm off to file your patent application. She suddenly felt like she had to sometimes understand young Master Zhang's predicament. Qiu Zhuzhang's hand pressed against the table, about to stand up. Bai Lian snapped back to her senses, hurriedly stopping him. Teacher Qiu, where is our seminar this week? We've got 2 new teachers. Qiu Shuozhing, holding his teacup, calmed down and discussed business with Bai Lian. Jian just said you were interested in the martial arts hall next door. There have been quite a few people coming to them these past few days. Quite a few. Bai Lian was surprised. Qiu Shuijing nodded. They're planning a tourism-exclusive route here. Many people want to buy their property. The tourist route was planned from the train station to the gate on Purist Street, from the west of the city all the way to the east. The Calligraphy Association was owned by the state, but the martial arts hall was private property with a large land area that drew much attention. Bai Lian looked toward the direction of the martial arts hall, pondering that the chances of reopening it seemed even greater now. She closed the file, took out her phone. The hall's owner hadn't contacted her. She glanced at her messages. It was a reply from Dean Jian. Dean Jian, you don't need to mail it, Dean Jian. Just give me the address, I'll collect it myself, Bai Jian. Bai Jian, wait till I get into Jiangjing University next year, I'll bring it to you, Dean Jian. What if you don't get in? Bai Lian looked at Dean Jian's message, then directly took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Fulai. Without adding any other words. The young master didn't reply. At 7 o'clock, Bai Lian took Jiang He back home. Just as they left the Calligraphy Association's gateway, they encountered the former Secretary General who had just arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Seeing Bai Lian come out, he paused, his mood quite good. Miss Bai, long time no see. Zhou Jian didn't mind Bai Lian's attitude at all, his lips curled into a smile, but it had a hint of chill. I was wondering why Miss Bai was so fiery-tempered. Turns out the Su family is involved. After speaking, he stepped into the martial arts hall. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow upon hearing him mention the Su family. Jiang He tugged at the hem of Bai Lian's school uniform. Bai Lian looked up and saw Jiang Fulai parking his car at the intersection. Chapter 292, Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _2. He leaned against the car door in a casual stance, talking on his phone. His eyes slightly downturned beneath the streetlight, casting a vague silhouette, like a lone, unapproachable bloom on a high ridge. Bai Lian temporarily set aside the matter with the Secretary General and walked over. When he saw Bai Lian and Jiang He come out, he spoke softly and then ended the call. Jiang Fulai looked at Bai Lian, his face stern. Who? Bai Lian was momentarily taken aback. She remembered that Jiang Fulai typically wrapped up his weekend work on Fridays. It took her a moment to remember that he was probably asking about the matter with Dean Jian. It's Dean Jian, from the Music Academy. Bai Lian sighed softly, wishing she hadn't sent it if she knew he would hurry back. Send it to you for fun. Jiang Fulai mulled over which Dean Jian it could be. The dean of Jiangjing Music Academy, at this moment, hugged his teacup and sneezed, muttering to himself, it's time to wear a down jacket, can't afford to catch a cold. Jiang Fulai opened the car door and let Bai Lian get in. After she was in, he casually tossed Jiang He into the back seat. Utterly indifferent. Bai Lian fastened her seatbelt and watched Jiang Fulai, who was opening the driver's door. Just have a listen, she said. Jiang Fulai nodded in agreement. Oh. Bai Lian slowly pulled out her phone and glanced at it for a while, then said softly, I am definitely going to apply to Jiangjing University. There was a statue of her teacher there. If she went there again, she hoped to meet him still as his proudest student. Jiang Fulai turned to look at her. Bai Lian's entire face was hidden in the shadows, her eyes downturned, her expression indiscernible. Jiang Fulai started the car. Then are you going to study quantum mechanics or dark matter? Ah. Bai Lian couldn't keep up with his train of thought, her mind suddenly jumping from Liang Zuan to Dean Ma, quantum mechanics. I guess. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, his body slightly relaxed. Dean Ma has a lot of research areas, including quantum mechanics, and there are other labs. Why are you studying dark matter? Bai Lian lowered the car window, resting her right elbow lazily on it, and turned to look at him. It was the first time Zhang Fulai spoke about this. When I was reading, I found that the gravity of matter is nowhere near sufficient to sustain the rotation of galaxies, which is very paradoxical, and everyone was suspecting that dark matter might be a higher dimensional presence. Other countries are also researching it, and without research, there is no development, which means that humanity's civilization has reached its end. If a species' civilization reaches its end, it's a terrifying prospect. Whether it's dark matter, quantum mechanics, or superconductivity, the next step in the evolution of civilization requires people to continually try and err. Their conversation shifted from Jiangjing University to dark matter and quantum mechanics, while Jiang He hugged a large white cabbage pillow in the back seat, listening attentively. Halfway through the journey, Ji Hing called. Bai Lian answered. Ji Hing asked when she would be home, and after inquiring, he heard a faint sound of gouging from the other end of the phone. Is that the guy surnamed Jiang? Here, at Ji Hing's place, Jiang He was Xiaohe. Zhang Fulai was that guy surnamed Jiang. Emichim, Bai Lian reclined against the backrest. Ji Hing was silent for quite some time, having hinted about Jiang He's family situation before. Both Jiang He and Zhang Fulai's parents had passed away early. About 5 minutes later, he said sternly, then let him come too. Now living close to Ji Hing, Ji Xiaojun had come over with food to see him. When Bai Lian, Zhang Fulai, and Jiang He arrived, Ji Hing was in the yard playing gamoku with Lance, discussing plans to go fishing the next day. Lance, wearing a floral jacket, was very excited and talked about catching several fish. Ji Xiaojun was cooking in the kitchen. Shen Qing had mostly recovered and was helping Ji Xiaojun by washing the vegetables. Seeing Bai Lian return, she placed the washed vegetables next to Ji Xiaojun. Alien, you're back. Xiaojiang, Shen Qing was now quite at ease with Zhang Fulai. Auntie, Zhang Fulai, draped in his black coat under the incandescent lights of the large courtyard, his eyes weren't as icy as usual. He seemed very polite at that moment. Jiang He looked up, staring at Zhang Fulai somewhat dumbfounded. Lance had made rapid progress in his chess skills, and from being invincible, Ji Hing now couldn't win a single game. He beckoned to Zhang Fulai, offering his seat. Gamoku, do you know how to play? Zhang Fulai nodded in surprise. You're up. Lance, in his triumph, confident it wasn't Jiang he was facing, declared, okay. Zhang Fulai casually took a white piece. Lance picked up a black piece, glanced at Zhang Fulai, and boasted, bring it on. Jiang He watched from the side, amused by Lance's confidence. Chapter 293, Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _3 in just 30 seconds. Lance's smile at the corners of his mouth froze, and he took back the black piece. Start over. After another minute, he was done. Of that minute, 55 seconds were spent by Lance thinking. Come on. Lance suddenly stood up, calling noisily, picking up Jiang He and making him play against Zhang Fulai. Jiang He, with just a casual glance from Zhang Fulai, he allowed Jiang He to go first. Jiang He silently made a move. These two didn't need to think while playing chess. The game was decided in 10 seconds. Lance and Ji Hing squatted on the side, both looking at Jiang He, who had lost in just 7 moves. Lance murmured to Ji Hing, turns out you're the real chatterbox. Ji Hing, suddenly burdened with a huge pot, started to doubt himself too. After that, every day he'd find someone in the alley to play chess with, and the alley folk were beaten until they doubted their life choices. 20 minutes later. After receiving a message from Zhang Fulai, Director Qin brought over Zhang Fulai's tobacco along. Then he bravely sat at the table, listening to Shen Qing repeatedly saying, Xiaojiang. Director Chen posted on his moments, "My time is up." JPG, Ming Dongheng liked the post. The next day, Saturday. Chinese in the morning, math and English in the afternoon. The Xianqing No. 1 middle school monthly exam didn't follow the same schedule as the college entrance exam. It was past 5 when the English exam ended. Tang Ming was among a group from class 15, discussing the math problem with Ning Xiao. "Do you understand what they're talking about?" Wing Chi quietly asked the others. The math problem wasn't too difficult this time, but Wing Chi hadn't gotten to the last question. Yang Lin glanced at Wing Chi without saying a word. Pu Xiaohan didn't look at Wing Chi, merely uttered, "Oh," in a sudden realization, "so that's how it is." So G, X, is just being compared with 3 plus it in the end. When A is greater than or equal to -3, G, X, is greater than 0, so the original function is monotonically increasing, right? Tang Ming looked at Pu Xiaohan with admiration. "Right, there are 3 zeros, the first question is very simple." Bai Lian walked at the very end, messaging Yan Lu on her phone. When Yan Lu called Bai Lian, she was in an exam, and since the call didn't go through, Yan Lu left her a message regarding her song. Since Bai Lian was writing a song for Yan Lu, this involved a contract and the record company. Time Entertainment had a sub-label record company, which included In Chi, but sister Xan did not plan to sign with them. Guessing Yan Lu was currently filming, Bai Lian didn't call back, but sent Yan Lu a WeChat message. 1. Yan Lu has just released her new song and is focused on filming right now, so she's not in a hurry for her next song. Meanwhile, hospital. Ji Mulan's face was pale as she followed the ambulance down, jogging to keep up with the emergency doctor. "Doctor, how is he doing? Did the patient suddenly faint?" Without any warning signs. The doctor put away his stethoscope, asking about the symptoms. Ji Mulan nodded, managing to remain clear-headed in such a moment. He suddenly fainted at the construction site. Before this, had occasionally suffered from headaches, but had no other symptoms. As she spoke, she handed the headache medication Su-en was taking to the doctor. The doctor looked down at the medicine, which was for headaches. Nurses hurriedly pushed Su-en into the emergency room. Blood was drawn, an electroencephalogram was done, and a head CT scan. Half an hour later, the doctor came out with furrowed brows, carrying the results of the blood routine test and electroencephalogram. Assistant Su-en and Ji Mulan gathered around. "Doctor, how is the patient?" "He's still unconscious," the doctor, who had never seen such a complex case before, handed the results to Ji Mulan. "What's odd is that we can't find the source. Has the patient eaten anything unusual recently?" Assistant Su-en, wiping sweat from his forehead, knew he couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened to Su-en on his watch. He calmly recalled the recent meals, only ordinary food. "We've already called for a consult with specialists from neurology and internal medicine." The doctor was clueless, and a nurse informed him that the neurology specialist had arrived. The medical team all gathered in the emergency room. Su-en's heartbeat had stabilized, and the electroencephalogram showed some abnormalities, but he remained unconscious. When they came out again, the emergency room doctor looked toward Ji Mulan. "I suggest you transfer to a superior hospital." "What?" Ji Mulan had assumed Su-en was simply exhausted or had a blood pressure issue. She didn't expect the hospital's statement to be so serious, causing her to slump. She was somewhat at a loss. Su-en's assistant took out his cell phone, ready to make contact with Jiang Jing. The neurology specialist nearby recognized Su-en's assistant and the group, knowing they were regular VIP visitors. They often came to see Ji Xiaojun. "Our hospital just upgraded to the latest diagnostic equipment last month," the neurologist explained to the assistant. "Many people from Beijing come here for checkups. We just used the new equipment to assess the patient's condition, and we suspect..." "What?" Ji Mulan looked up, sensing an ominous feeling. The assistant also looked at the doctor's name tag and then said, "Dr. Lee, please go on." "This is an international neurotoxin," Dr. Lee started calmly. "In this situation, even if you were to take him to Jiangjing, it wouldn't help. The neurotoxin is banned in our country, only certain labs abroad have the antidote. If you know someone overseas, you need to contact them quickly. The longer you wait, the greater the damage to the patient's brain and body." Neurotoxin. Ji Mulan and the assistant exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. A foreign neurotoxin. Both of them were hearing this term for the first time. Foreign laboratories. The assistant realized instantly that this was not an issue he could handle. He took out his cell phone and called Jiangjing. He didn't call Madame Su, but instead he called Su Wenyao, who was studying at Jiangjing University. In such a situation, even Madame Su might be helpless, but Su Wenyao had numerous friends studying abroad, possibly they could find a solution. "Young master," the assistant got straight to the point while explaining the whole situation, "we're not sure what the toxin is. Do you know someone overseas who knows about an antidote? Jiangjing University study room." In this season, Jiangjing was much colder than Xiangqing. Su Wenyao put on a cotton jacket to take the call, wearing only a white undershirt. His usual composed expression vanished. A foreign laboratory. What was needed now was a connection to classmates studying biochemical medicine abroad. Su Wenyao knew many people, and a few of them from affluent families were studying pharmacology abroad. When he mentioned the neurotoxin, those classmates hesitated for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "Su bro, as far as I know there aren't more than 2 labs that could produce such an antidote, and I'm just a sophomore. I can't even enter our school's lab. You're expecting too much from me." Nearly all the friends in the pharmaceutical industry gave the same answer. Su Wenyao took a deep breath and called assistant Su En back, instructing him to transfer Su En back to Jiangjing immediately. Whether or not they could find an antidote, the medical conditions in Jiangjing were much better than in Xiangqing. Xiangqing Hospital. Upon receiving the transfer news, the assistant immediately gave instructions and finally turned to Ji Mulan. "The project in Xiangqing is ongoing, I can't leave. Ms. Ji, the trip back to Jiangjing will depend on you." "We're really going back to Jiangjing?" Ji Mulan tried to calm herself, yet her voice still trembled. His condition, the toxin is banned in the country, and the young master says it's only available internationally, in maybe 1 or 2 labs. The assistant shook his head, his voice somber. "The only option is to transfer back to Jiangjing first." "If it's banned in the country, then why?" Mulan began, then suddenly remembered Purist Street was next to the national border. That place was a mix of all sorts, where anything could be found. Her voice trailed off abruptly. The phone rang. Ji Mulan took it out and answered. "Your grandfather is asking why you haven't arrived yet." It was Bai Lian's voice. Ji Mulan was startled, then looked down at the phone and realized it was Su Ensign. "He can't make it right now." Ji Mulan spoke with a hoarse voice, quietly saying, "We have to go back to Jiangjing first." Bai Lian's brow furrowed slightly as she looked calmly towards the door, her voice cold and slow. "What's wrong with him?" Chapter 294, 112 MTR Characteristic Medicine, Aliens Terrifying Connections, Second Update, _1G Family Mansion. Bai Lian hung up the phone, her brows slightly furrowed as she pondered for a minute before taking Lance away. What's happening? Lance was playing chess with Jiang He. Bai Lian's expression was solemn. She remembered the Zhou Jian she had encountered that day, feeling as if there was a thread in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it just yet. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Lance did not dare to speak carelessly. Ji Mulan's phone call was unclear, so Bai Lian went straight to the hospital. 20 minutes later. Outside Xiangqing Hospital. The ambulance was already prepared. When Bai Lian and Lance arrived at the ward, Assistant Su En was discussing the patient transfer with the doctor. Seeing Bai Lian, the assistant turned around with a grave face. Miss Bai. Jiangjing Hospital had said it was a neurotoxin, and no hospital was willing to take the case. Su Wenyao was still searching. Therefore, Assistant Su En and Ji Mulan both had rather grim expressions. Ji Mulan didn't look up at Bai Lian but only stared down at her hands. I shouldn't have let him come back. Neurotoxin. Bai Lian finally heard the diagnosis. She tilted her head to Lance and asked, "Have you heard of it?" Assistant Su En also knew that Lance was the doctor who performed surgery on Shenqing. Hearing Bai Lian's inquiry, the assistant also turned his gaze towards Lance. "I know," Lance replied in English. Though his Chinese was good, he had been listening to the conversation, and he took the medical record from Dr. Li's hand to flip through it. The MTR lab has an antidote. Finally, a familiar term was heard. Dr. Li looked excitedly towards Lance. "Yes, Dr. Lance is right, MTR definitely has the antidote." Ji Mulan and the assistant had never heard of this laboratory. Both were somewhat stunned. "What's MTR?" "The largest medical laboratory overseas." Dr. Li pushed the glasses back onto the bridge of his nose and explained to the two, "There you can find many experimental medical equipment, medicinal chemicals, and the latest medical research. If they don't have the neurotoxin antidote, then it's certain no other place will." Ji Mulan and the assistant found this all quite bewildering. "Can you get it?" Bai Lian asked Lance, dressed in a plain white long dress, her demeanor calm and poised. The assistant looked at Bai Lian and also calmed down quickly. Remembering Su Wenyo's words, he smiled wryly. "Miss Bai, it's not so easy to get drugs from that kind of laboratory." Lance frowned, "But there are two problems. One is how to bring it back, and the second is, which neurotoxin is actually in his system. Different neurotoxins require different antidotes. If the MTR lab doesn't have the neurotoxin that Su En has, they would have to look elsewhere." The assistant looked at Lance in shock. He had always known Lance was good at surgery, but his impression of the people Bai Lian knew was just that. How could Dr. Lance obtain the antidote that even Su Wenyao couldn't find, and so effortlessly? Different from the assistant, Dr. Li in the room had seen Jiang Fulai bring over the equipment from the MTR lab. He was not surprised. "We have the poison analysis from Mr. Zhu's body." Dr. Li turned and brought out the report. "As long as we find the original toxin and analyze it with a mass spectrometer, we can find out where it came from." A nurse listening nearby reminded them, "But our country doesn't have that type of toxin." Dr. Li nodded and then said, "We may not have it in the country, but there should be a place in Xiangqing that does." Assistant Su En caught on to what Dr. Li meant, taking in a sharp breath. Bachter Street. He had previously suspected that the toxin in Su En's body came from Bachter Street and even started to wonder if it was the doing of Mr. Liu, a big shot from Bachter Street. Dr. Li nodded slightly. "Dr. Li," Assistant Su En smiled wryly, "what you're suggesting, isn't that as good as not saying anything at all?" Putting aside what Bachter Street was, whether they could go there was another matter entirely. Even if they did go, where would they find a neurotoxin? Such toxins couldn't be bought without special connections. Ji Mulan, hearing about Bachter Street for the second time, vaguely understood its nature and took out her phone to call Ren Qian. Ren Qian now answered their calls quickly, his tone slightly surprised. "Miss Ji." Seeing Ji Mulan make a call, Assistant Su En finally remembered this fact. The Su family had no roots in Xiangqing, but the Ren family had deep local ties. Bachter Street. "I'll try my best to help you get in touch." Ren Qian was also clueless about the neurotoxin. "As for the Bachter Street pass, I can get it for you by 8:30 tomorrow morning." Bachter Street did not belong to Xiangqing, nor to the jurisdiction within. Each time they came and went, they needed to secure a pass in advance. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.